conclusion of each witness's testimony. For those witnesses who will testify and counsel who will participate by video conferencing, to assist with audio clarity and avoid feedback issues for the video conferencing, please do the following. Mute your microphone and turn off your video if you are not speaking. If you use a phone for audio and computer for video, please mute the computer audio. If you are in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between offices. Keep a charger nearby in case your battery runs low. And most importantly, please alert the commission if you are experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided contact information. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence on the application of this matter. At this time, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel for joint applicant Liberty.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. On behalf of the Liberty Utilities Co., Todd Osterloh and Jim Gardner, with the law firm of Sturgill, Turner, Barker, and Maloney, along with in-house counsel Sarah Knowlton and Ken Tilton.
Thank you. For joint applicant AEP Kentucky Power.
Good morning. Katie Glass of the law firm of Stites & Harbison, 421 West Main Street, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40601. Appearing with me is Mark Overstreet, appearing pro hac vice for American Electric Power Company, Inc., and Kentucky Power is Kristen Blend, John Crespo, and Hector Garcia Santana.
Thank you. For the Attorney General's office.
Morning, Your Honor. On behalf of the Attorney General, I'm Lawrence Cook, and with me are co-counsel John Horn and Mike West.
Thank you. And for KIUC.
Morning, Your Honors. Mike Kirch, Jody Kyler Cohen for KIUC.
Walmart.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carrie Grunman with the law firm of Spillman, Thomas & Battle on behalf of Walmart, Inc.
LS Power.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Mark David Goss, the law firm of Goss, Sanford, and Lexington for LS Power Development, LLC.
Okay. And finally, for the Sierra Club.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Matthew Miller on behalf of Sierra Club, and with me on video as well as local counsel Joe Childers.
Okay. And for commission staff.
Nancy Vinsel and Heather Temple.
All right. Mr. Osterloh, it's my understanding, I reviewed the record this morning, that both the request and proof of notice for publication have been filed. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And other than, well, I guess, are there any outstanding motions?
I believe there are two pending motions that have not been entered an order on, but one's a petition, both are petitions for confidentiality.
And those orders are pending. They should be issued soon.
Okay. And one of those is in relation to the most recent motion on attendance of a counsel or witness, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll take public comments. We ordinarily take public comments in the room first when we, provide this as an option, but out of risk of technology failure, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and take those that are remote first, that people have signed up to provide remote public comments. We'll take those, and then we'll take the individuals in the room. So the first person that we have, we're taking them in the order in which they signed up. The first person we have is Chuck Sexton, who has signed up to provide public comments. Mr. Sexton, are you available? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great, I can. So, Mr. Sexton, provides you the opportunity to provide public comments. Given the number of people who have signed up for public comments, I'll provide you 3 minutes to provide those comments, and just remind you that at the outset of your comments, please state your name and your address. We'd also ask that you refrain from asking any questions. This is just an opportunity to provide comments, and that we can't respond to any of the items that you bring up this morning directly. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Sexton, for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what happened just then. There was mute occurred, but at any rate, my name is Charles Sexton. I'm president and CEO of One East Kentucky. My address is 513 3rd Street, Paintsville, Kentucky. I just wanted to sound off my support of the sale of Kentucky Power to Liberty Utilities. And this is based upon conversations with the Liberty executives discussing their plans to continue assisting Eastern Kentucky with economic development and furthering to help communities with growth in their quality of life, and of course assisting with power rates. They obviously at first committed to holding power rates steady for the first couple of years. They've now come out and stated a reduction in rates of 14 to 16%, and that's all good. But what matters the most to us is to continue to see diversification of industry and job creation within the coal fields of Appalachia, the 9 counties that One East Kentucky serves. And Kentucky Power AEP has been a big supporter in that. Obviously, it's in their best interest to do so. The more customers they have, obviously, the more power they're able to sell. And Liberty Utilities has shown to me and to our board of directors that they commit to do the same thing. We have to diversify the economy here in Eastern Kentucky, create jobs, give hope to the people who live here so they can pay their power bills long term. And so while there's a lot of information out there, some of it being misinformation, I wanted to make sure that the Public Service Commission knows that our organization, which is a privately led, privately funded organization by 40 different companies here in Eastern Kentucky, fully supports the sale of Kentucky Power to Liberty.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton.
Thank you.
The second individual that signed up to provide public comments is Philip Ellswick. Can you hear me, Mr. Ellswick?
Hello.
Are you there, Mr. Ellswick?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. I hope you heard my instructions earlier, but we'll provide you 3 minutes for public comment, and just remind you to include your name and your address at the outset of your comments, and to also note that you can ask questions, but the commission is unable to respond to those during a public comment session. So I'll turn it over to you for 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Philip Ellswick, City Manager of Pikeville, Kentucky. My address is 243 Main Street, Pikeville. And I just want to speak in support of the sale of Kentucky Power to Liberty. As Chuck indicated, I've also had many meetings with the executives of Liberty and found their commitment to economic development for this region to be a priority for them. Likewise, the reduction in utility rates that has been discussed is, of course, a significant development for economic development in this region. Obviously, lower rates is more attractive to a company with low-tech. And then finally, just with their staffing, retaining the jobs that are currently here, as well as adding some additional jobs to Pikeville, is a significant contribution to this region that's been devastated, really economically. We have had excellent relationships with Kentucky Power for years and years, and retaining the same staff that they have now will continue that relationship in the future. So I wholeheartedly support this step.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ellswick. The next person that has signed up is Zach Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. So, as with the other speakers, I'll just remind you, please, at the outset of your comments, state your name and your address, and limit those comments to 3 minutes. And I'll start the time now.
Okay. Zach Lawrence, 82 Himawada Lane, Hazard, Kentucky. I'm the director of the Hazard Perry County Economic Development Alliance. We're a privately funded economic development organization serving Hazard Perry County. So as director of PEPSIDA, I just want to express my support of the sale of Kentucky Power to Liberty Utilities as we continue to work toward a more diverse economy here in Kentucky. Our utility partners play a vital role in new business recruitment. After meeting with both Kentucky Power staff as well as leadership at Liberty Utilities, I feel we'll be well positioned to continue our efforts here in the Kentucky Power territory. Low-cost, reliable energy is critical to the attraction of new industry, bringing new jobs, as well as being able to retain our current businesses that are already invested in our community. Further, it's important to be able to attract and retain our residential populations that live and work in our communities. With continually increasing rates throughout the region, we must be vigilant in finding ways to lower this cost for our business owners and residents.
promise I think Liberty has made clear in our interactions. In addition, this sale brings creation of new jobs located throughout Kentucky Power's territory. So I fully support this sale.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. The final person that signed up to provide public comments today is Judge Jones from Pike County. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can.
All right. I hope you've heard the other instructions, but public comments limited to 3 minutes. We just ask that you state your name and address at the outset of the comments.
Yes, Ray Jones, in Pike County Judge Executive, former Kentucky State Senator for the 31st District. My address is 146 Main Street, Pikeville. The office number is 606-432-6247. I am here on the phone to express my support for Liberty Utilities acquisition of Kentucky Power. Over my tenure in the Kentucky Senate, I was somewhat critical of American Electric Power's actions with regard to both the increased power rates, the lack of economic development, as well as the closure of the Mississippi power plant. It is obvious that American Electric Power does not wish to continue serving the region that has been served by Kentucky Power for decades. It would be in the best interest, in my opinion, to allow Kentucky Power to be acquired by Liberty Utilities, as the acquisition would give us the utility that actually wants to serve the region. When you have a company like AEP that wants to be severed from the region, we certainly need to look for a fresh start. I believe after meeting with executives from Liberty Utilities that it would clearly be both Pike County and Eastern Kentucky. As everyone in both Commissioner Chandler and Vice knows, Eastern Kentucky has been struggling economically in the past several years. And with the opportunity to create additional jobs through the acquisition, maintain the current jobs, and a renewed focus on economic development by Liberty, it will be clearly a positive. We also have so many people on fixed income that simply can't afford the utility costs that they're currently shouldering. And 14 to 16% immediate rate reduction would provide much needed relief to many of their economically distressed in Eastern Kentucky. And that concludes my comments.
All right. Thank you, Judge. All right. Those are the only people that signed up to provide public comments remotely. I just would like to reiterate that although the remote comments are closed, that at any time before the submission of this case, individuals can provide public comments in a written form to the Public Service Commission. You can either go on our website and provide written comments through the form on our website. You can email public comments to psc.comment, COMMENT, @ky.gov. We just ask that if you email those, that you provide your name, your address, and reference the case number, which in this matter is 2021-00481. You can also provide handwritten comments that you can mail to the Public Service Commission. You can mail those to 211 Sauer Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40601. So at this time, we'll take in-person comments. I don't know that we had a formal sign up, that we have a list to go by one. And so I'll just ask if there are any elected officials that would like to provide public comments at this time. I'll open it up first there, and then afterwards open it up to any other members of the public. So if you'd like to provide public comments in person, we have a microphone set up here at the outset, here in the middle of the room, and we'll limit those in-person comments to 3 minutes as well. So if anybody's interested. And I won't start until we know that the microphone is on working, so I don't want to. Perfect. Please proceed.
This may be the first time a microphone is too short for me. My name is Angie Hatton. I am a ratepayer in Eastern Kentucky. I live in Whitesburg. My address is 20 Ohio Street, Whitesburg, Kentucky 41858. I'm raising a family in Eastern Kentucky. I'm an attorney, and I also am state representative for the 94th District. So I represent Letcher County, am part of Pike County, and soon to be part of Harlan County, which I believe that none or very little of Harlan County is covered by AEP. And that's part of why I know how the rates are different in my different counties based on who our electric provider is. So I represent about 45,000 people in my district who are paying, most of them, electric rates that are being charged by American Electric Power, Kentucky Power Division. And I have nothing but respect for all of those who have testified so far, and I appreciate their opinion. And when I first heard that American Electric Power was selling its Kentucky Power Division, I felt nothing but happiness because my opposition to the rates that are being charged to the people that I represent is well known for the 6 years that I've held this office. The rates are some of the highest in the nation, and they are being charged to some of the poorest people in the nation. My people simply cannot pay the rates they've been charged, and we are welcoming of any change that would make it so that our electric bills no longer are higher than rent or mortgage for very many of the people that I represent. However, my happiness about the sale is conditioned, I guess. Once I heard about the Attorney General's intervention in this case, and I think it's quit working.
No, I think it's still on. I think he turned it down some, so there would be less feedback.
Oh, okay. So when I heard about the intervention that the Attorney General's office and the Kentucky Industrial Utility Customers Association had filed in this case, I immediately went to the Attorney General's office and asked for some more information. They've been very generous and have shared information with me that has led me to believe that we could possibly do better for my citizens. So I'm very happy to hear that Liberty Utilities has agreed to keep on the really good folks that work for them. I hate it that sometimes they felt backlash, that the employees of Kentucky Power get yelled at and get disrespected because of the rates that their company charges. And I'm very happy that those people will continue to be employed. I'm very happy that there may even be some new jobs in my district that Liberty Utilities has agreed to or offered to employ, and that's in line with the conversation that I had with them back in December when I asked them to please consider hiring in the areas that have higher unemployment rates where we desperately need those jobs. And I'm very happy to hear lately that in the last couple of weeks we are being told there'll be a 14 to 16% decrease in our rates. That's very welcome. I believe that's a direct result of the intervention that the Attorney General's office and the KIUC have made in this case. And I hope that those offers stand regardless of the outcome. However, I do believe we could do better. I believe that we should have the opportunity to have someone else bid who is more in line with the values of Eastern Kentucky, with our fossil fuels, history, with coal and natural gas. And I also believe that if we had an opportunity to have someone bid that was perhaps a nonprofit electric cooperative, that we might see better rates long term. We're being offered some short-term rate reductions, but we haven't been offered anything long-term. I signed a letter along with 28 members of the Mountain Caucus, which are legislators, both House and Senate, Republican and Democrat, men and women who all believe that we would be better off if we had the opportunity for someone else to bid. We also support the alternative position, that if the sale is allowed to go through, that 90% of the profits that AEP will realize from this sale be returned to our ratepayers. It would be adding insult to injury at this point to see AEP walk away with another windfall after the way they've treated the people that I represent. I can't tell you how many people have called me crying, have sent me pictures of their electric bills. My own grandmother got a $900 electric bill and sat down at her kitchen table and cried because there's no way she could pay it on her fixed income. I hear those stories way too many times. We're terrified that we'll see more of the same, and we ask you to please consider what's best for our people and to not add insult to injury. Whatever we're able to prove is the profit from AEP should, by all means, be returned to the ratepayers in the 20-county area that they serve. And maybe that will make up for some of the pain they've caused. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to provide public comment? Judge, anyone else? Please. And I let Representative Hatton go a little over, frankly, because I thought there'd be more people that would initially be interested, so I limited it to 3 minutes. There seems to be less people, so I'll provide you 5 minutes for your public comments this morning, just to be fair. And just please state your name and address at the outside of your comments.
My name's Tim Gibbs. I'm the president and CEO of the Ashland Alliance. We're a regional chamber of commerce and economic development organization that serves primarily Boyd and Greenup County, 82,500 people. I live at 3506 State Route 207 in Greenup, Kentucky. I come here today to voice my support for the sale to Liberty. There's been several reasons that's been presented, and I think it'd be redundant for me to repeat every single one of those again, but I too have met Liberty. And there is something to be said about a company wanting to sell a company and someone else wanting to buy it, someone else wanting to have a future, someone wanting to have a fresh start for Eastern Kentucky. And while my counterparts in economic development has rightfully said economic development is very, very tough, having good rates first and foremost is probably the primary concern, but also having the tools of economic development as well that the Public Service Commission has worked with both AEP and Kentucky Power to develop, having those remain in place. Having that commitment that a new company understands what we're doing and the tools we have to be successful, and that they want to keep those in place as well. There's some other things as well. When the headquarters for Kentucky Power was brought back to Ashland, it was a breath of fresh air. So now when you go down Winchester Avenue, which is our main street, there's a headquarters building there. Now they haven't got to use it as much as they want to because of COVID. So many people have been working at home. But it's coming back. They're going to add about 100 jobs as well, in all places, in places that they need them the most, and also in places that they need the people to do their jobs as well. So all the things that was being done in Columbus for AEP are coming back. And every one of these companies had an opportunity to bid on this. Both nonprofits, other utilities, everyone had the opportunity to bid on this. These are the people that wanted it. These are the people that wanted to make a difference and come into Eastern Kentucky. Now, they may have to learn our mannerisms. Maybe we speak a little differently than other people as well, but we can build long-lasting partnerships and have success. We're going to have the tools, we're going to have the relationships, we're going to maintain the people, and we're going to have some new people as well. I understand there's been some concerns. We're always scared of what's coming. There's no guarantee of what's coming would be better than what we're looking at here as well. We're dealing with good faith, we're dealing with good people, we're dealing with people that have said, we want to be a part of you. We want to give you the tools, we want to help the people, we want to stabilize the rates, we want to stabilize the fluctuation in the rates. These are positive things for what I do. I too have to pay a power bill. I've never had to pay a $900 power bill, and I understand that. But there's lots of things we can do, and this is a quality company that's trying to come into Eastern Kentucky and make a difference. As an economic development practitioner, I need the tools that are in place and tools to come that we haven't spoke of to be successful. We can sell to the world our workforce, our people, our place, but we also have to have utility partners at the table with us to be successful. These folks have said they want to be there. They want to be a part of it. We can figure out the rest along the way. What you do is incredibly important. No rate increase wouldn't happen without coming to you. Everyone has to justify everything they would do, and these folks say they want to cut rates as well. So I come here to voice my strong support. I look forward to building the rapport and the relationship in some ways that we had with AEP and Kentucky Power as well. We fail 90% of the time, but we have to have the A team at the table every single time. I believe in time that this will be the best opportunity for Eastern Kentucky and the best opportunity for the ratepayers. Thank you for your time to come before you today.
All right, so last call, is there anyone else who would like to provide public comments this morning? Oh, go ahead. I won't repeat all the instructions. You've heard them 6 or 7 times this morning already, but I'll give you 5 minutes and please proceed.
I'm Terry Adams, Letcher County Judge Executive, and Kentucky Power and AEP has done a lot in Eastern Kentucky, and they have supported projects that's been good for Eastern Kentucky. But we do pay the highest rates around for electric bills. And my concern is while Liberty Utilities offers rate reductions up front, we're in this for the long haul. You know, if my folks that I represent cannot pay their power bills now, if we allow a company to come in that raises those terms in the future, you know, it's life for my folks, and they can't afford to pay them now. So that's the people I represent. Thank you all.
All right.
Clay Snowden with the Kentucky Association for Economic Development, 101 Birch Court, Frankfort, Kentucky. The Kentucky Association for Economic Development consists of more than 900 members that represent 600 unique communities. KAED's membership represents diverse professionals across the state who share a common interest in building and growing Kentucky. KAED continues to work with the Cabinet of Economic Development and other state organizations that support economic development. Because our mission is to accelerate economic development in the Commonwealth, KAED fully supports the sale of Kentucky Power to Liberty Utilities. Kentucky Power has been a hands-on partner with KAED. It has consistently supported our programs and is invaluable of its support of our product development initiative. We have confidence that the relationship with Liberty Utilities will be the same, especially since it has made the commitment to continue economic development efforts of Kentucky Power and retain its current employees. The Commonwealth has made great strides in fostering its business climate. $11.2 billion in investment and over 18,000 jobs announced across the state in 2021 are testament to those strides. If Kentucky were not attractive to business, it's unlikely that Liberty Utilities would choose to locate in the Commonwealth. The Kentucky Association of Economic Development urges the Public Service Commission to approve the sale of Kentucky Power to Liberty Utilities and looks forward to welcoming Liberty Utilities and more than 100 additional jobs to the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Mr. Snowden. Would anybody else like to provide public comments? All right, hearing none, I'll just remind anyone who is either watching this in real time or after the fact that before the submission of the case, that you can provide written public comments to the Public Service Commission either on our website at psc.ky.gov You can send them to the email address psc.comment@ky.gov, or you can provide them, you can mail them to 211 Sauer Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. We only ask that when providing public comments that you state your name, your address, and that you, somewhere, whether it's in the subject or body of the comment, that you provide the case number, which in this matter is case number 2021-00481. So at this time, hearing no one else that's interested in providing public comment, we will close the public comment session and move to the remainder of the case. It is 9:36. What we'll do is, as we're working towards it, we'll plan to have our first break at about 10:45. We'll probably try to strictly adhere, I'm not very good at strictly adhering, but we'll try to strictly adhere to taking our lunch break at around 12:30, which will be for an hour, and then we'll continue in the afternoon, going about an hour and a half or an hour 45 minutes between breaks. I don't know how this is going to go. I would have ordinarily said this is a 3 or 4 day hearing, just exclusively based on the number of witnesses we have. We have 2 days scheduled. I know Kentucky Power plans to be back here on Wednesday anyways, but we will go tonight until it makes sense to stop. I'll say it that way. So if that's a problem for anybody, I'd just like you to make us aware of that initially. I'm not going to put a time on it, but I would like to make it through a significant number of witnesses today, understanding at least that it seems that the witnesses that we expect the most questions to be, for whom we'll get the majority of the questions, will be really front-loaded and back-loaded. So I expect the majority of the time will be spent on these first 5 witnesses. So we'll be able to probably gauge it better after lunch in terms of our timing. The first question I want to ask you, Mr. Osterloh, or whoever from the joint applicants is leading this, is that you all previously provided the commission a witness, an order in which you intend to call witnesses. What I want to make sure of is, since the motion that was filed the other day regarding I guess, where the attorneys sit or how many seats are assigned, given the commission's order in that matter, do you propose to change the order of witnesses?
No, in terms of the order of witnesses, the list that we provided is the same in the order.
Okay. And then you all have requested that to have flexibility regarding Chad Burnett, is that correct?
That is correct. Mr. Burnett has to testify today, I believe.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have a preference before or after lunch with Mr. Burnett?
I will defer to Liberty.
I'd say let's wait and see how it goes and wait till after lunch.
I'll leave it to you all to bring it to my attention to make sure that it's up to you all when you choose to call them, but
thank you.
If you would note we're taking them out of order, that would be fine.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Before we move to the presentation of evidence, do we need to take anything else under advisement, counsel? All right. You good?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Osterloh, Ms. Knowlton, please call your first witness.
Liberty's first witness is Peter Eichler.
Mr. Eichler, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Peter Eichler. My business address is 354 Davis Road in Oakville, Ontario, L6J2X1.
Okay. Mr. Osterloh, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Eichler, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Liberty Utilities Canada Corp.
What is your title?
My title is Senior Vice President of Regulatory Strategy and Central Services.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed in this matter written direct testimony and written rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Did you also sponsor responses to data requests in this matter?
I did.
Do you adopt that testimony and responses as your testimony here today?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Eichler. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Just 1 minute, please. Ms. Wenzel, can you remind me, I think the order we decided on in the order, that we decided on in the order was that would be the Attorney General, KIUC, Walmart, LS Power, and Sierra Club. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So unless it's explicitly requested, we are not going to do any recross. So just make that known. So if you have a question, I would ask it on your initial opportunity to present cross-examination. So, Mr. Cook, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Eichler. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Isn't it true that Liberty's due diligence performed in support of the petition in this case revealed that Kentucky Power's annual plant investment?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure, some of the due diligence was under confidentiality. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything that would be.
I don't believe we're going there.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll restart. Isn't it true that Liberty's due diligence performed in support of the petition in this case revealed that Kentucky Power's annual plant investment as a multiple of depreciation expense was substantially less than both the other AEP operating affiliates as well as compared with other industry peers?
As a specific data point, I think that's accurate. I think from our perspective, that's certainly one of many considerations that one looks at. But yes, as a specific data point, that's true.
Okay, thank you. In fact, this was a significant concern expressed in Liberty's due diligence and repeated in response to KIUC 1-76. Isn't that correct?
I don't think that I would state it as a significant concern. I think what I would state it as is a data point that merits further exploration.
Okay, I'd like to ask you to read from your response to KIUC 1-76, and I'll give you a moment to find that.
Sure.
Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. And can you see that you provided a subpart A and then a subpart Roman 2? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you could read, I believe it starts in the course of due diligence. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, could you read that section there for me?
In the course of its due diligence work, Liberty established that Kentucky Power's ratio of annual capital additions to depreciation expense is substantially below those of other large utilities and is substantially below the 2.0 multiple that is seen in the industry as a minimal measure of capital replenishment for a power utility. At the same time, Liberty's due diligence work saw that Kentucky Power's reliability is substantially below the industry standard and aside from the most recent year has shown a declining trend. Assessing these two observations in tandem, Liberty made a working assumption that capital underinvestment is a driver behind Kentucky Power's reliability performance and is an area Liberty intends to explore further.
Okay, thank you. Is it not also true that Mr. Collins' additional analysis on this trend further verified this pattern that Liberty identified when he compared Kentucky Power's distribution plant investment as a multiple of depreciation expense to that of the other IOUs in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
I haven't gone about verifying his testimony, but we'll take it as subject to check that is true.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true that Kentucky Power's reliability metrics come in almost last in this state?
I'm not aware of everybody else's in the state, but I believe that to be true.
And that trend is also manifested in the significantly higher amount that Kentucky Power pays in distribution maintenance expense per customer as compared with other IOUs in this state. Isn't that correct?
I don't know that you can definitely run to that conclusion. I mean, I think as you look at reliability as a function of capital investment, as a function of maintenance expense, there are many different factors that come into play, including topography, including other factors that influence the service territory. So I'm not sure that that's a fair conclusion to draw.
Okay. In this proceeding, you've testified in your direct testimony that public interest in the context of a utility acquisition is first and foremost a function of the impact on customers. This includes customer rates paid for service. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Liberty intends to restructure Kentucky Power as a locally based standalone utility subject to more limited affiliate agreements than the company currently has today. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that Liberty is depriving this commission of the opportunity to examine the impact that these more limited affiliate agreements will have on retail rates?
I don't believe that to be the case, no.
Well, isn't it true, though, that instead of presenting the affiliate agreements to this commission under the existing Kentucky statute governing affiliate agreements, that Liberty instead intends to present them to the FERC for the approval of that agency?
Well, so firstly, I believe the affiliate services agreement was attached as an exhibit to my rebuttal testimony, and I believe collectively with our cost allocation manual, which we've also presented, those two documents combined present our view of how affiliate services are going to be provided in Kentucky, and those have been provided in the context of this transaction.
But in fact, Liberty has not presented this commission with any analyses regarding what effect the proposed transfer of control will have on retail rates. Isn't that correct?
We have not put forward a rates analysis, but we have provided lots of information in terms of what the difference in cost structures would look like. And I think my colleague Jill Schwartz also presented an analysis of what the difference in the two affiliate service agreements or shared service models would look like from a cost perspective.
Liberty intends to hire more than 100 employees to perform many of the functions that today the AEP ServCo and other AEP affiliates perform. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Today, Kentucky Power is responsible for paying only a portion of the total costs and benefits associated with the multiple AEP affiliates, including the ServCo, that employ those personnel. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in other words, today, Kentucky Power enjoys what is essentially a synergy from having employees of other AEP affiliates, including the ServCo, performing work and services on behalf of Kentucky Power. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think what our analysis suggests is we compared the FTEs, the equivalents that provide service to Kentucky Power. So it may be that more than that amount of people actually work at AEP Service Corp, but the equivalent portion of time that they spend is what we compared to. And so when you look at the 100 or so employees that we've put forward, those are a direct comparable to the equivalents, not to portions of people's time that would be providing service from an AEP Service Corp perspective.
But isn't it a fair analogy then that Liberty's plan to recreate Kentucky Power as a standalone utility is essentially reinventing the wheel?
No, not at all. I don't believe that's a fair analogy. I mean, firstly, the vast majority of the employees who work at Kentucky Power today are going to be doing the same functions the day after as they do the day before. What this is really is taking some of the Service Corp functions and bringing them closer to the customers and closer to the customer base. That is not at all a reinvention of the wheel.
Will there not be significant cost in hiring 100 plus full-time employees?
Yes, and based on our analysis, those costs are less than the amount of costs that are currently allocated from the Service Corp of AEP.
But if it were not for this pending acquisition, none of those costs would be incurred. Isn't that correct?
Well, you continue to incur the higher level of cost from AEP Service Corp, yes.
And all of those costs ultimately get transferred to ratepayers. Isn't that correct?
Well, they get presented before this commission, and if determined to be prudent, then they would form a part of our base rates, which would then be in customer rates and paid by customers, yes.
Isn't it also true that once the AEP transition services agreement ends, that if Kentucky Power does not hire the 100 new employees, then Liberty would be unable to properly operate Kentucky Power?
Those positions are required for the end of the transition service agreement. And so, yes, we will be hiring those people prior to the completion of the transition service agreement.
One of the reasons for the TSA transition services agreement is the fact that Kentucky Power relies on the AEP transmission and distribution control centers. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. It's really a function of the effort that's required to disentangle the services and to stand up commensurate services on the Liberty side.
And in fact, under Liberty's control, the company will have to establish its own transmission and distribution control centers on a standalone basis. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe there is already a distribution control center in Kentucky, but on the transmission side, that's a function that's currently provided by AEP. AEP, to my understanding, also provides that service to third parties as well. And so from our perspective, that's an area that we're going to explore as to whether it's more efficiently provided in-house by Liberty or long-term on a commercial basis, such as AEP does for other entities.
And with 100 plus employees coming online, isn't it true there's going to have to be a new building built to house all those people or rented somewhere?
That's not our perspective, no. I mean, as I've toured not only the distribution facilities in Ashland, but also in Pikeville and the transmission center in Pikeville, combined with the facility in Hazard, to me it appears as though that combined with some of the new methods of working in a post-COVID world, such as hybrid working, should imply that no new space should be required.
Would you agree that at closing and until someday well after the closing, the company will not be technically able to operate its transmission and distribution systems on a standalone basis and will need to rely on AEP for these services through the duration of the TSA?
Well, I think that the utilization of the TSA is exactly for that, to ensure the continuity of the service. So,
correct. Thank you. You stated in response to Discovery that Liberty plans to terminate Kentucky Power's current program of selling its account receivables. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You are aware that the commission reflects the savings in financing costs in the company's revenue requirement through the cash working capital lead lag calculations?
I am aware of that.
Okay. And you are aware that the savings reflected in the company's revenue requirement is the difference in the company's grossed up rate of return compared to the short-term interest rate charged by AEP credit, excluding the bad debt expense.
I am aware of that. I think the way that we have looked at it, and I think my colleague, Mr. Masindi, addresses this in his testimony, but we have compared the costs, and to us, short-term financing is available that would make it more beneficial to customers not to be doing the current factoring agreement. But I think our perspective on that as well is that we haven't closed the door to factoring. And so if it becomes a matter where we can determine that it's more beneficial to customers to continue a factoring agreement, then we're certainly open to pursuing that.
Do you agree that the AGKIUC recommendation for the $578 million in compensation to customers will not be paid by Liberty and does not harm Liberty, but actually is compensation from AEP to the company's customers that will be utilized to mitigate the rate effect of the company's increased cost structure under Liberty ownership?
Yeah, I fundamentally disagree with that. I mean, I think from my perspective and from Liberty's perspective, a penalty of that size simply means that there's not going to be any transaction. And so I don't believe that AEP would pursue the closing of the acquisition if they were forced to pay such a penalty. They can testify to that themselves, but from our perspective, the ability to provide the benefits that we've put forward in our testimony and in our rebuttal will not be available to customers. And so I would disagree strongly with that it doesn't impact Liberty, because in fairness, it likely means that the transaction wouldn't be able to occur.
In its application, Liberty discusses that it intends to acquire or construct roughly 1.5 gigawatts of solar generation. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe that to be the case, no.
Okay. Why not?
Well, I think from our perspective, and you're talking specifically about Kentucky Power?
Yes.
So I believe that from our perspective, our opportunity is there to evaluate the future resource requirements of Kentucky Power. At this juncture, the things that are known to be occurring or likely known to be occurring are the Rockport PPA and also potentially what happens with Mitchell in 2028. Based on that, I think that there's about 1.1 gigawatts of energy that's going to need replacement in the future. I think from our perspective, we intend to look at what the best way to replace that energy is. And so our recent experience has been that some of the cost of renewables have been less expensive, but certainly there's other considerations in that. We need to look at reliability, and we need to look at the long-term economic benefits. And those are things that typically get evaluated in the context of the integrated resource planning process, which occurs before this commission. And so our intention is to bring that forward, study what makes the most sense from a long-term perspective, and then bring that forward to the commission in the context of future IRPs.
Okay, and isn't it also true that generally speaking, just as a general rule of thumb, in the case of renewable generation, you need more capacity than what your total load requirements are due to the essential intermittent nature of the renewable generation?
So I'm by no means a generation expert, but I believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay, yeah. And customers are going to be paying for this in rates, isn't that correct?
Well, customers will pay for the source of energy, be it from fossil generation or be it from renewables. I think the task will be to determine what's in the best interest of customers and which source of energy that they will pay for.
And customers are already paying for stranded costs arising from the early retirement of the 800 megawatt Big Sandy 2 coal plant, isn't that correct?
Yeah, notwithstanding the holiday that we've proposed, but yes, they are currently paying that within the rate structure.
And they're also already paying for the prematurely retired coal firing equipment related to the smaller Big Sandy Unit 1, isn't that also correct?
I believe that also forms a part of the current rates, yes.
And as if that wasn't enough, at some point in time in the future, Kentucky Power's interest in the Mitchell units will be retired, and that retirement too will likely come at a point in time well prior to the end of the Mitchell units' useful lives. Isn't that correct?
Well, yes, but that will only occur to the extent that the benefits outweigh. In other words, the costs can be demonstrated longer term to be less than what keeping the facility open is.
So customers will be paying stranded costs on 4 prematurely retired coal units, plus costs arising from an entirely new set of power generation equipment. Isn't that the way it shapes up?
Well, I think in the context of an integrated resource planning process, I think those are factors that you put forward, and if that's deemed to be the most beneficial from a customer perspective, then that's what will be put forward for commission approval. If it's not deemed to be the most beneficial from a customer perspective, then a different path will be put forward. So I don't think you could presuppose that outcome and conclusion that customers will necessarily pay more, because it's all in the context of the integrated resource planning process, which is really designed to determine what's in the best interest of customers long term.
Well, paying for all those prematurely retired plants, as well as an entirely new set of generation equipment, regardless of what that turns out to be. It's going to be quite a bill impact, isn't it?
I don't think you could jump to that conclusion. I mean, I think you have to take that in the context of what the current energy environment is and go through that analysis in the integrated resource planning process.
You don't think that's going to be a pretty big bill impact?
I think you got to go through the process. I don't think you can jump to a conclusion that one path is more expensive than the other without having completed the analysis.
If the commission should approve the transaction, one thing that Liberty would be acquiring is a monopoly service territory created by statute. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
With regard to generation planning, would Liberty be willing to commit to using a competitive bid process, using a request for proposal mechanism, rather than simply perform an economic analysis using projected values for market prices, fuel costs, and other inputs?
Our perspective is that the commission has at times accepted economic analysis in lieu of the bidding process, and so it's really on a case-by-case basis. We intend to respect the commission precedent in that regard and effectively evaluate on a case-by-case basis.
The $40 million Eastern Kentucky Fuel Relief Fund
Yes.
That you proposed, I'm going to call it the Ekfrf.
Okay.
How long would that last?
So based on the analysis that we've done, in the last, based on fuel costs over the last year or so, it would last somewhere between 12 to 18 months.
Okay. Would the sole funding source for the Ekfrf be shareholder contributions?
Yes.
Okay. And that would mean a $242 credit would be dispersed per meter?
The way that the Ekfrf is set up is that when the FAC goes positive, a credit will be applied against the FAC so that it comes back to zero until the 40 million is extinguished.
Okay. You've also proposed the delay in collecting the Big Sandy decommissioning rider, and I'm going to call that the BSDR. And Liberty refers to this as a rate holiday, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just so the record is clear, this does not mean that Liberty is going to be forgiving $80.7 million of the total amount owed under the BSDR, correct?
That's correct. I mean, in the instance of the BSDR, what we've tried to do really is to advance benefits to customers that may be available in the mid to long run from regulatory constructs that aren't available today. So for example, in the case of the BSDR, that would mean that maybe a regulatory construct such as securitization, which I know has been kind of discussed in the Commonwealth, not available today, but may be available in the long run. And so there's an opportunity that if we give that holiday, then at the end of 3 years, if that's a mechanism that's available, even going beyond the 3-year mark, we would expect that the payments customers would incur would be lower than what they have today. To the extent that if we're unable to have a mechanism like securitization, then it would go back to where it is today. But that's the intent of the BSDR.
And I just want to, you mentioned securitization, I just want to make sure that one thing that comes out of today's hearing is that Liberty today is committing to seeking securitization from the Kentucky legislature. Is that correct?
We have supported securitization in other jurisdictions and intend to do the same here, yes.
Okay. And so the BSDR holiday essentially would only be postponing the recovery of the amounts owed under that amount, correct?
That's correct. It's postponing, but it's providing an immediate decrease to customers when it's most needed.
And during the period of postponement, the company's customers will have to pay carrying charges based on the weighted average cost of capital on the deferred payments, isn't that correct?
They won't have to pay it during the period of postponement. It will either be forming as part of the securitized amount, or in the absence of securitization, then in the long run, yes.
But those WAC charges.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
I am confused, and I think it's trying to be efficient in life.
Sure.
So I'll ask it now.
Sure.
Let's call it $27 million per year is the
Yes.
current revenue requirement for the most recent Big Sandy decommissioning rider update.
Yes.
That it's split between residential, non-residential, but it's about $27 million a year.
Correct.
That includes, if we look at it like a mortgage, effectively a principal and an interest payment.
Yes.
And it's finally working down from a balance instead of working up to a balance, about $215 million.
Yes.
If you, what your proposal, I just want to make sure I understand it, is although you're not recovering a weighted average cost of capital, you are accruing a weighted average cost of capital that isn't being paid down at all during that rate holiday. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
So the full 215 will just accrue a return at a weighted average cost of capital, but it won't be reduced because there won't be any revenue from it.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I just jump into, so in essence, ratepayers, if this isn't able to be securitized and after the rate holiday, payments start back, they're gonna, essentially, in like layman's terms, they're gonna pay interest on the interest. Is that right?
They will, but I think our commitment has been that it won't be above the current $27 million. It'll extend for a longer period into the future, but the current amount will not increase beyond where the rider is today.
Okay.
So is it, maybe you don't know, but wouldn't that have to be an amendment to a settlement or stipulation that Kentucky Power entered into? Because it's my understanding that the settlement on the Big Sandy used to be called the retirement rider, but that was the whole thing too. That it was supposed to be on a levelized basis through 2040, which was the previously expected retirement date of the Big Sandy Unit 2. So your all's proposal would be effectively to modify that settlement to extend it to whatever is necessary to recover it using only that 26.7 levelized amount?
That's correct.
And the other proposal is that would mean it would have to modify the decommissioning rider so that it doesn't have a true-up included in it, right?
Can you restate that for me, Chairman?
Yeah, so you recover it, trying to remember, the assumption is that you recover the actual amount. You actually recover the approximately $27 million. Right. But in the event you don't actually recover it in that annual year, the balance doesn't change what you thought it would. So it gets taken up in the calculation the next time so that you, again, re-levelize it or recalculate it to figure out what the levelized amount would be to run it to zero in 2040. So if you under or over recover your rider in a previous year, that gets taken into account in the calculation the next year. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand your proposal now, your commitment would modify that calculation because you're just effectively committing to recovering only a set amount per year and then trying to run it to zero whenever that should be.
So I think if I got it right, then the amount will continue to be $27-ish million. And to the extent that that amount is over-recovered or under-recovered, in the event that it's not securitized and that the current carrying charge is reinstated, then I would think that over or under recovery would behave in the same way that it does today.
It does, but it's not today. Last year it was not $27 million. It was something different.
Right.
The year before that it was not $27 million. It was something different. It was whatever it was to, take the date, the difference between that date and 2040, and then levelize it.
Right.
And what you're saying is instead of levelizing it pursuant to running it down to 24, you're just wanting to levelize it at a set amount and it expire whenever it expires.
That's correct. Yes.
Can I ask one more? Sorry, I know that it's not easy to have everybody popping around. Has Liberty done any calculation of how much extra in the aggregate this could cost ratepayers if this is allowed to run extra years?
So I believe that with the 3-year holiday, if memory serves me correct, it looks like it would extend approximately another it would approximately be around 2048 that it would go down to zero.
I mean, how much money?
Oh, I don't have that off the top of my head, but can certainly get that.
Yeah,
for
so
you.
as a post-hearing data request, and that was one of the questions I was gonna ask, I'm glad you brought it up. As a post-hearing data request, you provided what the nominal savings would be from the rate holiday and the $40 million fuel savings. My question was gonna be if you all could provide the calculation that if the 3-year deferral occurs without getting securitization, what's the present value impact that nets, what are the costs that net against that savings that you will report? All right, thank you.
We'll definitely get that for you.
Mr. Cook?
If I could too, Mr. Eichler, as part of the chairman's, sort of adjunct to his request, I would like to know if you could break that down on the average residential ratepayer's bill.
Sure. I think
What
we
is
can do
that bill impact gonna look like, in other words? Okay, thank you. So, and if I understand correctly, Kentucky Power's current WAC, weighted average cost of capital, is approximately 7.5%, isn't that correct?
On a pre-tax basis, I think that's correct.
Okay. So in exchange, what we have here for deferring the BSDR cost for 3 years, when the company resumes collecting the BSDR from ratepayers, they will see the line item on their bills grow by roughly 7.5%, all other things being equal. Isn't that correct?
No, I think they will see basically the reinstatement of the surcharge as it is today. It will have a longer period of time associated with it. And this is all assuming that securitization isn't enacted.
But the carrying charges get added to the principal amount, so you have to pay it off over a longer period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. In your rebuttal, you state that the combination of the Ekfrf and the BSDR rate holiday are the largest savings on a per-customer basis that have ever been offered in Kentucky for the acquisition of a utility. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware that in case numbers 2007-562 and 2007-563, this commission confirmed that over a 10-year period, the LG&E and KU merger credit mechanism provided ratepayers with a combined total of more than $250 million in savings that was structured on a per-customer basis?
I will take your word for it.
If securitization is not adopted in Kentucky, then the rate holiday doesn't save anyone any money. Is that a fair statement?
No, it's not. I think not only does it save money initially, while I don't have the present value calculation here with me today, I do recall it being positive to customers.
Okay. Now, you propose to securitize the BSDR and the Mitchell plant retirement when it occurs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why would Liberty not look to securitize the pending 2021 winter storm damage costs? Because a lot of other utilities, like out west, have done that, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, and Liberty has itself sought securitization for storm costs related to Storm Uri in Missouri as well. Certainly something we'd be open to considering. I think from our perspective, securitization is a complex topic and has many complexities to it, but certainly something we'd consider looking at.
Thank you. You testified in your direct testimony that Liberty was aware of the concerns voiced about the sufficiency of investments in Kentucky Power's transmission and distribution infrastructure. Did Liberty have any concerns about the transmission and distribution infrastructure?
From a Liberty perspective, I think
Can I
our
ask you
intent
to
was...
pause for a second, Mr. Eichler? We've lost the signal to the hearing room for our stream.
Oh.
Just 1 minute.
I have I'll use this as an opportunity to get a coffee. When we get back on, I'll just repeat the question.
Okay.
There we go.
Just checking to make sure that we're back on. All right, Mr. Cook, you want to re-ask?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Eichler, you testified in your direct testimony that Liberty was aware of the concerns voiced about the sufficiency of investments in Kentucky Power's transmission and distribution infrastructure. So did Liberty have any concerns about the transmission and distribution infrastructure?
I think that's an area where we're aware of some of the perspectives of interveners in the commission from various proceedings and intended to explore under our ownership.
So did Liberty just leave it there as to just being aware of what other people's concerns were, or did Liberty have any of its own concerns?
I think anytime we look at concerns, it's our intent to see if there's a possibility to address them. But to really do a deep dive and do that justice, we need to be the owners. And so at this point in time, it's our intention to step into the shoes of AEP as owners and then explore what appropriate measures, if any, are required once we would be the potential owners.
Does Liberty have any plans to do anything about these infrastructure issues?
As I just mentioned, Liberty intends to explore these within a very short period after we assume ownership.
In your direct testimony, you stated that thermal generation has an important role that cannot and will not disappear overnight. By thermal generation, did you mean fossil fuel?
Yes.
Okay. You say it will not disappear overnight, but under Algonquin and Liberty's corporate mottos, it will disappear. Isn't that correct?
I don't agree with that, no. I think firstly, in this instance, we've committed to maximizing the life of the Big Sandy plant. And I think in any event, as I've mentioned to you before, all of these are subject to the many inputs that go into the integrated resource planning process and are needed to be brought before the commission to be tested for their, frankly, for their prudence. And so I don't agree that under our plan, fossil generation would disappear overnight.
Okay, I'd like for you to take a look at your rebuttal testimony at page 17 and
Sure.
just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. And do you see at on line 3, there's a sentence that starts off, further, Mr. Collin argues. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, could you read that and then read through the end of line 9?
Sure. Further, Mr. Collin argues without any supporting analysis that Kentucky Power's rates will increase 5 to 10% by the mere fact of its disaffiliation with AEP. As witness Jill Schwartz and Dmitry Balashov discussed, this is based on circular reasoning, false assumptions, and no true analysis of Liberty's cost structure. The Commission should look askance on Mr. Collins' arguments and see them for what they are, an effort to see harm where there is or will be none, and to actively ignore benefits to customers and the local economy that would result from the transaction.
Okay, thank you. Is Liberty willing to agree to a condition that in the event the Commission in any subsequent Kentucky Power rate case should find any of 3 things: that customer rates are being impacted negatively by the transaction, or the acquisition premium is being charged to customers, or thirdly, that Kentucky Power's rates are increasing between 5 to 10% as a result of the disaffiliation with AEP, then would Kentucky Power agree to full mitigation of any of those rate impacts, should the Commission find that?
I think in the context of my testimony today, we're certainly willing to take all of the requests for any further conditions and consider them in kind of a fulsome way in terms of all of the conditions that may be asked of me or some of my colleagues as well. And we can certainly respond to them perhaps in a post-hearing data request.
Okay. I think I'll do that. I will ask that in a post-hearing data request. Okay. All right. Can you explain what sort of filings Liberty is making at the FERC regarding the proposed transfer of control?
I would have to confer with my counsel here to get the exhaustive list of all of them.
You want me to ask that in a post-hearing data request then?
Yes,
'Cause
please.
I don't want to have to put you on the spot and
Thank
get
you,
your
Mr. Cook.
attorneys to testify. Hate that when that happens, so, yeah, I understand. As a result of, I don't know if you were aware of this or not, but as a result of Duke Energy's merger with Progress, FERC conducted audits of that company's books. Duke agreed to make the reports of those audits available in the public record of Duke Energy Kentucky's first retail case to be filed following the closing of that transaction. Among the items audited were whether costs to achieve the transaction were pushed down to the operating company level. And by the way, they did find that some costs were pushed down. In the event this commission approves of this transaction, are Liberty and Kentucky Power willing to agree to a condition that they agree to provide the records of any such FERC audits in the first Kentucky Power rate case, after which those audits are completed and available?
I think to the extent that the FERC does any audits and there's no concerns about data disclosure in a public way, I can see that in the spirit of disclosure, that would be an appropriate thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you. Questions? Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Eichler.
Good morning, Mr. Kurtz.
Just basic, you're aware that the AG KIUC position requests no additional money from Liberty?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. That the $578 million of damages that we've calculated resulting from this transaction, which you guys characterize as a penalty, would come from AEP, not Liberty?
I understand that to be the position of KIUC and the AG's office, yes.
Okay. One of the things, or all that money in our recommendation would go to provide rate relief to consumers in one form or fashion. Isn't that correct?
If I recall correctly, they would have been assumed, yes, provided in a rate credit over a period of time, I believe, is the vast majority of it. There's some other tweaks.
I think the first 59 million would go directly to Liberty to pay for the Rockport regulatory asset. The next 42.5 million would go directly to Liberty to pay for the ice storm regulatory asset. 75 million would go for this transmission hold harmless for 5 years to incentivize AEP to create a standalone transmission zone, and the remainder would go through a bill credit. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
Now, those type of rate reductions would create headroom, we've used that term headroom, to allow Liberty to invest in needed things because consumers can only pay so much.
Well, I think the issue that we have with them more generally is that, as I've responded to Mr. Cook, we don't believe that a transaction would occur. So I think if you're asking in a truly theoretical sense, of course, a $40 million a year reduction for 10 years would create headroom. But the opportunity to do so wouldn't exist because it's unlikely the transaction would get consummated with such a condition imposed upon it.
There is a $40 million fuel fund credit being proposed in your rebuttal testimony.
That's correct.
Is that all coming from Liberty?
It is not.
How much is coming from AEP?
Half.
So 20 million of AEP?
Correct.
So how much, so we don't know how much additional money AEP would be willing to contribute in addition to 20 million before they would walk and the transaction wouldn't close, do we?
I think that's better asked for AEP, but I don't believe that there's any further contributions that either party is willing to make.
Do you understand that AEP is going to net cash from this transaction $1.4 billion?
That is their public disclosure, so there is a cash amount that they will net, yes.
And if AEP walked, or what, I forget exactly what term you used, and restarted this process, that $1.4 billion of cash would be foregone, at least until a new transaction could be put in place.
Correct. There would be no transaction to speak of, so yes.
And so, let me just, before get, on terms of the headroom issue, there are, just generally, the fuel adjustment, as we all know, has gone up.
Yes.
Okay. Coal prices have doubled, maybe even tripled in a year.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Natural gas is at least, well, probably doubled in a year.
Yes.
Okay. We know that transmission costs continue to go up, and those increases would be reflected in the fuel adjustment clause for coal and gas, correct?
Correct.
And Liberty or AEP makes no profit on increased fuel costs.
That's correct.
So that eats up headroom, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay. Transmission costs go up automatically through the PPA, purchase power adjustment, correct?
I believe so, yes.
The TCJA, Tax Cuts Jobs Act rider will automatically expire when new base rates are set on 1/1/24, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So that will be an automatic rate increase by the elimination of the credit, plus an increase of whatever you asked for, a base rate increase.
If a base rate increase is sought, that's correct.
So it would be, just to be clear, it would be a base rate increase plus the elimination of a credit, TCJA credit. I call it a double whammy, but it would be increasing rates two ways, the elimination of credit and new base rate increase, if there is an increase in 2024.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, the negative headwinds, I guess, would be the termination, the expiration of the Rockport Unipower Agreement in December of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. 50.8 million of fixed cost savings when that contract expires.
Correct.
Okay. Now, there'll have to be some replacement capacity, but it won't be anywhere near 50.8 million, will it?
That's correct.
Okay. The system has shrunk in the last 18 years.
That's my understanding.
Also, the capacity charge, this rate CC, $6.2 million a year that customers are currently paying will terminate on December 8th, 2022, when the Rockport agreement expires also, correct?
I believe that to be the case. I'll take care of it.
That's money taken below the line that Kentucky Power received when the Rockport unit power agreement was extended for 18 years back in 2004.
I'd have to confirm that, subject to check.
Did you confirm, Mr. Collins' calculation that that's an above cost of service payment, that rate CC, correct?
I'd have to double check that.
Did you confirm that the $186 million of net present value above cost, I'll call it penalty, because that's the consumers will have paid, did you confirm that that is an accurate number?
I did not personally confirm that, but I assume that the present value calculation was done. But these amounts that you're referring to occur irrespective of a transaction or not, right? We're just talking in the context of headroom.
No, I agree, and that's
Yes.
why any additional contribution from AEP would go to mitigate that headroom, in addition to the 20 million.
Yeah, and again, in a very hypothetical way, because I don't believe the transaction would be consummated.
You have not actually reviewed any of the confidential AEP documents, have you?
I have not.
Okay, and they haven't reviewed your confidential documents either.
That's correct.
So you really don't know who else bid on Kentucky Power?
Personally, I do not.
Okay. So you don't know what their next best offer was or will be?
I do not.
Would you agree it'd be a sort of a pretty big corporate about face to walk from this transaction?
Look, I think that they have stated their desire to redeploy the capital in different areas of their business. That said, it has to be done on a basis that's reasonable. And so I don't know if I would refer to it as an about face. If the conditions imposed upon them are not reasonable for them to complete that, then I think that's certainly something that they would have to take into consideration.
Where do you expect AEP will redeploy the $1.4 billion of cash? Where will they redeploy that capital?
I'd be purely speculating. I think that line of questioning is better for my colleagues at AEP.
Okay. I have a few exhibits, and I think the way it's going to work is we will email those to the parties. I don't know if Jody or Kim, is this package 17, or excuse me, 15, whatever 15 is. Let me just hand this out, and I'll have it marked as KIUC cross number 1, if you could, Chairman.
Okay, you see cross 1?
Yes.
And you've got, let me just clarify, you've got the individual documents here, and you're also going to email them to the, I guess, Sierra Club, who's not here?
Everybody they're going to email to the whole service.
Okay, and then my other question is this a single document in and of itself, or is this part of a greater document, and the larger document will be sent to all the council?
We're going to send everything.
So now you're marking the single pages, fair,
Yeah.
across one?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, sir. Hold on, I have it.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. There's just one page.
Mr. Kurtz, I just want to ask, you do whatever you'd like, but are you starting or finishing a line of questioning on this subject?
We can take a break after this question. Is that okay?
That's why I wanted to, thank you.
The chairman and vice chair asked you questions about this, and I just want to, it took a while to understand this, but let me see if we got this right. First of all, the fuel relief fund credits of 40 million, that's an easy number. Half comes from Liberty and half comes from AEP.
Correct.
Okay. Then the 95.1 million of benefits that you say will occur, and actually, you understand, we support securitization, and we are very happy that you're proposing that as well.
Yes.
Okay. Because we do think, you understand, we think there'll be ratepayer savings from that, same as Liberty, so that's.
Yeah, we agree on that,
We
absolutely.
certainly do, that's good. So the calculation of the $95 million net present value benefit would be, under the status quo, after the 3-year holiday, consumers would pay $2.242 million per month for $217 million a month. Excuse me, that's the status quo pre-holiday, from June of 22 through June of 2040, and that's $486.5 million. Was that the first part of the calculation?
Okay.
And then, let me just go down. Under your proposal, there'd be a 3-year holiday, so there would be no payments until June of 25, but they would extend for a 20-year period through May of 2040. Because of securitization, the securitization assumption, the monthly payment would drop to $1.631 million, having a cost of $391.4. A lot of numbers, I get it, but that's how you got the $95.1 million net present value benefit from the rate holiday and securitization.
Yeah, I will confirm that, but the way you described that sounds accurate. Subject to check on the numbers, but yes.
Okay. So if securitization legislation is passed, there really would be a savings for consumers.
Correct, yes.
I totally agree. I think that's good. Okay, Chairman?
Maybe if I may add
So
one more thing on.
can I clarify for a second? What you're asking, I guess, I'm asking you to testify as to the veracity of your exhibit here. But the second line, it says monthly levelized payment after 3-year deferral of BSDR. That doesn't seem to be, it's the deferral and securitization.
Yes, the 3-year holiday and securitization. That's how.
I wanted to clarify your question is really
Yes.
what sorry, Mr. Eichler, you were responding and that's my fault.
No, I think that's the clarification.
This is different than what I asked about, right? I
Yes.
was asking about the deferral. This is the present value of what your proposal is, assuming securitization. My question was, I know what that is, but what is it if securitization doesn't occur? What's the net? It's the net present value, assuming the accrual of carrying charges during the rate holiday.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz?
I'm finished with this exhibit. If you want to take a break?
Yeah, so we will take a recess until it's gonna be a marathon. So let's just go ahead and take a short recess until 11 o'clock, about a 20-minute recess. And then we'll start, you have additional questions, Mr. Kurtz?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start back with Mr. Kurtz. All right, Mr. Osterloh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. We just wanted to clarify one part to the exhibit that's been marked as KIUC Exhibit 1. And Mr. Eichler, I believe you have a clarification on that?
Yes, I think just before the break, it was asked if these were present values, and I responded that they were. I want to clarify that the monthly levelized payments are effectively a levelized payment based on what we assume securitization could occur at, which would be a 20-year bond at roughly 3.5%. And so the levelized payment takes that into consideration, but the actual dollars here that are listed are nominal dollars. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. And what I mean by that is the 40, the 486.5, and the 391.4 are all nominal dollars.
Thank you. I'll say that's how I understood it, but I appreciate the clarification. Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to have this document marked as KIUC Cross Exhibit number 2, and whoever's watching, this is item number 1 in the package.
We'll have it marked as KIUC Cross 2.
Yes.
Ms. Tyler Cohn is sending this to Mr. Miller and Mr. Childers, is that correct? Or sending it to everyone, including Mr. Miller?
We're sending it, our paralegals.
Great.
Okay, Mr. Eichel, I'd like to ask you about the $40 million fuel fund. I know you testified earlier that you thought it would be a 12 or to 18-month usage of the $40 million based upon expectations about the FAC, but this is just on an annual basis to put it in perspective. So we used kilowatt hours from the Form 1 2020 to get an order of magnitude as to what the bill credits will be by rate schedules.
Yes.
Okay. We didn't have the residential broken out into heating and non-heating, so. But 75, your proposal is that 75% of the 40 million would go to residential customers?
Correct.
Okay. So the credit per megawatt hour would be approximately $15.57 per megawatt hour?
Correct.
Okay. And then you broke out the remaining 10 million to the general service, commercial and industrial customers, large general service, municipal water works, street lighting, and the LGS's industrial and commercial, they would get 2 million. And then IGS, commercial and industrial plus interruptible, will get the remaining 2 million?
Correct.
Okay. So the corresponding credit per megawatt hour is $15.5, $15.57 for residential, 10.91 for the general service, 3.54 for large general service, and 99 cents a megawatt hour for IGS and interruptible.
I think in aggregate, that's roughly the way it would shake out. Yeah.
So,
Mr. Kurtz, quickly, can I ask a question? Is this chart something you prepared, and the math here in this last column is your math, not something that Liberty has presented?
correct.
Okay.
Correct. And even though, because the kilowatt hours will be in the future, we really don't know how much it will be per, we know the amount of dollars, but we don't know the kilowatt hour, so we don't know the kilowatt hour credit, but these are pretty representative, would you agree?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So page 2 of this KIUC Exhibit 2 is simply the fuel adjustment regulation, and you're aware that under the regulation, all customers get billed the same fuel adjustment charge?
Yes.
Regardless of voltage?
Yes.
Okay, so if you keep turning, tariff, general service, it should be right there.
Yes.
Okay, this is for non-residential customers with usage up to 100 kW
Yes.
billing demand, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it can apply to secondary, primary, or sub-transmission voltage customers?
Correct.
Okay. Keep turning to LGS, large general service, and this applies to customers between 100 kW and a megawatt or 1,000 kW.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And they can be at secondary, primary, sub-transmission, or transmission voltage?
Correct.
Okay. Just keep turning. This is IGS is anybody, any non-residential above a megawatt, and they can be secondary, primary, sub-transmission, or transmission.
That's correct.
Okay. So you just keep turning. There's a page from the Form 1 that shows customers by customer class. Are you
Yes.
there? Okay. So under line 12, commercial sales, we see that for 2020, Kentucky Power had 29,358 general service customers.
Are you on line 13, Mr. Kurtz?
Yeah, line 13.
Yes, on line 13, I see that.
And those commercial customers would get the $10.91 a KWH credit that was derived on the first page.
Yes.
Okay. And then line 15, large general service commercial customers, there were 641, and they would get the $3.54 megawatt hour credit.
Yes.
Okay. And then on line 17, there are, in the commercial class, there are 24 customers who take service on rate IGS, and they will get the $1 a megawatt hour, 99 cents a megawatt hour credit. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, if we move down line 26 to the industrial sales, there are line 27, IGS, there are 43 industrial IGS customers who would get the 99 cents a megawatt hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, this is somewhat surprising, we have 971 general service customers, less than 100 kW, who are industrial. And they would get the $10.91 a megawatt hour credit.
Yes.
I say surprising because normally you wouldn't think of a less than 100 kW customer would be industrial.
Right.
General service would include White Castle, beer drive-through, small business
Generally, yes.
type places, okay. And then also on line 30, large general service between 100 kW and a megawatt, there were 99 who are industrial, and they would get the $3.54 a megawatt hour credit.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. The next page is something the utilities are required to report to the FERC every year. Their 20 largest customers. Probably should have numbered these, but do you see the listing of the 20 largest customers?
You said the next page, I think, a couple pages later?
Next couple pages.
Yeah, I see
Okay.
that, yes.
So we know that Marathon Petroleum is IGS, and they would get 99 cents a megawatt hour. But my point is, you have Blackhawk Mining Company, who would get the 99 cents, presumably.
Yes.
Because if they're one of the largest 20 customers and they take service at a single site, they're going to be able to
That's
megawatt.
correct, yes.
Okay. And so also, line 5, MC Mining would get the small credit of 99 cents a megawatt hour in all likelihood. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. Then also, the hospitals would get the small credit. Line 6, King's Daughters Medical Center, it's in Ashland. Appalachian Regional Healthcare, that could be multiple. But Pikeville Methodist, they would all get the small credit, the 99 cents.
Correct.
Okay. And we have some other coal companies that would get the small credit. Well, so the point is that, let me ask you to turn to the very last page. And what KIUC and the Attorney General did to make sort of a reasonableness check. What we calculated was if we keep the residential customers exactly where you have them, they get 30 million of the 40 million, but then treat all business customers equally, all non-residential customers equally, that would yield a $3.20 a megawatt hour credit for those business customers.
Correct.
Okay. I'm sure you think your proposal's reasonable. Is this unreasonable?
I'd have to think about it for a minute or two. I think generally our philosophy and our allocations were to try and provide help where our perception was it was most needed. Certainly we're not set in one kind of way to distribute the funds, and so we could certainly evaluate a proposal like this with an open mind.
Okay. And once it becomes money returned to customers, it's a rate, and you're asking the commission to approve the rate, correct?
It is a credit that we're asking the commission to approve until that $40 million is extinguished.
I'm sorry?
Until the $40 million is extinguished.
But in order to provide the credit, the commission would have to have a rate on file that gives the money back.
Correct.
Okay. And rates have to be non-discriminatory and so forth.
Yes.
Okay. So, this is just, we'll have this marked as KIUC 3, and it is in this package, item 5.
Mr. Chandler,
Yes, ma'am.
while Mr. Kurtz is passing that around, I think I'm confused and I don't know the best way to address it, but the third column that adds to this, that appears to add to $7.91 on both the first page and the last page.
That's the system average.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. I didn't see anything that reflected it, and I
I
thought
was
it'd
going
be.
to ask that question in a minute, and whether it's the actual average or the.
It's the system average
The
under
average. I got
both
you.
under the company's proposal and under the
It's just
alternative.
listed as a total. I wanted to realize that I'd not forgotten how to do addition.
There's a bunch over there.
We share one.
So this is the Marcus County, you see, cross number 3. Mr. Eichler, this is,
And for the, do you mind, Mr. Kurtz, remind Mr. Miller, Mr. Childers, which document this is in your packet?
Well, they-
Emailed to them?
Kim from my office has emailed it to everybody, and
This is
it's
packet
identified,
5.
for us internally, it's number 5, because I didn't know what order they would be introduced, but it's marked as KIUC number 3.
I just want to make sure they know that it's the one marked with a 5 on it.
Okay. So, Mr. Eichler, in terms of headroom and customer bill impact and so forth, the tax cuts and jobs, the federal tax cut tariff was used by the commission in the last rate case to offset the base rate increase. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, yes.
And this credit will expire when new rates are set. Beginning January 14, 21, continued until the company's base rates are reset in a future base rate proceeding.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And that cannot occur any faster than January 1, 2024.
Correct.
Okay. So assume that rates, there's another rate case. The residential customers, you see how the credit is heavily skewed towards winter usage, December, January, February, March?
Yes.
Okay. That was because to provide if you know,
Yeah.
the biggest benefit to the electric heat customers, correct?
Correct. If you're asking me if the biggest benefit occurs during the winter months, it does, yes.
Okay. And I know that the average residential customer uses about 1,350 kWh a month.
Yes, I think that's blended between heating and non-heating residential customers, but yes, somewhere in that.
How much does a heating customer use in the winter, ballpark?
Ooh, I think it's in the low 2000s range is kind of my recollection of it, subject to check.
Okay. And so every action has an equal and opposite reaction. When this credit goes away, it will hurt those residential heat customers proportionally more than anybody else. Just like it was intended, it got implemented to benefit them. When it goes away, it will correspondingly hurt.
Correct.
And at 2,000 kWh a month, the loss of a $21.87 megawatt hour credit or 21 cents would be a $40 increase on their winter bill.
All things equal, that's correct.
And that will come on top of whatever base rate increase might be awarded, if there is one.
Correct.
Couple more exhibits. This I'll have marked as KIUC 4, and this is just a bigger version.
Can I just ask about the remainder of the,
Oh,
is this from their annual report filed with the commission, the second page?
yes, yes, yes. Oh, and I wanted to ask one more question, thank you. When the,
I just want to make sure I didn't need to pull some of them off.
no, when the business customer credit of $6.72 a megawatt hour expires, that will be for the average industrial customer about a 10% rate increase.
We'll take your word for it, subject to check, yes.
Okay, so this will be KIUC 4, and this is a document from Mr. Collins' testimony, and it's had blown up to make it look easier. This is the actual distribution CapEx from the company historical versus the budgeted amounts. You've seen this. This is
I'm going to get it here, just 1 second.
And just for the record, this is the document marked 14.
oh yeah, this is at the bottom, but this is 14. So
I just want, I mean, they don't know which document you're passing around
Yes.
until we tell them which one to mark.
Mr. Chairman, they're actually sending them out individually,
Oh,
so.
one by one.
Yes, and her email actually does reflect that the actual name of the cross exhibit as you have marked it for the
I'll
record.
tell you what, service and a smile, Mr. Kurtz.
Pretty good, huh?
Service and a smile, yeah.
Okay.
Please continue.
So again, in terms of this headroom question, you discussed this, I think, generally with Mr. Cook. The companies, Liberty adopted the Kentucky Power AEP capital budget for purposes of your planning. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So the capital budget here for distribution is to essentially double the distribution spend over, beginning in 2022 versus what it had been in the prior 10 years?
Well, it looks like from 2020 to 2022, it's not double, it's about an $8 million increase. If you were looking at it from a 2011 perspective, then yes, 2022 looks like it's slightly more than double 2011.
I'm sorry. It's the average of 2011 through 2020 was 46 million, and the average of 2022 to 2030, which is 9 years, will be 90 million.
Correct.
It's not adjusted for inflation, so it's understandable why 2011 is less than 2030. But in any event, the CapEx budget is expected for distribution to be higher than historical.
Correct.
The next document is also from Discovery in this case. You're familiar with this one? With Project Nickel was what AEP was calling the sale of Kentucky Power.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Kurtz, can you identify where this comes from?
Yeah.
Discovery in the case.
You could be a little more
Have you seen this
specific.
before?
Yeah, it would be good if I could look it up as to where it came from to contextualize it.
Yes. I don't have a citation to it, but it was, I know it was referred to in the Barron testimony, because he referred to the 2.3, more than 2.3 billion in renewable CapEx. Let me ask you this foundationally.
Sure.
Have you seen this CapEx budget before?
Not broken out in this way. It may have been part of some of our submissions, but.
Well,
Yeah.
then I won't ask any more questions on it. I wanted to ask you about the Rockport situation.
Sure.
The settlement in two rate cases ago said that Kentucky Power would keep a portion of the Rockport fixed cost savings, which are $50.8 million a year,
Right.
in order to earn its authorized rate of return for 2023. You
Yes.
familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the settlement was to use the per books unadjusted amount of earnings and average equity to calculate that amount.
Yes.
Okay. When that settlement was reached, we didn't know that Liberty was going to be acquiring Kentucky Power, did we? Obviously.
We did not, no.
Okay. So Mr. Collin made a proposal in his testimony to use a historical test year essentially in order to not include integration costs, transition costs, other things that will be in the 2023 revenues and expenses that were not anticipated. Do you recall that proposal?
I'm not sure if I recall it exactly the same way, but if you're representing that was the scope of the request, then I'll take it at that.
And we even went a step farther and gave Liberty a couple breaks by saying that you should remove from the historic test year the $6.2 million of capacity charge credit that will end, which will give you more money, which will end when the Rockport contract expires, and you should include as an expense in this historic test year the Rockport replacement capacity as two sort of known and measurable changes, both of which go in Liberty's favor.
Okay.
Okay. There was no rebuttal testimony from any witness on that.
I believe you're correct.
Mr. Cook asked you about the LG&E KU merger CERC credit that was approved a number of years ago. That was LG&E acquired KU in 1997 and agreed to a merger savings CERC credit for a 5-year period that was then extended for 10 years. Are you familiar with that?
Correct.
Now, those credits happened 20 years ago or more. It started, it was 10 years, but it started in 97, so the $250 million that he referenced, if we updated those to today's dollars using the discount rate that you used in your rebuttal, in your securitization example of 7.5%, we would get a much higher present value, would we not?
If you applied a weighted average cost of capital to those dollars, certainly, yes, the math would indicate that would be higher, yes.
So he raised, you said that what you're offering, the $40 million, and the potential for another 95 nominal, 95.1 nominal, assuming there's securitization legislation. You represented that it was the biggest credit, unprecedented or something like that.
On a per customer basis, yes.
Okay. Now, I think we'd have to adjust. KU and LG&E, even back then, were 5 times the size of Kentucky Power. That would have to be taken into account.
Of course.
Okay. But also, we would have to take into account that those credits were issued 20-plus years ago and have a higher present value today than they did back then.
I'd have to give that some thought for a couple of minutes, but I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you.
Well, if customers got $1 back in 1955, it was certainly worth, if we updated that to today's dollars, it'd be worth a lot more than $1.
Sure, but my understanding is that those also occurred in the context of the utilities being able to receive some cost to achieve those savings and those kinds of things, which I think would all have to be taken into the equation.
Well, the cost to achieve were netted out, and we got the net merger serve credits.
Okay.
Okay. Any event, would it surprise you that if you applied the same discount rate of 7.5%, that the LG&E KU merger serve credits would be more than $1 billion?
If they all started in 1997, yeah, I wouldn't question that. I want to see the math, but it's within the possibility, realm of possibility.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to do the math on the stand, but I do want to, this is my last exhibit, Chairman, and, this is item 7 in the package, and it's KIUC cross-examination exhibit 5.
I identified that exhibit. The data request. I know what it is. It's 161. It's attachment 3. It was joint applicant supplement to KIUC 161 attachment 3.
You're more than welcome to ask questions about our lay foundation on it, but you kind of moved on from it, so it's up to you.
I'll go, I may have just a couple questions. Thank you.
Mark, this is KIUC Cross 5.
I don't want you to be required to do the math in your head, but this is an exhibit that goes back to the commission's order. The merger cert credits for KU and LG&E are attached. It's got the case number. And what we did is simply did what we said, applied the 7.5% discount rate, and yielded over $1 billion of net present value merger cert credit.
Okay.
Okay. Now again, LG&E and KU are 5 times the size of Kentucky Power, so you have to put it in perspective. But still, that was a pretty significant credit.
Yeah, I'll accept that, sure.
Mr.
You have to
Kurtz, can I ask-
contextualize the credits, of course.
Oh, I apologize. Can I ask you a question? Are we quibbling over a PR point?
No, the witness said that the credits that they're offering were the biggest in the history or unprecedented or something to that effect. And so I'm just going to,
I mean, but the credit is what it is that they've offered, right?
yes.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to figure out.
Okay. Let me go back to just very quickly, KIUC number 4, now that we have a sight to the capital budget. Do you agree that the current rate base of Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco is approximately $2.2 billion?
I do.
Okay. And that the capital budget that you've adopted totals for transmission, distribution, general, intangible, and renewables, $4.75 billion over that 9-year period? Subject to check.
Subject to check, yes.
So I guess with renewables, you'll get some energy savings, but everything, and maybe some O&M savings from the other things, but when you triple the rate base, you would expect that to have an impact on rates.
Can I get the reference to this again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the joint applicant supplemental response to KAC 161, attachment 3.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my only question is, with this type of capital spending, and of course, everything has to be approved by the commission in a rate case and so forth, but if you really did spend $4.75 billion over the next 9 years in CapEx, that would have a, well, characterize significant impact on rates.
That's unknowable. I think it really depends on the level of costs that are displaced. And also, I think, as we've done in kind of different jurisdictions, when you're building renewables, you always take that into consideration as to whether it's whether it's immediate rate increase or whether it's levelized over some kind of longer period of time. So what I would say is, I couldn't definitively say yes or no. It's really contextualized in the context of what the replacement costs are and how it's ultimately structured from a rates perspective.
And in fairness, I mean, the renewables result in lower fuel costs, which are not included in this CapEx, and so
That's
that
right.
would, okay. Thank you, Mr. Eichler. No more questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, maybe this is a matter of housekeeping. I assume Mr. Kurtz is going to
Yeah,
ask
probably
for.
that. Mr. Kurtz, would you like to move to introduce any of these exhibits?
Yes, I move to introduce all 5 of the exhibits.
All right, Mr. Ostrilla?
My concern is that it should only be limited for the testimony that Mr. Eichler provided on. There were some pages in here that were not discussed, some various information that was not discussed, and so it should be limited on that front.
No objection to that.
Are there any other objections? All right, so we'll have KUC cross 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 entered in the record. Ms. Groman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Eichler. How are you?
Good morning, I'm well, and you?
I'm okay. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, and I may be asking for a supplement to the supplemented first post-hearing data request.
Sure.
As I understand, with respect to the Big Sandy decommissioning rider,
Yes.
we have calculated, and I don't think you agreed with KIUC's calculations as to the benefit if securitization is obtained, assuming a 20-year bond at 3.5%, right?
I have agreed with the calculation, but I think it's in nominal dollars, not in present value terms.
Understood. And then I believe the chairman has asked you to provide the impact on customers if securitization is not obtained and all we have is the deferral, correct?
Correct.
So I think what I'm interested in is the middle of those two,
Okay.
which is what if some level of interest were paid over the deferral period, whether it's the carrying charge or some amount of interest? Would there be a way to still provide benefits to customers but not result in what I think Commissioner Cubbage may have described as paying interest on interest?
We could certainly think about that and see if there's a way to kind of balance that out, but I think you raised something that's valid for examination for sure, and we can certainly undertake to do that.
So for just the purposes of a fulsome record, I think it would be helpful, and I don't have a specific opinion on what that sort of interim interest payment is, but I'd be interested in knowing if some amount of money less than the total were paid during the deferral period, would there be some sort of balance that could be struck between, I believe your testimony was if there is a deferral and no securitization legislation passed, that the period of extension would be 8 years from 2040 to 2048?
Correct.
And so I guess I'm trying to understand, is there some way to have it be less than an additional 8 years?
Okay.
So if you could address that in a post-hearing data request as an addendum to the addendum request, I'd appreciate it.
We can certainly do that.
And then I just want to make sure that I understood correctly. There were a number of questions about some of the early retirements of Big Sandy 1, the equipment from Big Sandy 2, Mitchell and Rockport.
Yes.
And those were all sort of previously decided and determined prior to the initiation of the transaction of this.
That's correct.
That's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goss?
Mr. Eichler, good morning. Mark David Goss for LS Power.
Good morning.
LS Power owns 836 megawatts in Lawrence County, Kentucky, and is a current customer of Kentucky Power. Are you aware of that relationship?
I am aware of that.
I really have two lines of questioning that I want to pursue with you today on behalf of LS Power. The first has to do with rates, and the second has to do with Kentucky Power's continued membership in PJM, assuming that this transaction is approved, okay?
Okay.
Let's first talk about rates. Does Liberty intend that Kentucky Power will file its next base rate case for rates effective 1/1/24?
My understanding is that's when the next new rates are set to take effect. So
I'm sorry.
yes is the answer to your question.
And in the course of performing due diligence activities for purposes of this transaction, did Liberty closely analyze Kentucky Power's current rate structure?
I wouldn't say that we closely analyzed it. No, we certainly are aware of it.
So you're paying almost $3 billion for a utility, but you didn't closely analyze its rate structure.
Well, I mean, I think we certainly looked at the rate situation, at what customers are paying. I mean, that's the context in which we've offered a lot of these rate credits. I think if you're asking me if we've looked at historical rate design and things of that nature, that's how I interpreted your question. And the answer to that would be no.
It would be no.
Yes.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Did your analysis at least go deep enough to indicate whether or not, in Liberty's opinion, Kentucky Power was currently earning a level of revenues sufficient to equal its cost of service plus a reasonable return?
Well, that's that's an underlying assumption in utilities, that rates are set based on that construct. Currently, I believe that Kentucky Power is not earning its authorized returns, but the rates were set based on the ability to do so.
All right, well, tell me this. What areas, if any, of Kentucky Power's current rate structure causes your company concern as you sit here today?
In terms of its current cost structure, you mean?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that any of it causes us concern. I think certainly our track record and our history has been looking for opportunities to improve that cost structure to the benefit of customers. I couldn't point you to a specific area and say that's of concern. We've obviously talked about the service company costs that'll be replaced for something less, but I couldn't point you to a specific area of concern.
Has Liberty taken any action to at least develop a preliminary model of what the next rate case for rates effective 1/1/24 might look like?
We have not. Typically what we do when we acquire companies is we assume the capital plan and the operating plan of the current owner and then look for opportunities to improve that to the benefit of customers. So that's been our practice and that's been our approach to this transaction as well.
All right. Is Liberty at least able, as you sit here today, to estimate the order of magnitude of a 1/1/24 rates effective base rate case?
I would say that there's no specific forecast that I could point you to for the rates for a rate increase as of 1/1/24.
So your company has not done any preliminary modeling of what a rate case might look like that I would assume you're going to have to start very soon after this transaction is approved, if it is approved.
Well, I think historically, what we've done is we've taken ownership and then looked for opportunities to improve. So again, I think we've accepted the current O&M and capital forecasts as they are for Kentucky Power, and then we'll look to improve on those once, hopefully, it's under our ownership.
And I think you said just a little bit earlier today that you recognize that currently Kentucky Power has the highest, some of the highest, if not the highest, residential rates in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, at least among IOUs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're also aware that the Kentucky Power Service territory is economically challenged with high rates of unemployment and that sort of thing, correct?
That's correct.
And you naturally are aware of the recent spate of abnormally high fuel costs, which we've talked about quite a bit here today. With all that in mind, if this transaction were approved, would Liberty agree to a condition that extended a rates effective date beyond 1/1/24 to say 1/1/26?
Again, I'm not in a position to make any of those commitments from here. I think if there's a post-hearing data request that we could take so that we can consider the entirety of any request made, we could certainly look at that.
All right, let me switch gears then to PJM. Thank you, Mr. Eichler, for those answers. If the commission approves Liberty's purchase of Kentucky Power in this case, is it Liberty's intention to see that Kentucky Power exits from PJM?
It is not.
What is Liberty's position in
Our
that
position
regard?
is that historically we've recognized that there's been differing perspectives on the matter, whether the best way to serve customers of Kentucky Power are through continued membership in PJM, continued membership in the subzone to the degree that's feasible. And so our intent was to study it all, to basically say, is the current approach the one that's in the best interest of customers? So our intent has simply been to undertake a study to either confirm that continued participation in PJM is the best course of action, or perhaps a different alternative that we haven't yet thought of.
Well, again, you're paying almost $3 billion for a company. Are you telling me that there's been no substantial or significant review or internal analysis of whether or not staying in PJM is a good idea for Kentucky Power?
I don't think that would have been appropriate for us to undertake without being the owners. I think as my colleagues, Mr. Pluis and Mr. Herling will attest, these are incredibly complicated matters that shouldn't be undertaken in the context of, you know, a short period of diligence. And so our working assumption is status quo. I think what we've said is that we're open to all of the alternatives and we're open to studying them within a short period of time after our ownership.
Does Liberty or Algonquin own any utilities that currently operate in PJM?
We do not own any utilities in PJM.
What about another RTO?
We do. We operate utility inside SPP.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
SPP. We operate another utility
SPP.
inside
Okay.
SPP.
So you really don't have any experience, since you have no experience, you don't have a favorable or an unfavorable view of whether or not Kentucky Power should remain in PJM. Is that a fair statement?
With PJM itself, correct.
Yes. Now, if this application is approved, Liberty's arrangement with AEP is that AEP will continue to monitor, operate, and dispatch Kentucky Power's transmission system for a period of up to 24 months through the Bridge Power Coordination Agreement. Is that right?
I believe that's the spirit of the agreement, yes.
And this would include communication with PJM system operators and participation in the real-time and day-ahead markets. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And that would also include maintaining compliance with all NERC reliability requirements, right?
Correct.
So when Liberty gets around, assuming this transaction is approved, Liberty gets around to this analysis that we're talking about here, in your mind, what would the principal considerations for Liberty / Kentucky Power be with regard to whether or not Kentucky Power would remain a member of PJM?
I think like anything, it'd be cost, reliability, and basically the ability to provide benefits to customers in those two contexts would be principally on top of mind here.
Okay, so let's talk about two scenarios. So if Liberty determines that Kentucky Power should remain in PJM, what would that look like?
Well, I think you're asking me for a hypothetical, but I think based on today, it would look kind of similar to status quo, what it looks like today.
I guess that was an inartfully asked question. When I said look like, what process would, from your understanding, would have to be undertaken in order for Kentucky Power to remain in PJM, if anything?
Yeah, I think some of my colleagues may be better situated to answer those questions that have been working closely with PJM in terms of the transfer. So if I could defer to Mr. Pluis or Mr. Erlin.
Okay, well, you're familiar with Mr. Hurling's rebuttal testimony, is that correct?
I am.
You read it?
Yes.
You read it? Mr. Hurling says, and I'm paraphrasing here, and we can look at his precise language, but if I understand what he's saying, there's not a snowball's chance in heck that Kentucky Power is going to be able to go through the process to successfully end up with a standalone Kentucky Power in PJM. Is that your understanding of what he said?
I'm not sure.
Maybe not the snowball's chance in heck, but...
Well, and I'm not sure what you mean by a standalone in PJM either. I think if you're asking me for the intent of Mr. Erling's testimony, I think it's probably best asked to Mr. Erling.
Well, do you understand, let me ask you this, do you understand that once Kentucky Power exits AEP, it will no longer be permitted to remain in PJM as an AEP affiliate?
Again, what do you mean by
on a
an
permanent
AEP?
basis?
As part of the subzone? As part of the AEP zone?
Correct.
I'm not sure that that's what Mr. Erling's testimony said, but again,
What is your understanding?
My understanding is that those are currently questions that are being worked through with PJM and that there hasn't been a conclusion reached there.
But do you have any idea about how long that sort of process would take? I mean, it sounds like it would take years to me, knowing how PJM works and FERC and everybody.
What kind of process are you referring to?
I'll withdraw the question. I'll ask Mr. Herman.
Thank you.
If Liberty determined that Kentucky Power should exit from PJM, what would that entail, if you know?
I don't know, and that's why these are alternatives that require study and analysis, and that's why we haven't presupposed anything. So,
Well, let me ask you this, at a high level, would there be exit fees?
not that I'm aware of in PJM.
At least, do you know whether or not Kentucky Power, if it exited, would have to be its own balancing authority?
I don't know the answer to that.
Doesn't sound like you know a whole lot about the PJM aspect of this case. Is that fair characterization?
Well, I think you're asking me about hypotheticals about a study that we've proposed to undertake in a 24-month period.
No, sir, I'm not asking you about a study. I'm asking you, whatever the study indicates, there are two options. Kentucky Power either stays in or they leave. So,
well,
irrespective of what the study shows, all I'm trying to ask you is what that would look like on the other end, what those two hypotheticals would look like on the other end. And that seems to me to be a fair question.
Okay. And I think from our perspective, I mean, there are potentially those two options and potentially more. And I think what we've stated is that we're willing to study those in the period of our ownership.
Okay, so let's leave that line of questioning for a second, and let's talk about from a timing perspective. If the bridge PCA is 24 months from date of closing, which is my understanding.
Yes.
And you've got a study that you're going to have to, assuming the transaction is approved, of course, you've got a study to undertake and hire consultants and all that sort of thing to determine what you're going to do with PJM. That's going to have to start pretty soon, isn't it?
Agreed.
In order to meet the 2-year deadline?
Yes. I think our intention was to start on that as soon as possible.
I think I know the answer to this question. Before I ask it, I'll probably have to serve you with another post-hearing data request, but let me ask it anyway to put it on the record. If Liberty were to decide to seek Kentucky Power's exit from PJM, is it willing to commit that Kentucky Power's customers, including my client, would not be on the hook for any fees or costs of any kind associated with that exit?
Again, I think it'd have to be explored in the context of that exit and any potential recommendation if that were made.
Now, have you read Mr. Hoatson's testimony in this case? He's the LS Power witness.
I have, yes.
And his testimony is essentially that exiting from PJM would be a bad idea for Kentucky Power's customers for a number of reasons. Do you have, in terms of speaking for Liberty, does Liberty agree or disagree with Mr. Hoatson's testimony that exiting from PJM would be a bad idea?
Well, I think Mr. Plewis and Mr. Hurling are the ones that address that in their testimonies.
Now, section 4.8, I don't think you need to refer to it, but if you do, I'll certainly give you the opportunity to. Section 4.8B of the stock purchase agreement of August 26, 2021 provides that Kentucky Power will remain an LSE within PJM until the completion of all remaining planning periods to which KP is already committed, which the parentheses is 2020. Actually, forget what I just said there. But let me go back. Section 4.8 provides that Kentucky Power will remain an LSE within PJM until the completion of all remaining planning periods to which Kentucky Power is committed.
Correct.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
And so if Liberty took the full 2 years to decide whether Kentucky Power should remain in or exit from PJM, considering the timing of commitments that precede a planning year, what planning year would that likely be?
Well, certainly if it took to the end of the 2 years, then that would be a planning year beyond the 24-25 planning year. For example, if it took the study to completion 2 years to make a recommendation, it would have to be beyond that 24-25.
So 25, 26, or maybe even 26, 27?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Eichler. That's all I have.
Mr. Miller, any questions for Mr. Eichler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, or politely good afternoon, Mr. Eichler. Sierra Club does not have any questions for this witness. Thank you very much.
Ms. Benzel, any questions?
Yes, we have a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Eichler.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vincel.
I'd like to start with some questions about the fuel adjustment cost credit. If you don't mind, I'm just going to call it the FAC credit.
Yes.
If I can have your indulgence, I'd like to give a very simplified overview of the FAC clause process, because one of my questions is predicated upon the process.
Sure.
So the fuel adjustment clause, it's a monthly adjustment based upon fuel and power purchase costs as compared to a baseline.
Yes.
Fuel and power purchase costs. And that baseline is established either in a rate case or by regulation in a 2-year FAC review.
Yes.
And it can be reset in either one.
Yes.
And then the fuel adjustment factor that's being referenced as being positive, that's the formula involved that results in the adjustment, correct?
Correct.
So because the FAC credit will only be applied if the FAC adjustment factor is positive. It won't show up every month, will it?
That's correct. It'll show up in months in which the FAC factor would be positive.
And as you said, Liberty has estimated that $40 million fund will be available for between 12 and 18-month period.
Yes, if we look at the recent history, that's how long it would take to extinguish it.
And as you've already been asked about, Kentucky Power will likely come in for a base rate case with rates effective January 1st, or January 2024.
Correct.
Do you know when the next FAC 2-year review period will be?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Subject to check. We expect that an FAC proceeding, 2-year proceeding will be opened in January of 2023. And based upon historical patterns, it would appear that a final order would go out midsummer. So let's just say the FAC baseline would be reset in August of 2023.
Okay.
So given that, and that falls clearly within that 12-month period.
Right.
So how has Liberty thought about how they would address that issue? Like, what impact would it be if the FAC baseline was reset during this 12-month to 18-month period?
So I think the way we had assumed it was that the FAC would stay consistent through the period where the fund is available. Obviously, if there were changes to the FAC, then we would have to look at what impact that would have to the remainder of the balance.
And did Liberty consider tying this $40 million credit to anything other than the FAC?
We hadn't considered that because that seemed to be the issue that's been most pertinent in terms of customer affordability in recent past. So that was the area where we focused.
And just as a housekeeping matter, Kentucky Power has to report the FAC, both the actuals and the forecasted, on a monthly basis. So will Liberty commit to continue that reporting, excluding any credit that's applied?
Of course.
And that reporting, part of it is that there's a true-up for the FAC across the months.
Yes.
So that the credit would not have any impact on that true-up. Is that the case?
That's correct.
And has Liberty evaluated whether there'll be any effect on Kentucky Power's credit rating from the proposed Big Sandy decommissioning rider deferral and the FAC credit?
Our view is that the credit rating of Kentucky Power won't be impacted by either of those things.
I'm going to switch to a new subject right now,
Sure.
The Rockport deferral, and I will have some exhibits to hand out. I have a total of 4. I would like to start with the first one. This is in the case record, but I think it would be easiest to just distribute it as an exhibit.
Are we marking this as staff one?
Yes, PSC Staff 1. Thank you. And while Ms. Temple is handing this out, this is Liberty's response to staff's third request for information, item 5, in which we asked Liberty about excluding certain expenses for rate-making purposes from the calculation of Kentucky Power's earned return on equity for 2023. I'm going to give you a minute to look at that, please.
Yes.
Can I have you read, it is the final, the second to last sentence that begins, as a result?
As a result, Liberty believes the explicit language of the settlement agreement, which did not contemplate any such adjustments, governs. Notwithstanding, Liberty commits to excluding any one-time transition costs that may occur from the transaction.
And I'm asking you this in a lay opinion and not for a legal conclusion.
Yes.
But if a settlement term and a commission order were in conflict, which do you think would govern?
I think the commission order would govern.
All right. This one is a hefty one, so I'm going to help Ms. Temple. Before I do, what these are 3 commission orders. We've got 2 orders from case number 2017-179, a January 13th, 2018 order, and a February 2018 hearing order. And I've also got the final order in case number 2017-000174. These were the Kentucky Power's last 2 rate cases.
Excuse me, Ms. Fensel,
Yes.
do we have a copy of what's been distributed?
Yes.
Ms. Bensel, are you passing them around? Are you going to email them around?
I will email them around.
Then they may have my copy. Since I'm flying out, it would be hard to travel with all that paper.
Are these going to be collectively Exhibit 2?
These will be 2017-179, January 2018 will be PSC Exhibit 2.
Okay, so what was just handed out is only 179?
The largest one is 179.
Okay, because they're clipped together, so I'm just trying to figure out.
The one that's clipped together is the large.
Final order.
This is all just
This is the
179.
entirety of the final order. Unfortunately, our copy machine stapler broke in the middle of this, so they're clipped together.
This is the January 18th, 20.
This is January 18th, 2018.
Oh, no, this is the 17 case.
Yes.
I guess what I was
January
asking,
13th, I
just,
got
you mentioned multiple orders at once. Each one is going to be a separate exhibit.
Yes, and I'll walk through what each one is.
Okay.
So I've got the entirety, just to start over again for everybody, we've got the entirety of the January 2018 order and the 2017 rate case. I've got key pages, covering the key pages from the 2017-179 rehearing order in February 2018. And then I've got key pages from the final order in 2017-174.
So you're going to mark
January
those,
13th, 2021.
so you're going to mark those exhibits 2, 3, and 4 respectively.
Correct.
Thank you. That's what I was asking.
I finally understood what you meant, Your Honor.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if we were doing one big collective exhibit or separate.
3 separate, I understood. In any event, it was still a lot of paper, so I was okay to confirm. Can I just see the case number on the third one? It's 179.
That's crazy statement.
It was not a pleasant discovery.
Ms. Newsom, can you identify the dates on those last two that are coming around again,
Okay,
please?
Yes, February 2018, I have a rehearing. I just don't have the date. I have Exhibit 3. What's the date of Exhibit 4?
I was going to say, Exhibit 3 is February 2018. Exhibit 4, which is case number 2020-174, is January 13th, 2021.
This is
And that
three,
is
or the 17th
staff
is
Exhibit 4.
Remind me of the date one more time. January 13th, because there were multiple orders on that one in January.
Yes, yes, there were. Okay. I would like to start with PSC Staff Exhibit 2. This is the large final order in 2017-179. Can I have you turn to page 40 of that order? And to provide,
Yes, I'm there.
you're there, say to provide additional context, in this case, a 2017 Kentucky Power rate case, in which one of the terms of the settlement agreement was the establishment of the Rockport deferral mechanism. And in this section, it describes the proposed deferral mechanism in which Kentucky Power deferred approximately $50 million in non-fuel and non-environmental lease expense from the Rockport unit. And it was going to be deferred over a 2-year period with recovery over a 5-year period projected to start in December 2022. So
Correct.
that is the backdrop to this. On page 40, in the section right above environmental surcharge TRFES, could I have you read that last sentence that begins, "This approval is for"?
This approval is for accounting purposes only, and the appropriate rate-making treatment for this regulatory asset account will be addressed in Kentucky Power's next general rate case.
Thank you. That's all we need from that one right now.
Okay.
Can I have you turn to PSC Staff Exhibit 3? And this is the February 28th, 2018 rehearing order in which Kentucky Power and I believe KIUC asked for some clarification regarding that Rockport deferral. Can I please have you turn to page 9?
I'm not sure I have the right exhibits here. I have one that's 3 pages and one that starts off on page 58.
Okay.
I've just been given the right
Okay.
one, so thank you. Yes, I'm there with you.
Okay. So you have page 9?
Yes.
Okay, can I have you read the second, it's the first paragraph, but the second sentence that starts, "We can, however."
We can, however, determine the manner and timing of cost recovery.
And then, if I can
I'm
have you
sorry.
continue on.
Here, Kentucky Power has agreed to defer the current cost recovery of the Rockport UPA and to record a deferred asset to reflect the subsequent recovery of those costs and rates. Under these circumstances, Kentucky Power is correct that recording a deferred asset is not just for accounting purposes, but is meant to reflect future recovery of the deferred UPA costs.
And you can stop there. So this is where the commission reserved a future decision for both the county rate-making treatment and the recovery in the
Correct.
future case. And finally, if I can have you turn to Staff Exhibit 4.
Yes.
And we're going to turn to page 64 on that one. But again, to reaffirm Staff Exhibit 4, this is that 2020 Kentucky Power rate case. This was the case that a decision about the rate-making treatment for the deferral was going to be deferred to a decision in that case. I would like for you to read on page 64, continuing to page 65. If you can read, it's the last sentence that on page 64 that begins, as demonstrated in the record. And if you'll read the entirety of that paragraph through to where it stops at the decommissioning rider.
As demonstrated in the record, Kentucky Power was unable to confirm the amortization amount of the savings once the Rockport UPA terminates. Therefore, the Commission finds that Kentucky Power's request to amortize the Rockport regulatory asset over 5 years beginning in 2022 for recovery through tariff PPA is premature at this time, and the Commission will defer the determination of the appropriate amortization period and recovery mechanism to a subsequent matter that the Commission will initiate on its own motion. As part of the subsequent matter, the Commission will also review and clarify items related to provisions of the final order in case number 2017-00179 regarding Kentucky Power's ability to use the savings from the expiration of the Rockport UPA to earn its Commission-approved ROE in calendar 2023.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, given the totality of those three orders,
Yes.
would you still stand by your response to that data request?
Well, maybe I should clarify what our intent is. And I think we have read these three prior Commission orders. And I think from our perspective, really the whole purpose was that it seemed as though the venue for review has been set into the docket that the Commission proposes for the future. And so I think in our response, what we were trying to convey was that certainly things like one-time transition costs weren't contemplated at that time, and those we would agree to remove. Everything else, the best venue for that would be that future rate-making proceeding. And that's why we were unwilling to make those commitments at this time.
And moving on to a different subject now,
Sure.
in terms of the transaction costs.
Yes.
And we know that Liberty is committed that the acquisition premium, the transition premium, and the transaction costs will not be recovered in rates. One-time
That's
transaction
correct,
costs.
yes.
Can you explain which entity will incur the transaction or the acquisition premium? Kentucky Power, Liberty, or Algonquin?
No, typically the acquisition premium is on the books of Liberty, not on the Kentucky Power books.
And can you describe how the transaction costs will be removed from Kentucky Power's rates?
The transaction costs are not being incurred on Kentucky Power's books because they're being incurred prior to the close of the transaction. So they too will be at a parent level.
And as you just said, I want to make sure I understand that so the transaction costs won't be on Kentucky Power's books.
Right.
So the issue of removing transition costs from Kentucky Power's earned rate of earned ROE for 2021 for
Yes.
Rockport.
And I'm sorry, I was referring to transaction. Transition costs will be on Kentucky Power's books, and we will make sure to itemize them by work order so that they can be easily reviewed by the Commission.
And I think I misspoke and said transition, I meant transaction costs.
Okay. So transaction costs won't be on Kentucky Power's books, transition would be.
There you go. Moving on to yet another subject. I think you can tell I used to be a librarian. I like to have transitions that basically move from category to category. Looking at the Mitchell ownership and the O&M agreements.
Yes.
Acknowledging that Liberty is not a party to the Mitchell ownership or the Mitchell O&M agreements, or
Correct.
named party. What was Liberty's role in the decision to draft the ownership agreement?
So the ownership agreement was negotiated as part of the transaction, and so my colleagues who handled the commercial negotiation of the transaction also participated in the negotiation of those agreements.
And from Liberty's perspective, why not wait until after a decision in this case to negotiate ownership agreements, for AEP entities to negotiate ownership agreements?
So our understanding, based on the previous commission orders, were that those were requested to be filed immediately. Consequently, they also, because we were under that belief and we negotiated them in that way, their approval became a condition precedent as part of the transaction.
And I want to make sure I don't put words in your mouth and to be clear I'm understanding. So they're two separate agreements. And let me take a step back. Mitchell currently, there's an operating agreement between Kentucky Power and Wheeling Power, each of which has a 50% undivided interest in Mitchell. And it's operated under an operating agreement, and there is no ownership agreement.
Correct.
So having said that, to clarify, is it your understanding that the commission wanted Kentucky Power to enter into an operating agreement and a separate ownership agreement?
Well, it's our understanding that the ownership agreement was required to be entered into because of the orders around the ELG investment. And so that's where the ownership agreement element of it came from. The operating agreement, I think, given that it'll no longer be an affiliate, was required from that perspective.
And if I were to tell you that there's no commission order requiring an ownership agreement to be executed, would that be a surprise to you?
That wouldn't have been our interpretation, but in any event, at this stage, it's a condition precedent to the transaction.
And I'm really looking for more of a yes or no here and not details.
Yep.
But is there any requirement that an ownership agreement be executed that's tied to any part of Liberty's financing commitments?
Not that I'm aware of.
And this question I'm asking you strictly as a lay opinion, not as a legal opinion.
Sure.
Other than party preference, is there any reason why a buyout provision should not be stricken from the ownership agreement and negotiated as a separate agreement?
Look, I think that when you look at it from a transactional perspective, I think that clarity around the buyout is something that is important from a Liberty perspective, and I think my colleague Kevin Melnick can also discuss this probably in greater detail than I can, but the clarity around the buyout provision is something that was important to us from a transactional perspective.
And again, I'm not asking for a legal opinion,
No
although,
problem.
is it your understanding that the Kentucky statutes regarding affiliate transaction and pricing perhaps gets to a different result than if an agreement is between non-affiliated entities, essentially a true arm's length negotiation?
That would probably be a reasonable interpretation. Yeah.
And moving on to a few other things. Is Liberty or Kentucky Power receiving any type of local or regional tax credit, any grant, any particular economic benefit from the proposal to add up to 100 jobs in the region?
At this point in time, we haven't. I mean, to the degree that those are available, we would certainly pursue them, but we do not have any at the moment.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you offered up a commitment for Liberty to establish a vice president of customer advocacy.
Yes.
Are there similar positions with other Liberty subsidiaries?
There are similar positions and accountabilities. We don't have as dedicated a position as that one would be, but the accountabilities of working with low-income consumers and working with our key customers is certainly parts of different people's day-to-day jobs within our other operations.
Other than any benefits one might conclude might derive from that, has Liberty quantified or in any way measured any benefits from having a position that is involved in the type of advocacy you just referenced?
We have not quantified the benefits of that position.
And to the degree that you know, there were to be negotiations for the AEP master leases that would terminate upon the transition or transaction closing. Do you know the status of those?
I think there's active discussion as to the best manner, whether to see about a way to take them over or whether to replace them. So currently under discussion.
And as Mr. Goss asked about, and earlier the Attorney General, Mr. Cook, Liberty has a subsidiary that is a participant in the Southwest Power Pool SPP, and that's Empire District, is that correct? That's correct? Who provides the transmission operations and control from Empire's point of view?
We have a control room inside of our Empire District utility where we provide that service.
And Empire District staff or Liberty staff provide that service, or is it
Correct.
a third party? Yes?
No, it's
so not a
in-house.
third party?
It is in-house, yes, Liberty staff.
And there has been some questioning about integrated resource planning's IRP.
Yes.
I don't know if you're aware that according to our last order in an IRP, Kentucky Power is slated to file its next IRP in December of 2022.
I am aware of that, yes.
Let me step back and do the global picture. If Liberty, even if the commission were to approve this, it's still going to take time for the transaction to close.
Yes.
So given all that, if this were approved, how does that impact the planning and conducting of evaluation for an IRP?
So at this stage, my understanding is that Kentucky Power employees have begun the process very preliminarily of looking at the IRP and looking at the several options. They've certainly kept us informed in that through the context of the transaction, and our perspective would be to continue down that same path at the appropriate time when the transaction is consummated. But because it's occurring mostly driven by local Kentucky Power employees, we would assume that could continue irrespective of the transaction.
And given what's been called the greening of the fleet and the renewables, would that have an impact on IRP evaluation?
Look, I don't think it would have a material impact, and the reason I say that, I think Kentucky Power and I think Liberty are pretty well aligned in terms of future generation resources, be it under their ownership or ours, and so I don't see a specific impact from that.
Chairman, I have a few questions, and I know we talked about taking a break at 12:30. Do you want me to continue?
How much longer do you think you have? I suspect the Vice Chair and I both will have questions for Mr. Eichler, so it's not as if it would just be going from you back to Mr. Osterloh.
I think I can get through this in 10 minutes at the most.
Okay.
Going back to the IRP, do you think it's in the realm of possibility that Kentucky Power might ask for an extension to file the IRP?
It's in the realm of possibilities, yes.
We're going to move over to transmission costs.
Okay.
Make sure I use my right language here. So I'm sure you're aware that we had testimony from the interveners regarding cost shifting
Yes.
between companies in the AEP transmission zone.
Yes.
So I know that you were asked earlier about some of the related transactions that are taking place before FERC right now. Just to the degree that you know, are you aware that AEP filed revisions to its PJM open access transmission tariff, or OAT, recently?
I am aware, yes.
And that filing would remove the annual revenue requirement of Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco from,
I believe so, yes.
and are you also aware that Liberty filed a proposed OAT for standalone formula transmission rates for Kentucky Power and for Kentucky Transco?
I am.
And when I say Kentucky Transco, you know I'm talking about the Kentucky Transmission.
Yes.
And is it correct that Kentucky Power, if this acquisition closes, will remain in the AEP East Zone as a non-affiliate member?
At least initially, that is my understanding, yes.
I should be clear that we're talking about just this interim. We're not talking about whatever is decided in regards to participation in PJM in the future.
Yes.
And are you aware that the AEP East Zone is a multi-state zone?
I am.
Do you know how many states are in?
I don't know the exact number of states.
Sadly, I do. It is 7.
I was going to say 6 or 7, but yes.
And just for the record, Kentucky, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, Virginia, and Tennessee.
Yes.
And do you understand the way the AEP East Zone costs are incurred? All costs are treated local.
Yes.
So as a result of that, any upgrades, such as supplemental projects constructed in other areas, let's just say Michigan, those costs are allocated across
the zone, yes.
So under Liberty's filing with FERC, with the new standalone transmission rates, will Kentucky Power continue to be allocated the zone-wide costs?
I believe initially, yes.
Initially. And I recognize as a non-affiliate, the allocation methodology is different. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And in both this case and in the recent rate case, the Attorney General's witness had filed testimony regarding that cost shifting. And I will also say that the Commission has had a long-standing concern about that issue. Are you aware of a recent order in which, actually it was in 2174, I believe, where we required Kentucky Power to address the cost shifting question, or several different aspects of transmission zones. So let me re-ask this.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the Commission order in 2020-174 to mitigate transmission cost issues?
I am generally aware of some of the concerns that the Commission has raised in that regard, yes.
Well, has Liberty, acknowledging the transaction is not closed, has Liberty considered how those costs might be mitigated?
I think from our perspective, it goes back to the response I gave to Mr. Goss, which is the transmission issues are incredibly complex. And so I think our perspective is that we'd like to have the opportunity to study them and to bring forward what's in the best interest of our customers, but would anticipate doing that after the closing of the transaction.
And my final question has to do with, in one of your data responses, you said that Liberty's motivation in acquiring Kentucky Transmission Company, Kentucky Transco, was, among other things, for future commercial opportunities such as intrastate transmission needs not tied to Kentucky Power. Can you expand upon that?
It's really to the degree that there's any kind of benefit from any kind of future interstate opportunities. I mean, we'd like to explore those. I think in the context of that data request, it was asking for a commitment to merge Transco into Kentucky Power. And I think our perspective was that we shouldn't take anything off the table, and that, again, just going back to the complexity of these studies, that there's time needed to review all options. And so if there's ways to better benefit customers, then we should explore those. And it's not that we're necessarily against the idea of merging those two, but we'd like the opportunity to be able to bring a fulsome study rather than to make that commitment up front.
Staff has nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry. Chairman, staff would like to move staff exhibits 1 through 4 into the record.
Yeah, and before I ask for objections, Mr. Oshalo, I just want to clarify, I think maybe the numbering had gotten backwards on them, so I just want to clarify the direction, what you called them when you were discussing them. So I have PSC Staff Exhibit 1 that you referenced being the response to the data request in this matter. That 2 is the final order, the January 13, 2018 order in 2017-179, which is the 2017 rate case. 3 being the rehearing order in that case, and 4 being the order, the January 18 order in case number 2020-174, the 2020 rate case.
Yes, I think I have different January dates, but yes, you are correct.
Okay. So that would be PSC Staff Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any objection?
Mr. Chairman, I don't object to the introduction of those. What I would like to ask for is, it's my understanding that the commission will take judicial notice on all commission orders, such that there are subsets in Exhibits 3 and 4. We would just ask that the commission would be able to consider the entire order.
Certainly, yeah. You mean purposes of cross-examination or for redirect or for briefing? Is that what you're,
yes.
as part of the record?
Yes.
That's fine. Does anybody else have an objection? No, sir. Okay. All right, so have these entered as PSC Staff Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it is 12:42. We will take 1 hour for lunch. We'll come back. We'll just come back at 1:45, and we'll come back with you, Mr. Ekfrf.
Thank you.
please let me know when we're on. Okay. Vice Chair, do you have any questions for Mr. Eichler? I just remind you, Mr. Eichler, you're still under oath.
I do, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I have a few questions, and some of these will touch on topics that you've already been questioned about, but as is my want, these are more big-picture questions.
Sure.
And the very first question is a true big-picture question, because you know, one of the things we have to judge is the public interest here.
Yes.
And you've heard the commenters this morning, the public commenters, mentioning commitments to the region that Liberty has made, and that Liberty has a history, and I know from your testimony, Liberty has a history of going to, for lack of a better word, economically distressed areas to invest. I guess my first question is why? How do you create value for the parent company in an economically distressed area or with an economically distressed company and still maintain affordable rates for the ratepayers?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think if you take a step back into just generally where we acquire utilities, historically we have acquired utilities where the prior owner or the previous parent, this was a tiny portion of their business. And so, you know, if we look at areas like New Hampshire, for example, was acquired from National Grid. It was like 2% of their business. You know, Lake Tahoe, you may think of as an affluent area, but there's 30% low income there because of the transient nature. Again, less than 5% of MV Energy's business when we acquired it. So our business strategy has been to go into these locations where perhaps the utilities have been, I don't know if the word less loved would be appropriate by their previous owners, but certainly had less of focus and attention on it because of their size relative to the larger portfolio. And so we have made basically our business to go into these jurisdictions, acquire these, and utilizing our more local model, create a long-term relationship with the customer base, really try and get a good understanding of the needs of the community, and work together to reopen customer service centers, to work with low-income constituents, to work with local legislators, and really try and provide perhaps a greater level of focus and management detail than the prior owners have done.
How has that translated into rates? How long have, I guess Empire is probably the most directly comparable transaction.
Yes.
How long has Liberty owned the Empire?
Liberty's owned that since 2017.
Has there been a rate increase yet?
There has been a rate increase. I believe one or two rate increases since then.
Okay. Were those projected at the time of the acquisition? Were those foreseen?
They were like a normal course projected by the prior owner. So similar to this transaction here, we stepped into the prior owner's shoes in terms of adopting the O&M and the capital budgets, and we tried to kind of take a look and see if we could evaluate whether there's opportunities for cost reductions or opportunities to enhance service through investing in capital. I think in the context of cost reductions, we've kind of looked at, I think my colleague Jill Schwartz and Dmitry Balashev's testimony describes this, but we've looked at what's happened in terms of controllable costs. And what we look at is O&M net of property taxes and net of fuel in those two instances. And in both instances, 5 years after ownership, the O&M was lower than it was prior to our ownership.
I know some of our commenters this morning who were speaking in favor of the transaction mentioned a lot about economic development commitments. Or
Yes.
Are there any specific commitments that have been made to any of these communities that are not in our record?
That may be a better question for Mr. Swain. He's been out there with a lot of the folks, but I think it's really a commitment to continue to work with the communities. I think as we bring back jobs, as we bring back customer service walk-in facilities, those tend to spur economic activity within the communities. I don't believe there's been anything specific beyond that, but we can verify with Mr. Swain.
Okay. And this next line of questions may also be for Mr. Swain, so if so,
Sure.
please let me know. I was going to ask about the board.
Yes.
And it appears to me, and I may have missed it in the record, that the initial board is essentially going to be the Liberty Central Region Board. And so the independent directors are already incumbent and have no specific Kentucky ties. Is that right?
That's not correct, no.
Okay.
It will be the Central Region Board, but we plan to add an additional position from the service territory of Kentucky Power.
Do you have anyone in mind yet, or is that going to be determined if this is approved?
We haven't had anyone in mind. I think in our other jurisdictions, we use folks who are influential in the community. We have CEOs of hospitals that we serve, former local politicians, people who really have a good sense of the pulse of the community and some of the needs of the local community as well. So that's what we'd be looking to do here as well.
Okay. Will Mr. Swain be dedicated only to Kentucky Power, or will he still be retaining his position with Empire?
No, he will be dedicated entirely to Kentucky Power. He will live in the service territory. He would tell you he's already bought a property in Ashland, but he's definitely dedicated entirely to Kentucky Power.
Okay. How is this transaction being financed?
So it's being financed at the Algonquin Power level, and so by a combination of debt equity and resumption of assumption of debt that's already in place at the Kentucky Power level. That's kind of at the high level. I think the specifics are addressed by Mr. Mossindy in his testimony.
Okay. And he is who we've got remote?
He is remote, yes.
And he may be a better person to ask me about, that I can ask about this, but I'll go ahead and ask.
Sure.
Is any of the financing, are there contingencies in the documents related to decisions of this commission, whether it's the Mitchell agreements or the approval?
I am certainly not aware of any, but we can confirm with Mr. Mossindy.
Shifting gears, the bridge PCA.
Yes.
That's not final, correct?
Correct.
Does Liberty expect to submit that to us for approval?
I think we certainly expect to submit it to the commission. Whether it's for approval or not, I think is a legal question. I'm just staring at my counsel here, but so I think if required to do so, we would, and if not, then we would submit it as a matter of reference, but not for approval.
Okay. Then I'm going to shift to the Mitchell agreements. I know Ms. Vince will talk to you a little bit about that. Have you been involved in the negotiation of the Mitchell agreements, or is there a better person to ask?
I have not. Mr. Melnick has been involved with that.
Okay. I do want to follow up on one thing that was discussed with Ms. Vincel, though.
Yes.
You mentioned that the ownership agreement is a condition proceeding to closing.
Yes.
If, for instance, we greatly modified the agreement in our approval, or we rejected it on the basis that we don't think it's necessary, would Liberty waive that condition?
I am certainly not in a position to make that commitment here. As it stands right now, it is a condition precedent. I think we have approached this transaction thinking that it would come to a resolution, given that hearing is, I think, scheduled for Wednesday of this week.
Yeah, we've got a big week here.
So we haven't considered it in that context, but from our perspective, this is a condition precedent to the transaction, and I think that would be our position at this point.
I'm shifting to the Transco.
Yes.
I know you testified that there's still obviously a lot of analysis to be done with respect to the Transco and its integration.
Yes.
Based on what you do know right now, would you agree that Kentucky Power ratepayers are bearing a lot of costs related to the Transco that have been pushed down because of either decisions of the Transco or FERC rulings?
Or I'm sorry,
Or FERC rulings.
Or FERC rulings. I would agree that Transco costs are subject to some of those things, yes.
Okay. Does your preliminary investigation show any kind of underinvestment in the Transco?
No.
Okay. Do you think that consolidation of Kentucky Power and the Transco could be a benefit to ratepayers?
I think, look, it certainly just from a rates perspective, if there's a difference between the ROEs that are awarded at FERC and awarded through state legislation, that obviously could have an impact of reducing certain costs to customers. I think beyond that, our whole perspective was we recognize that that's an immediate benefit. We just don't know all the other kind of implications that merging the Transco immediately into Kentucky Power would have. And that's what we're asking for, the ability to study. So I think that's, in that context, I mean, maybe to answer your question, if it was strictly from an immediate rates perspective, there may be some benefit there. But if you look at it more holistically, it may be that there is benefit, and it may be that there are other counteracting things that might go the other way. And that's, I think, what our position is if we have the opportunity to study that, we'd certainly like to come back to the commission and bring forward a recommendation on that.
Okay. Well, since you mentioned FERC, I think you've probably read some of the prior orders related to Kentucky Power and this commission's obvious discomfort with how some filings have been taken to FERC before this commission has had a chance to speak on them. Does Liberty plan to, I'm trying to think how to word this in a non-pejorative way. Does Liberty plan to work a little bit more cooperative with the state commissions in order to make sure that there are none of these FERC preemption issues that might broadside us?
The short answer is yes, and I think our track record is that we prefer that. Look, there's no benefit from our perspective to be had by taking issues to one jurisdiction or other without the agreement of everybody else. And so I think yes is the short answer.
That's my last question.
Strickler will surprise you. That few. And I'm just going to give you the references in case you'd like to go there, but on page 16, line 12 of your rebuttal testimony, you discussed the proposed vice president of customer advocacy.
Yes.
Is this a position you have in other jurisdictions?
I think, as I mentioned this morning, that position is one where we have elements of that position within people's responsibilities in other jurisdictions. We don't have it as specific a role as we're proposing to have it here.
And would that person be an employee of Kentucky Power?
All of Liberty's employees are employees of Liberty Utility Service Corp., but would be dedicated 100% to Kentucky Power.
Yeah, and the reason I ask who they're an employee of is I think I appreciate the perspective that maybe informs the proposal, but I want to make sure that I understand what role that an advocate could have as an employee of Kentucky Power.
Okay.
So, I mean, as an employee of Kentucky Power, they'd have a fiduciary duty to Kentucky Power. Would you disagree?
I don't know if employees have fiduciary duties in that sense, but certainly they're employees of Kentucky Power.
Well, I think ordinarily vice presidents would probably rise to the level as an executive, rise to the level of having a fiduciary duty. Is that
correct,
fair
yes.
to assume?
Yep.
Yeah. And do you know what you all would envision would be the cost of a role like this? I mean, I don't know I should, but I don't know necessarily what a vice president would be expected to make in terms of salary, but also what the additional cost of having that employee would be.
Yeah. And so I think, just generally speaking, I think if it was a vice president position in Kentucky, I think my understanding is they're typically around $150,000, something around there.
Okay.
Just give or take.
And how do you envision that role?
In terms of what the day-to-day responsibilities are going to be of that position?
Day-to-day responsibilities, but also the value to customers in having that person that is a VP. Or what is it that, other than saying, oh, we have a person who's the vice president of customer advocacy, what are they actually going to do to benefit customers or to advocate on behalf of customers?
I think our perspective is that that role will bring a really unique perspective to Mr. Swain's management team here locally, so that it can basically advise of some of the implications of the decisions that we propose to make or that we're currently making within the community. So it could be things like education, it could be solicitation of feedback on potential projects. It's really intended to bring kind of a customer perspective directly into the management team. I think this particular service territory, we've talked a lot about how it's underprivileged. And so really, I think our intent for this role is to be the person who advocates for customers that are low income, for small businesses, and also plays an advocacy role with larger businesses to make sure that we are getting that full perspective before we're making any decisions.
And one of your commitments is securitization. You would seek securitization limited to the facts and circumstances of Kentucky Power.
Yes.
Or I think it may be, I understand that to be the quote from your rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
What do you mean the facts and circumstances of, limited to the facts and circumstances of Kentucky Power?
So I think what we mean is, firstly, right now there is no securitization legislation, as you know, but not all securitization legislation, based on our experience, is built the same way. And so I think it would be, for us, a little bit disingenuous to just say carte blanche that we could securitize no matter what, because I think that financial institutions look at both to make sure that the language within the enabling statute is appropriate, and also that the potential financing order that the commission issues is one that bond investors would take on. And so really what we were intending with that is just to say that those things which are out of our control, we will certainly advocate for it to make sure that they're available to us. But that's why we had those maybe couple of words around it that suggest the facts and circumstances to specific to Kentucky Power, because at the end of the day, you need bond investors in order to be able to securitize.
So what I want to make sure I understand is it your commitment that you only seek to advocate for securitization that is only applicable to Kentucky Power?
That's not our interest. That's not our initial concern, our initial position. What I will say is that in different jurisdictions, I think sometimes different utility companies take different perspectives on securitization. And so if the case in Kentucky is such that there might be other larger utilities that may oppose securitization, I'm saying that we are still willing to take on advocating for securitization, even if the legislation was only applicable to utilities the size of Kentucky Power. I think that's our perspective on that.
And I just want to make sure I'm clear about it. Is it your commitment to only seek securitization that's limited to Kentucky Power, or is it to seek securitization that could be applicable otherwise, or statutes that can be used in other for other utilities? The way it's written can be read that it's only securitization applicable to Kentucky Power, and you wouldn't advocate for any other securitization that's not limited to the facts and circumstances of Kentucky Power. It could also be read to say, we only want to start at $50 million because we think for our own financing purposes, we need to have regulatory assets under $50 million and not securitize. So what I'm trying to ask you is that former, is it limited? Is your commitment limited to only securitization applicable to Kentucky Power?
I just want to make sure I understand the question correctly. I think if you're asking me, would we pursue securitization for Kentucky Power and only Kentucky Power if other utilities in the state were not interested in securitization, the answer is yes.
The question is, if there's a bill that says securitization limited to Atmos Gas, Kentucky Utilities, and Kentucky Power, and you say we can't be for it, we've made a commitment that we'll only advocate for securitization that's applicable to Kentucky Power.
Oh, no.
I'm asking you, is that how that commitment should be read?
No, we'd certainly, if it was applicable to more than just Kentucky Power, absolutely we would be supportive of it. Yes. It was not intended in any way to limit it to
Exclusively to Kentucky Power?
Exactly.
Okay. So I want to ask you about the Kentucky Transmission Company.
Yes.
So do you understand the Kentucky Transmission Company has a rate base between, in the neighborhood of $100 to $200 million?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how it got that rate base? Do you know what facts and circumstances led it to be able to invest between $100 and $200 million in the transmission system here in Kentucky?
I'm not familiar with the specific facts, but I guess at a high level, I understand some of the assets that are in there, yes.
Okay, so could you, just at a high level?
Well, my understanding is mostly the substations and substation equipment is kind of in the Transco, and the wires, if you will, are within Kentucky Power.
So let me ask, do you know whether or not those assets, the rate base that's in Kentucky Transco, are a result of investments in supplemental projects, or what PJM calls local projects, or supplemental projects, or those projects that it may have competitively bid on and received approval to build competitively?
I couldn't tell you with a level of specificity around that.
Well, so let me ask it this way. You were talking about earlier, I think in response to Ms. Fensel, about how you would use Kentucky Transco. What you would like to leave it open to see what you could put in there, for lack of a better term. I know that's not exactly what you said, but the Cliff Notes version. Under your understanding of Kentucky law and the Commission, FERC, what type of projects do you think you'd be able to actually put into, or that Kentucky Transco would be able to build?
I couldn't give you like a specific project A or project B. I think our whole thing is that, as we've kind of getting more and more educated on the issues related to PJM and the Transco are just enormously complex. And I think for our perspective, what we were trying to do was hopefully not foreclose on any particular path or opportunity because of the potential merger there. If ultimately, once we have the opportunity to study it, if that becomes an avenue or a path that becomes the most advantageous from a customer perspective, I think we would be open to looking at that for sure. It's making that commitment up front before having the opportunity to study the breadth that made us a little bit cautious.
So what's so complicated about the Kentucky Transco?
It's not so much the Kentucky Transco itself. It's PJM rules. It's regional transmission planning. It's the potential options of looking at whether whether PJM is the right long-term pursuit or some others. There's plenty of different avenues to be explored there. So it's not so much, I guess, the Transco in and of itself, but a lot of those permutations and combinations.
Let me ask this. What's the value of Kentucky Transmission Company, AEP Kentucky Transmission Company, without owning Kentucky Power?
I suppose it would be the rate base of the assets and the authorized return that they earn.
Do you know whether or not you'd be able to add any more transmission to Kentucky Transco if you didn't also own the Kentucky Power Operating Company?
I don't know that for certainty.
Okay. So do you have any knowledge of the fact that the Kentucky Transco rate base is as a result of Kentucky Power allocating a portion of supplemental projects for each supplemental projects to Kentucky Transco? To your point earlier, letting them own the substation while Kentucky Power owns the wires?
Can you restate that question?
Yeah. Are you aware at all that the vast majority, if not all, of the rate base in Kentucky Transco, and we're on the same page about what Kentucky Transco is, right?
Yes.
Okay. that the majority, if not all, of the rate base in Kentucky Transco is a result of Kentucky Power allocating a portion of supplemental projects as they're completed or as they're done, that ownership to Kentucky Transco?
Yes.
Okay, and so if one person owned Kentucky Transco and somebody that was unaffiliated owned Kentucky Power, you wouldn't be able to do that necessarily, right?
Not necessarily, that's right.
Right, and so are you aware generally that supplemental projects in PJM are completed at the behest and only limited to those operating companies that own the transmission to begin with?
Yes.
So if Kentucky Power had transmission needs, whether it's renewal or expansion in their service territory, they were all supplemental projects. If they were owned by two different companies, I'm just making up companies here, but if Kentucky Transco was owned by Exelon and Kentucky Power was owned by AEP, that they wouldn't be able to do that. Kentucky Power wouldn't be able to allocate that portion to Kentucky Transco necessarily, would they?
I'm not 100% sure of that. Yeah, I couldn't say for certain.
Yeah, are you generally aware of how it's been discussed almost ad nauseum in this case, but how the transmission rates go up from all the transmission owning companies in the AEP,
Yes.
LDA, the AEP zone, up to FERC and then come back and be allocated to both, non-AEP and then through the AEP East agreement to AEP companies, generally aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And if Kentucky Power has a FERC transmission revenue requirement, that amount goes up, and then whatever they're allocated back as a cost, but what they make from that federal revenue requirement would be an offset to retail rates for Kentucky Power, right?
Yes.
But for AEP Kentucky Transco, their revenue requirement does not offset retail rates. Would you agree?
I believe so, yes.
So the same dollar invested in Kentucky Transco and the same dollar invested in AEP, withdraw that. The same dollar invested in the same transmission project for Kentucky Transco. That was invested in Kentucky Power. They have materially different impacts on retail rates. Would you agree?
They could, yes.
Well, they could. They would have a different impact, correct?
Yes, they would.
Because one, the recovery of it would be an offset to transmission, offset to retail rates.
Yes.
Did you consider, by you I mean Liberty, did Liberty consider purchasing either Kentucky Transco or Kentucky Power separately?
No.
And why is that?
I think I prefer to leave that answer to my colleague, Mr. Melnick, but I don't believe that they were offered separately.
Okay. So it was all or nothing?
I believe that the transaction was presented as both.
Do you know why that would be? Do you have any idea why that would be?
I don't.
Could you see why it would be bad for customers if transmission, just based off the dollar in, dollar out that we were talking earlier, that for the same investment, if it was owned by Kentucky Transco versus Kentucky Power, why that would be a negative for customers from a retail perspective?
If new projects were invested into Transco rather than into Kentucky Power, yes, I could see that. My understanding, I guess, is that any new projects from a transmission perspective need to be brought, or I think the Commission has previously ordered that new projects be brought in through Kentucky Power, so I think that's the lens under which we've been viewing it.
So, do you appreciate that Kentucky Transco and Kentucky Power are both in the same LDA zone as the remainder of the AEP East operating companies and transmission companies?
Yes.
Would you agree that it makes no difference whether it's Kentucky Transco or an Ohio one or an I&M one? The same would be the case that the money that's invested in the Transco, the way the LDA allocates costs, that would also result in a cost shift similar to Kentucky AEP Kentucky Transco?
Subject to check, I think so.
And then if other operating companies, AEP operating companies, and other AEP Kentucky Transcos, AEP Transcos within the AEP East LDA there, insofar as they're allocated and invest more capital relative to, let's say, their load share than Kentucky Power, that would result in a cost shift as well. Is that your understanding of the economics?
I think all else held equal, yes.
Okay, what variables can change?
Well, I think it's relative investment.
It's all about relative investment,
Yes.
right? And your all's due diligence showed up that relative to the other operating companies in other states, Kentucky Power has been allocated over the last several years less capital. Is that correct?
In terms of transmission,
That's right.
I don't specifically recall that as a conclusion reached within our diligence, but it may be that I'm just not recalling that section.
But do you understand that to be one of the bases for KAUC's testimony, AG KAUC's testimony with Mr. Barron is about that relative difference in investment, resulting in a significant deviation between what Kentucky Power's revenue requirement would be with and without the, let's just say even the participation in PJM relative to transmission costs?
Oh, I understand that to be their testimony, yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that forget the math for a second, the $15 million, but just that on a standalone versus status quo basis, that Kentucky Power is paying more for transmission expense as a result of the AEPE situation?
Paying more than
Than it would on a standalone basis for transmission expense?
I don't know if I could draw that conclusion specifically, but I think that the variables that go into that, Mr. Plewis and Mr. Herlin can certainly address, but for me personally, I haven't studied it in detail enough to make that kind of conclusion.
So what did you take away from, you said earlier you're aware of the Commission's concern around transmission costs.
Yes.
What do you think, what was your takeaway as to the Commission's conclusion on that issue?
That cost shifting was certainly a concern.
So you said earlier that there were varying opinions on maintaining PJM membership. Do you remember that? I think in response to Mr. Goss's questions?
Yes.
So who are you aware of that has been suggesting withdrawing from PJM?
I don't think anyone has specifically suggested withdrawing. I think it's really a situation that requires a tremendous amount of study, and I think as we learn more about it and we speak more to our in-house experts, it just requires a lot of study. So I don't think anybody has kind of come forward and said, you should leave PJM and here are the benefits. I think the intent was to say, is there a benefit that could be drawn from studying it? And I think that's our purpose and intent.
So you've made a number of commitments. One of them is around ring fencing.
Yes.
You know that. I think ring fencing means a lot of different things to people. It's nice that you all try to define ring fencing. Let me ask you something that's related to ring fencing, or that I see that's related to ring fencing. How does Liberty receive capital in order to provide capital to its operating companies?
Generally speaking, Liberty finances at a consolidated basis, and then will lend down to its subsidiaries on back-to-back terms.
Okay, so that's for both equity and debt capital?
Well, for equity, it's invested either from earnings or directly into the business, and for debt, it would have intercompany agreements which mirror the externally facing agreements.
And does Liberty actually complete that financing, or is that financing done at the Algonquin level?
For debt, it would be at the Liberty level.
Okay. And Liberty only owns regulated utility companies, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Does Algonquin use any of its ownership or let's say ownership of Liberty as a way to receive lower financing costs for its regulated operations that you're aware of?
Sorry, could you just restate that question?
So let me ask you this way.
Yeah.
Is Liberty in any way liable, or does it, sign Does it make itself liable at all to the debts of Algonquin or any of Algonquin's other subsidiaries?
I don't believe so. I think we can confirm that with my colleague, Mr. Mossandy, but I believe the answer to that is no.
Okay. Which witness is that?
Mr. Mossandy?
And that's the remote witness, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mossandy's defense, there's at least two of them. Are you aware of Algonquin CEO's comments to BNN Bloomberg following the announcement of the Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco announcement?
I've watched the interview, yes.
Okay. And so you at least historically, and it's been, a few months now, but we're aware of his comments as it related to the retirement of coal assets and the opportunity to build renewable assets as a result of the transaction?
Yes, I think his comments were in the nature of exploring the opportunity to build renewable assets, yes.
Okay, and it would be an opportunity to retire the Mitchell plant in 2028, an opportunity to replace it with 1.1 gigawatts of, I assume that and the Kentucky withdrawal or expiration of the UPA, 390 megawatt UPA, 1.1 gigawatts of generation as a replacement. Do you remember that?
Correct.
But do you remember him specifically noting that the UPA was in Indiana and the Mitchell plant was in West Virginia, and that this would be an opportunity to build replacement wind generation in Kentucky that would be part of the Kentucky tax base?
I do.
Okay. How was he able to come to that conclusion prior to even closing on this, never mind an IRP?
Yeah, and I think that's the nature of his comments, and I think he's since clarified those on several occasions. But I think the nature here is, look, we have the opportunity to look at whether renewables could bring a benefit to customers. So in the context of just simply the amount of generation that's going to be flowing off over the next couple of years, the opportunity is there to certainly look at whether renewables make the most sense. I think that kind of planning is, like you said, it's more in the spirit of investigating whether there's an opportunity to do so rather than a conclusive this is what shall happen. I think all of our management team is all too aware that any future generation source is subject to the Commission's approval, certainly in the context of an IRP. And so I think he was expressing his maybe enthusiasm for exploring if there was an opportunity to do so.
Could you appreciate that his enthusiasm seemed to be very particular and specific?
I could. I think in the context of a bigger picture, like the utility that we're acquiring here too, in the context of the utility space, it's not entirely unusual for utility CEOs to go out there and kind of put forward what they feel could be the investment opportunities related to utilities that they own or may own in the future. In this case here with AEP, I think they've had similar disclosures even prior to our CEOs about how many megawatts of renewables they foresaw for the Kentucky service territory. And I think ours was maybe a little bit less than what AEP had put out there publicly. And I can understand why maybe it came across as presumptive, but I can assure you that it was in the spirit of investigating that in the context of whether that's an opportunity to provide benefits to customers.
Would you agree those comments seem to be directed more at shareholders than they were at regulators?
I would agree.
On that, I just want to make sure that I'm sort of, I guess, to help me address my confusion.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your answer to that, but that compounded with the fact that in your all's expected capital or planning budget or whatever it may be, should the transaction be consummated and approved, that you don't propose replacement generation, you explicitly in that capital budget propose replacement renewables. But that's what the line in the budget is called,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So, and you simultaneously, when asked, won't commit to, an all sources RFP process, it would tend to indicate that there's not much interest in having an open solicitation or an open preference in least cost, most reasonable resource planning, that the decision has already been made. Other than your testimony today, what other evidence supports that that's not the case?
Right. Well, I think from a couple perspectives, I think one, again, if you've, since that initial declaration, I think our public statements have been much more around the fact that there's an opportunity to look at this rather than this is exactly the way that it will be completed. I think the other thing is in terms of the IRP process itself, I think the way my understanding is from kind of having discussions with our local council is that the test is either an RFP or an economic analysis. And so I think our commitment here today is to continue down that path and to rigorously explore any and all opportunities. I think the other commitment that we've made here is, like Big Sandy, for example, we've committed to looking at maximizing the operating life of Big Sandy and seeing how is that going to be utilized in a future mix. So I think all of those things combine in terms of both, perhaps the initial statement was a little bit more shareholder leaning, but I think in subsequent statements we've been more cautious to ensure that it's an opportunity to investigate. And I think our commitment to follow the commission precedent and commission practice in the context of the IRP, I would hope would give you comfort that we're not coming in here saying, this is absolutely the way it has to be, and that's the only thing we'll consider in the context of the IRP. Frankly, I think that wouldn't be received well by the commission if that's the way that we would be approaching our operations here.
Yeah, and I'll just say, when limits are placed on things at the outset, I don't know that customers are well served.
Right.
We've been, as a commission, I wasn't around, but we've been put in positions before where we effectively just have to approve something because there's no other option available to us.
Right.
I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but at least the record reflects that the renewal of the Rockport UPA was proposed to us in late October of 2004, and it had to be approved by December, whatever it may be. I mean, it was up to the very end, or Kentucky Power wasn't going to have enough capacity unless that was renewed.
Right.
And of course, it came with a $6.2 million, we'll call it equity kicker. I don't know that it always ends up best for customers when the commission's put in a perspective when things are limited before it ever shows up in an application.
Yes.
So let me ask, it reminds me of the saying, your comment about the CEO's comments, the saying that a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants on. I've not heard any of the subsequent comments, but the day it was announced, the comment was X. So in terms of commitments, other than just saying we'll do what commission precedent is, I'd like to better understand what you all have been doing for resource planning in your other jurisdictions, because what is noticeably missing from the capital, and maybe it just shouldn't be on the capital plan, but there's no consideration of energy efficiency, demand response, demand side management, any of those types of things to help customers reduce their usage, for instance.
Yes.
Until rebuttal testimony just said, oh yeah, and we'll do these things too, and these will help reduce winter bills in particular. So what is it in terms of those types of items do you have planned that may or may not have already, maybe they shouldn't show up in the capital budget, but that you all have done as part of your business plan to take over Kentucky Power?
Yep. So I think in the context of Kentucky Power, I think we've been working to better understand what the plans are around some of those things with the current owners and some of the things that they've been planning. I think we could talk to you in a lot more detail about Some of the things that we've done from that perspective in our other jurisdictions that we've worked in. My colleague Aaron Dole, whose team oversees the integrated resource planning process in Missouri, could perhaps give you a little bit more insight in terms of some of those things that we've done over there.
And then finally, when you note renewables, and let's just call it generation, but you note renewables on your capital plan, I would assume that that automatically precludes PPAs. Is that correct?
I don't think that that's entirely correct. I think that the capital plan there was basically to take an illustrative look of if they were entirely owned by the utility, then what would that capital plan look like?
I mean, but to be frank, you all aren't in the business of undermining your projected capital investments,
Correct.
right? And that hurts your earnings per share growth rate that you tell shareholders you're planning on doing. That would have an impact on your expectations, right?
It would have an impact on our expectations. I think our experience has been that in the context of PPAs, they need to be evaluated relative to, like, they have different terms than the ownership that you have in the generating asset. And so they need to be evaluated relative to what's available in the market at the time that you're proposing.
Do you have an appreciation for, at least historically, how the commission has treated or allowed utilities to retire generation assets?
I've looked at what's happened in the context of Big Sandy.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at least historically, the decision to retire a generating asset or any asset, basically, is the company's, but the economic decisions or the economic consequences of those retirement decisions are up to the commission? Is that your understanding?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And that not effectively, if you retire an asset with an undepreciated value, you either defer it or you write it off. That's effectively the economic consequence of that decision, right?
I'm sorry, could you?
Yeah, if you retire a generation asset with $200 million of undepreciated value.
Yes.
In the middle of a tax year, and you don't get deferral accounting for that undepreciated value, that's an expense in that year for the utility, right?
Yes.
My last question, I forgot it on the VP of Customer Advocacy. Was that something that was intended that the company already had plans for prior to the submission of rebuttal testimony, or is that something that came about during the pendency of this case?
It came about during the pendency of the case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eichler. Mr. Osceola, do you have any redirect to the witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a few questions. Mr. Eichler, I would like to revisit the exhibit that's been marked KIUC 4. Do you have that in front of you?
Which numbers on the bottom of that one? Yeah.
Here, you can take this copy.
I got it here. I've got it here, thank you.
And you'll recall, Mr. Eichler, that this was initially where there was some confusion as to where this came from, and the counsel for KIUC then identified that it was from the supplemental response to data response from KIUC 1-61, correct?
Correct.
And if I could just read that request, and I'll paraphrase it. It asks, please provide the following estimated amounts for forecasted years related to, and then subpart A says Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco non-fuel operation and maintenance expense by function and account, administrative and general expense by account, and other operating expenses by account, and type of expense if Liberty acquisition does not close. And this was the document that was produced as a supplemental response, correct?
Correct.
And the witness identified for that supplemental response was Brian West, correct?
I believe that's true, yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know, did Liberty prepare this document?
I'm not certain of that, no.
And then I'd also like to go back to a statement you had earlier in testimony where you indicated that Liberty and AEP align on future generation resources.
Yes.
Can you describe what you mean by that?
What I meant by that is that I think both AEP and Liberty, at least very recently, both view low-cost renewables as an opportunity to explore whether they can provide customer benefits. I think specifically what I was referring to was that I think prior to our announcement of our purchase of Kentucky Power, AEP had publicly already put out their intention of exploring potentially 1,450 megawatts of renewables within the Kentucky Power service territory. And so from our perspective, we felt that there was an alignment to explore that type of generation to see if there's a possibility to provide customer benefits.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Osterloh, I just want to convey, don't be surprised when you get the following question. But I think as part of the staff commission's post-hearing data request, what we're going to ask for, especially in the context of the first page of KIUC Cross 4, is from 2012, and if they have forecasted, that'd be great. But the values from the Handy-Whitman Index, I guess it's the Utility Construction Cost Index. They may have multiple indexes. The one I've seen, I think, is limited to distribution costs. But I would ask if I would assume that either Kentucky Power, Liberty, or AEP have access to that index. I'd be interested in those, the incremental amounts of that index each year, 2011 through current, and if they provide forecasted through 2030 as appears on this first page of KIUC Cross 4.
Okay.
Yep. That's the Handy-Whitman Index.
And I presume the current, or what I consider the current procedure, where there will be written DRs follow-up?
That's right. I just, I don't always feel comfortable with you all getting, any of the parties getting a post-hearing data request in written form that you haven't already heard about at the hearing. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Eichler. Given your role in this matter, I'm happy to let you step down from the stand, but in the event that you need to be recalled, I would just ask that you stick around.
Okay, I'll be around.
And I'll give you all a second to move as needed, and then I'll ask if you have another witness.
And I don't know if Kentucky Power, or AEP Kentucky Power is in front of you. We're going to take Chad Burnett next.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and call whoever wants to call, Mr. Burnett?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. AEP Kentucky Power, I'll Chad Burnett.
Okay. Mr. Burnett, I know you're here remotely with us, so if you could, please turn on your video and your microphone. Ms. Lynn, will you be...
Can you hear me?
Will you be introducing Mr. Burnett?
Yes, Mr.
All right, so
Chairman,
you let me
I
know
will.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, while we get settled, will we be doing sort of a dinner break and then coming back, or are we just going to push through until a late stop?
I haven't come up with any decision yet, but I think what we'll do is at our first break this afternoon, which we'll probably have it,
Whenever we take it.
yeah, whenever it makes sense here in a few minutes, that when we come, no, probably before we go on that break so that we have time, we'll talk about what we need to do this evening.
I'm flexible, I was just curious.
Yep. But also know that people may want to order food, whatever, but they want to make plans. I think it's better to talk about it earlier than later.
Understood, thank you.
Are you ready, Ms. Lynn?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Burnett, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Chad Burnett. My business address is 212 East 6th Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
All right, Mr. Burnett, I have one request before I allow Ms. Lynn to ask her questions. It's to significantly speak up. It is really quiet in the room, and I promise you, short of actually screaming, you can't be loud enough.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you,
Is
Mr.
this better?
Burnett. Ms. Lynn, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Burnett. Will you please state by whom you're employed and in what position?
Yes, I am employed by the American Electric Power Service Corporation, and I am the Managing Director of Economic and Supply Forecasting.
Thank you. Did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in the record of this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to those responses at this time?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Does anybody ever say no? When you ask that, say no. I'm going to change all my answers here. Mr. Cook, do you have any questions for this witness?
The AG has no questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Okay. I think, Ms. Grunman, are you next?
That's correct. No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller, do you have any questions for this witness?
None, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Vinsel, any questions for Mr. Barnett?
No questions.
Question?
Nope.
Okay. You don't get a second opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Burnett, for being here today. You may be excused.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Ostrell, you just let me know whenever you're ready for the next witness and just call him at your convenience.
Liberty will call David Swain.
Oh, sorry, Karen.
Oh, I put right into it.
Mr. Swain, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
David Swain, business address is 602 South Joplin Street in Joplin, Missouri.
Mr. Oslo, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Swain, by whom are you employed?
By Liberty Utilities.
And what is your position there?
At the moment, I'm transition leader for this acquisition that we're speaking of today.
And if the acquisition is approved, what will your position be after?
To the president of Kentucky Power, or our New South region.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed in this matter testimony?
I did.
Did you also sponsor responses to data requests?
I did.
Do you adopt that testimony and those responses here today as your testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Horn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Swain.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Kentucky, or I should say, I guess in your case, welcome back to Kentucky.
That's true.
Mr. Swain, have you met with members of the Kentucky General Assembly in the past few months about Liberty purchasing Kentucky Power?
Of the generals, yes, I have.
When did those meetings take place?
Started back in December, the middle of December, before Christmas, and have been going on since then.
Okay. And how many different legislators in total would you say you've met with?
Gosh, we were thinking about that earlier today if we asked the question, but I didn't get a chance to sit down. A lot of them. Yeah, most, I don't know if we've missed any that are in the operating area. I think we've met with essentially all of them.
Okay, so fair to say probably more than 20?
Yes.
Okay. And in those meetings with the legislators, what did you tell them about coal?
Well, we've heard a lot about coal, and that even all the way to the extent of, will we build a new coal plant? And, you know, I've said every time, you know, look, if I told you that I thought that was possible, I wouldn't be truthful. I don't believe that that's going to happen. And we've had lots of conversation around that as it relates to renewables, the jobs surrounding coal, and how those jobs have, over time, gone away, and what we can do to, from an economic development standpoint, to replace those jobs with something else, which we certainly intend to do. lots of conversation around the fact of whether coal has any future. Whether I think that or whether in general, in conversations around whether or not that is potentially going to be the case. Primarily that. I mean, just lots of, what do you think? What's your assumption about this?
Okay. And what did you tell them about natural gas?
Well, for one thing, I told them that I worked in natural gas for 30 years of my 42-year career, ran distribution natural gas companies, and there's several things that we talked about. One, I wanted to talk about Big Sandy and what the plan was there, whether we had any plans to continue to operate that. We talked about the fact that I found myself surprised of the amount of natural gas that's in the East Kentucky region. Wasn't aware that there were so many people that we visited with that actually had wells on their property, and a lot of conversations around how that came to be and what they've experienced since then. So I found that to be a learning experience. I think that's primarily it.
Well, what did you say to them about the continued operation of the Big Sandy plant when that came up?
I'm sorry, ask that again.
So what did you say to them about the continued operation of the Big Sandy plant?
Yeah,
That came up.
that we plan to continue that operation and extend it.
And do you have any idea for how long you plan to extend that operation?
Well, I think that our plan is that we'll continue to operate it indefinitely with it's needed in our mix. I think it adds value to it, and I don't see anything in the future that would say that we would do anything different than that. We would continue to maintain it and to invest in it as needed.
Mr. Swain, are you aware of whether Kentucky has a renewable energy policy?
Whether they have a policy?
Yes, sir.
I'm aware of conversations that I've had with them about plans for renewables, their discussions for their strategy.
Let me interrupt, because I think you misunderstood your question. That's my fault. Does the state of Kentucky have a renewable energy policy?
I don't know specifically. I know that in conversations with legislators and not just legislators, but some of the other people within the counties that we visited, lots of conversations about, and whether their opinions or whether their policy, that I can't be certain, but I know that there's certainly lots of conversations around renewables, especially solar. I think there's lots of speculation. People ask what we knew about what was going on in the area concerning solar, because there were a lot of people asking about the land. So lots of conversation around it. I don't know specifically about Kentucky's policy on it.
Okay. And the other states Liberty is located in, do those states have a renewable energy policy?
Well, I know that certainly Missouri does, and again, there's so much going on in the area of renewables today, it's hard for me to think in my mind what's formal and what's not. Because a lot of, working in the utility business today, there aren't many days that go by that we aren't discussing what the plan for renewables are, how do they fit, what's viable, what's not. So certainly it's a part of our life every day.
Okay. Now, Mr. Swain, Algonquin is the parent company of Liberty, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And Algonquin has a carbon-free corporate mandate or goal, does it not?
It does.
So is it fair to assume then that Kentucky Power will have a carbon-free mandate or goal when Liberty is in control?
Yes.
And do you plan to live in Kentucky when you're a president of Kentucky Power?
Ask me again.
So do you plan to live in Kentucky when you're a president of Kentucky Power?
I have bought a house and closed on it.
Okay.
So,
Very good. All right. So you will be the person in charge of Kentucky Power? if Liberty takes over. That fair to say?
I'll be the president. I don't know how often I'm in charge, but.
All right. Well, let me ask you this then. Who will you answer to? Who will be your immediate boss?
Gerald Tremblay, who is in Toronto.
Okay. And this is Mr. Tremblay, did I say that correct?
That's right.
And does he work for Algonquin?
He does.
Okay. Mr. Swain, in your new role, and you're walking down the streets of Ashland, and you're stopped on the street by one of your customers, and they ask you, what does a carbon-free Kentucky Power mean for me? What will you tell them?
I should be pretty practiced because I've answered that question a lot about what it means to be carbon-free. And main question I get asked is, does carbon-free and 100% renewables mean the same thing? And the answer is no, it doesn't. And that to be carbon-free means that, as I'm talking to them, that it includes so many different things. One, and the number one thing that I think people often leave out of the equation is efficiencies. And if you look back over the past 50 years, efficiencies have done more for reducing our carbon footprint than anything else has done. And that comes about through our, the technology that our furnace and heat and air manufacturers have done. And obviously that's driven by demand and sometimes by law too, by mandate. But as we continue to look for ways to use renewables, we're also going to look for ways to make sure that we're more efficient. We're going to look for ways to offset the carbon footprint that we have. And so it's a combination of all of those things. And in addition to that, when we talk about the 2050 plan, and I'm not sure this really fits into your question, so lawyers might give me a look, but the fact of it is, I think it's important when you talk about 2050. Virtually anybody that set a 2050 goal, just like our company has, understands that the technology doesn't exist today. And this is what I tell customers. The technology doesn't exist today, but the expectation is that that technology will continue to advance over the next generation, and we'll find ways to get there. But certainly, it is going to take that technology and that advancement in technology for us to be able to get there.
Okay. If this customer asks you whether Kentucky Power is going to burn any coal when Liberty takes over, what will be your response?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
What will you say to the customer to ask, is Kentucky Power going to burn any coal when Liberty takes over?
I have been asked, and the answer is that I expect they will. As we go through our IRP process, we'll pick the energy sources that are best for the customer and the lowest cost to the customer. Obviously, it has to be reliable, but if it's reliable and it fits within that lowest cost, then yes, we would.
What does Liberty currently consider to be renewable energy? What would you define as renewable energy?
Well, there's some debate about a couple of these, but typically hydro is not considered that. Wind is, solar is. I guess you could say that battery storage fits in that. It's part of the equation.
Okay, so that's what Liberty defines. I know you said there's some debate. I just want to
I don't know that I've ever
what-
seen us actually write anything that here's our definition of renewables, but I think
Okay.
that fits the day-to-day conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, what types of renewables will Liberty be pursuing for Kentucky Power?
I think I would hope that we would consider all types of renewable and find out which is the best for our customers in that area. I would hope, and I'm sure that we won't, because our practice is that we will pursue all different types of energy to determine in the IRP process to determine which one is the best. It's known, and to your questions about what people are asking and what I'm saying to them, is that certainly I think there's opportunities for solar. There probably is for battery. We'll see what technology changes with wind in the future. Right now, that's not too bright.
Will you have a backup plan for instances when your renewable power is not generating enough power or fails to meet demand?
As with other energy sources?
Well,
Yeah,
whatever it
absolutely.
may be, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to look at our overall mix and make sure that we can provide power when solar isn't working, or, if we're getting away somewhere else off the grid. You always have to make sure that you can keep the power on and that you have a reliable source.
And what will Kentucky Power utilize for reserve power when Liberty's in control?
Well, as the conversations that we've talked about today, after Mitchell, after those, where do you get it? Well, we're going to go onto the market and buy that, and again, which is the lowest cost to the customer. I mean, we'll go to the market and buy that energy source that we need.
Okay. And you would agree, wouldn't you, that backup power is necessary for sun and wind? Correct?
Absolutely.
How much sunshine does Kentucky get compared to the western part of the United States?
If you're looking for the scientific or written number, I don't know what that is. But if you're in the holler, I think the song says you get it from 10 to 3. So it certainly depends on where you are. There are opportunities, I think, that, some of the mountaintops some people are asking us, should they speculate to put it there, then you're going to have more, but certainly you're not going to have the kind of sunshine that you have in Arizona, maybe in California, some other places that people typically think or haven't in the past thought about solar.
Does snow and ice have an impact on solar panels?
It can, absolutely.
And I think you've already kind of testified to this, but Kentucky really doesn't have sufficient wind to really spin a turbine sufficiently to produce electricity, does it?
Not really, not from my understanding. I think there's a couple of speculative areas that people have said that might work, but in essence, no.
Do you know how many acres of land are needed in Kentucky to produce 1 megawatt of solar energy?
No, I don't know what that number is.
Do you believe that more acres are needed in Kentucky to produce a megawatt of energy than versus, say, out west in the desert?
Versus where?
Out west in the deserts out west?
I suspect it would, yes.
Isn't it true, Mr. Swain, that renewables coupled with battery storage make for a good story for Wall Street investors, but the technology simply isn't there at this stage to develop it where it can be relied on to meet the energy needs of eastern Kentucky?
I don't know if the first part of that's true. As a matter of fact, I would say if it's not good for the customer, it's probably not good for an investor. It may appear so, but it's probably not going to be. And speaking of the technology, it is the battery technology is one that's developing, but so is solar and so is wind. Technology changes every day. I think most people would be surprised to know what people are looking at in the way of advancing those technologies today. There's just, literally thousands of things that are being looked at. So that technology continues to evolve.
What is the economic impact of building a solar farm?
I gotta believe that depends on where you put it.
Okay, well, let's talk about eastern Kentucky, where you're going to be located. And you say solar is what you're looking to bring.
Okay. Well, I think the concerns that have been mentioned to me, first, the one that comes to mind is as people started to look at our company information and I became more familiar and knew that we do discuss renewables, they wanted to know how that would work. And one of the first things that I heard was, don't take our farmland. We don't have a lot of that. Don't take our flat land. We don't have a lot of that. And so obviously, as you think about East Kentucky, flat land that doesn't flood is valuable. What farmland that you have is valuable. I can't really imagine that you're going to go buy that type of land to put a solar farm on. I don't think it probably would make financial sense, let alone does it make good moral sense to do that. And so my answer has been all along, I can't imagine that that's what we're going to do. But we have discussed some of those places where mines have been reclaimed or not reclaimed, and those places where that land has been, not usable for something else. That's probably the type of place that you're going to look for when you think about placing solar.
Do you know generally how many construction workers are hired to build a solar farm?
Well, it's gonna depend on the size, obviously, and the terrain, not only of where the solar farm is, but also of what it takes to get the materials there. So it's going to vary depending on all of those aspects.
And how many workers are needed to operate a solar farm once it's built?
Same answer, how big is it? What's the terrain? What does it take to maintain the ground around it, as well as the components themselves and the other components that go with it? It's just going to depend on the size and how big it is.
And Liberty, currently outside of Kentucky, owns a solar farm, is that correct, somewhere?
We do, yes.
Okay. How many workers are at your biggest solar farm?
I don't know the answer to that, how many workers that we have in the ones that are in the other regions. In the central region where I've been for the last 5 years, we've built one community solar farm there, and there isn't a dedicated number of employees. Other employees come in and out of there depending on what the needs are. Otherwise, they're working someplace else. If you're looking for an answer and said on an average day, how many people are at that solar farm and working there, I would say 2 to 3.
Okay. Do you know how many workers work currently at the Big Sandy gas plant?
I think it's about 30.
Would you agree that coal and natural gas plants are flexible in this way, and that they can be dispatched when the sun goes down and the wind doesn't blow? Is that correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement. I would agree that depending on the type of plant that it is, would determine the length of time that it takes to get up and running. There's some technology today that are fast start that you can get up in just a few hours. There's others that may take 2 days to get it up and going.
But a coal plant or a gas plant is capable of running 24/7, isn't that correct?
Assuming everything's working, yes.
Are solar and wind considered dispatchable energy?
I would assume so. I mean, there's opportunities today for people to build a facility and not necessarily own an electric company to use it in, so certainly they can.
But I believe you have testified that a solar farm doesn't work if the sun's not shining, correct?
None that I've ever seen.
Okay. And a wind farm doesn't work if the wind's not blowing, correct?
That would be correct.
So that puts a pretty big limit on their ability to have dispatchable energy, does it not?
During those times that you've talked about, yeah, you're not producing anything.
The North American Reliability Corporation put out an annual risk assessment, and it called for policies ensuring natural gas remains a part of the power generation mix, while stressing the flexible energy resources will become more important as extreme weather events increasingly threaten the nation's electric grid. Would you agree with this assessment?
Yeah, in general, I would, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that the European Union's anti-carbon energy policy is a model for the United States to follow?
My friends that know me wonder how I'm going to answer that question. I'm sure that it does in some ways. To say that I would agree that it does 100%, I wouldn't think so. I mean, I'll say no.
Would you agree that without reliable dispatchable energy, the cost of electricity will go up?
That being the case, I would say yes.
How does Liberty feel about the federal Clean Electricity Performance Program legislation?
I don't know that I know about that.
Currently, Mr. Swain, does any meaningful battery capacity exist for solar that is economical for Kentucky Power specifically?
I'm going to say I don't know. I suspect there is, but I don't know for certain.
Speaking of, this is a question to Liberty, not just Kentucky Power. Does Liberty intend to shut down all its fossil fuel plants across the United States?
I'm just going to leave it at no.
Mr. Swain, can you identify a place where dispatchable energy is dependent upon something other than coal, gas, or nuclear? In other words, some place where renewable energy 24/7 meets all energy demands?
If you mean 24/7 to define dispatchable, no.
Are there any Liberty utilities that depend solely on renewable power to meet 24/7 energy demands?
No.
Okay. Is Liberty committed to building new renewable generation for Kentucky Power?
If it makes sense to do so.
Haven't y'all stated on the record that you're within 12 months of taking over the place, you're going to form a stakeholder process to look at building renewable energy?
Ask the question again, please.
So haven't you stated on the record, Liberty, that within 12 months of taking over Kentucky Power, you will form a stakeholder group to look at building renewable energy?
Yes.
So it sounds like you're committed to building renewable energy. Isn't that correct?
If it makes sense. If and where it makes sense.
Will Liberty commit to building new fossil fuel generation for Kentucky Power?
Will we commit to that?
Yes.
No more than I would commit to building renewable.
Will you commit to Kentucky Power using fossil fuel generation when Liberty is in control?
I'll commit to going through an IRP process that we've talked already about today that determines what the lowest cost energy source is for our customers, and we'll follow that plan.
Will Kentucky Power contract for capacity that is generated by fossil fuels when Liberty is in control?
Same answer.
In your role as president of Liberty, I believe you stated earlier that you will answer to someone Algonquin, correct?
That's true.
Okay. Who is Algonquin?
It's our parent company.
And what do they stand for? I mean, what are they in? I assume they must be in the energy business of some sort. I mean,
We are an energy business. We're a regulated and non-regulated company. We do have renewables as a part of our, both the unregulated and regulated. We also operate distribution utilities water, wastewater, natural gas, and electric.
Are you aware that Algonquin issued a 2021 Environmental Social Governance, or ESG, report last October?
Yes.
In that ESG report, it states that 2,000 megawatts of renewables will be added by 2023. How many of that 2,000 additional megawatts of renewable energy is Kentucky Power going to be responsible for once Liberty is in control?
When that was issued, none.
Is that still going to be the case once Liberty takes over?
Well, as you said, we're gonna study it and determine whether or not there's a opportunity for it or not.
The ESG report speaks to a net zero goal by 2050. What does net zero mean?
Means that you have offset completely your carbon footprint.
That carbon footprint meaning what?
Just that from the, as we talk about whether you're talking about coal, whether you're talking about hydrocarbons, whatever those things are that produce that carbon footprint, that you either are going to, that you're going to offset those or you're going to stop using it. But you're going to get to zero.
This ESG report talks about net zero interim targets and states that there is a 75% renewable generation by the end of 2023. And it says in this report that currently Algonquin is sitting at 63%, so that's pretty close to the 75% target. So if Kentucky Power were to build a new fossil fuel generation, that would negatively impact this interim goal, would it not?
Would it adversely affect moving toward a zero carbon footprint? Is that what you're asking me?
Now, my question is, would it negatively affect being able to get from 63% to 75% renewable energies by 2023? That's an interim goal to the eventual net zero that you were speaking about.
It's not going to move your number in the opposite direction, that's for sure.
So if they're not going to move the number in the opposite direction, then Kentucky Power is not going to be building any fossil fuel generation.
Again, every 3 years we file an IRP plan that determines what the least cost energy is going to be for our customer. And as you've heard here today, I think AEP is due at the end of this year, and we'll continue to do the same thing under our ownership. We'll work on and file an IRP that'll be filed with this commission to determine what that energy mix looks like.
If Liberty doesn't retire the fossil fuel generation Kentucky Power currently has, it would negatively impact this 75% interim goal, would it not?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Well, if you're trying to get from 63% to 75% renewables and you bring on more fossil fuel generation, that's going to change the math. You may not be at 63% any longer.
But it can be offset in a plan.
If Kentucky Power caused Algonquin to meet this interim 75% target, that wouldn't sit well for you, would it, as president of Kentucky Power?
I'm sorry, ask me that question again.
If Kentucky Power were to take over and fails to, and impacts Algonquin's ability to meet the interim target of 75%, that wouldn't sit well for you as a president of Kentucky Power, would it?
Anything that I would do that doesn't follow our corporate strategy wouldn't work well within our company, if that's what you're asking. And the fact of it is, I wouldn't do that anyway. But that doesn't give to the assumption that that's not the best thing to do to begin with. So, as I said, using an IRP plan, using those types of things gets us to where we need to be, and it gets us to where we need to be with the customer. So it's not two, those two aren't two opposing things.
Well, help me understand that, Mr. Swain, because in my mind, it is two opposing things, because I hear you talk on one hand that you want to study the IRPs and do what's best, but Al Walkman, who's clearly in control and who's your boss, is saying another thing publicly. And it's saying is you're not going to add fossil fuels and you're going to retire fossil fuels. So how do you
Yeah, I don't think that's what they say at all.
Do you know if Al Walkman's calculation of their net zero goal includes power purchased on the market that's not generated by Kentucky Power, Liberty, or Al Walkman?
Would their purchase power be included in their formula for net zero?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You're familiar with the Mitchell plant and the case currently pending before this commission regarding the operation and the ownership and operating agreements?
I know of it, yes.
Okay. Would Kentucky Power consider procuring coal power generated from AEP, perhaps the Mitchell plant itself, after 2028, when Liberty is in control?
If through the IRP study, it was determined that that was the lowest cost of energy and met the other, which is the primary aspect of the IRP as to which is most affordable for the customer, so yes.
But at IRP, let's say the IRP says that is the most affordable, but your Al Walkman parent company says that's not in conformation with our net zero goal. Which one wins out?
If that scenario that you just said existed and we had an IRP that said that that is the lowest cost of energy and they said no, we'd have a real problem on our hands, wouldn't we? Because first of all, they're not going to do that. Never have, never will. So. And look, I mean, I'm not sure where that question is going, but if I were the president here and they told me to do it anyway, I'd come talk to this gentleman up here. I'm not going to do something that's illegal.
Is the resolution of the issues with the Mitchell plant a condition precedent for the sale from AEP to Liberty?
I'm sorry, can you ask me that again?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't ask that very well. Is the resolution of the Mitchell plant issues, the ownership and operating agreements, the case that's currently pending, is that a condition precedent to this sale from AEP to Liberty?
I'm not certain of it. I heard it spoke about here this morning, but I wasn't a part of that decision and am not a part of that.
So you have no knowledge about about any of the issues with Mitchell plant in terms of whether or not it impacts the sale?
I know some facts about Mitchell. I know the 2028 date. I know after the sale, they're going to operate it for us, but to the question that you asked, I don't know the facts there.
Okay. Fair enough. Several of Liberty's witnesses have testified against the sale premium being used for ratepayers. Isn't that true?
What's being used?
The sale premium that the KIUC and Attorney General witnesses have testified to that should be returned to witnesses, to the ratepayers. Several of Liberty's witnesses have testified against that, correct?
Mr. Chairman, this is outside the scope of Mr. Swain's testimony. Object.
I disagree, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking as President of Liberty, is he whether or not he knows that his witnesses have testified against that money being used in this case?
First of all,
question.
Mr. Swain is not President of Liberty, and other witnesses can testify as to what their testimony is.
Oh, excuse me, I misspoke, Mr. Chairman. He's President of Kentucky Power.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Osterloh, you've been around long enough. We know this is pretty wide open, so we'll give you all the opportunity in the world to do your redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you ask it again?
Yes, sir. Are you aware that several of Liberty's witnesses have testified against the sale premium being used for the ratepayers in this case? Isn't that true?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry, just ask me one more time.
Okay. Well, Kentucky, the Attorney General and KIUC have put forth the argument that $578 million of the sale premium ought to be returned to the benefit of the ratepayers.
Yes.
And several of Liberty's witnesses have testified on the record in this case as opposing that idea. Are you aware of that? Isn't that correct?
I don't know that I've heard anybody oppose that. I've heard it discussed as to how that premium, or what the premium is, and what the breakdown of that, what the breakdown of that premium is, but I can't say that I specifically have heard anybody do what you just said.
Mr. Swain, if improvements are made to Kentucky Power system from the proceeds of the sales premium, these are investments that Liberty doesn't have to make and ratepayers don't have to pay for in the future. Isn't that correct?
I guess if your assumption is if AEP gave that 500+ million to the customers, would it offset investments that we would make? Yes, it would.
Does Liberty have an operation and maintenance plan for vegetation management when it takes over Kentucky Power?
In every electric utility, we have a vegetation plan.
Has Liberty found any ways to make the vegetation management plan work better for the benefit of the ratepayers, i.e. saving money?
We make changes to it from time to time. There's always a debate how far the cutback is. How do you do it? How do you pay for it? I mean, there's always decisions to be made about vegetation plans.
In reviewing Kentucky Power's capital and budgeting needs, it's true, is it not, that Liberty has relied on Kentucky Power cost structure forecast developed under AEP ownership?
To begin with, yes.
So far, Liberty has not developed a budget or forecast for Kentucky Power that is independent from the assumptions factored into Kentucky Power's budgetary models.
That's correct.
So Liberty has not developed its own capital and operating expense budgets for Kentucky Power, correct?
We've adopted theirs.
So Liberty has not adopted any budgets that commit Kentucky Power to the same or lower cost than it would occur under AEP ownership, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Swain, do you understand that Kentucky Power customers on average have the highest electric bills in the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Do you have ideas about?
Let me restate that. I understand they have the highest rate.
I'm sorry.
I understand they have the highest rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you understand, too, that many of Kentucky Power customers are economically challenged?
I do.
Okay. Do you understand some of these economic challenges that are faced in Kentucky Power's service area?
My dad was born and raised in Harlan, Kentucky, and he quit school in the 8th grade to go to work in a coal mine. I understand them.
So Kentucky Power customers are some of the most economically challenged in the entire country. Would you agree with that?
I would think so. And traveling around the last few weeks, I think that a lot of the community wants to debate that. They think that that might be not so, but prior to hearing those comments from people that live here, I would have assumed that would be the case.
Kentucky Power's service territory as a whole has seen a precipitous decline in population, employment, and electrical load over the past 15 years. Would you agree?
I think that's probably true as a whole. There are a few counties that actually increase population, but I think I believe that the majority have not.
Well, given the economic challenges of many of the Kentucky Power ratepayers, and given this decline in population and employment and electric load, what makes Kentucky Power such an attractive investment for Liberty?
Well, there's several things. One, it's not dissimilar to operations that we already have. Most of our utilities are rural, or not cities. I went 5 years ago when we acquired Empire Electric. Although certainly are different, there's lots of similarities. Its rural customers are farther apart. We have more wire per customer. So I certainly understand that aspect of East Kentucky. There are some differences, vegetation, mountainous area, those things are different. But we just see this as an opportunity. One of the things that makes it attractive to me is that it's not just East Kentucky, but Kentucky in general is behind the economic development aspects of East Kentucky. Everywhere that I've been, and I've spent a lot of time at the Capitol over the last few months, and it seems to be everybody there understands and is focused on East Kentucky and what can be done to make it, to economically grow it, to bring business there. That's one of the things that's needed. We'll be very involved in that, and not only can we be involved, I think that we can help that by being a part of that, which is what we intend to do. So we're not in it for the short run. Are there going to be difficulties to overcome the things that you're talking about? Absolutely. But somebody needs to serve those people. They need electricity. And I mean, what else can we do? Say, well, they don't deserve it, we're going to leave because of the challenges that you're talking about? And look, it's personal to me. I just told you my dad came from Harlan. I understand. I've got family there. I know these folks. I'm moving here myself. And it's attractive to our company for the reasons that I just talked about. We can grow it economically. We can help to fix some of the problems that the customers are facing. And we'll do it in spite of those challenges that we have there. And our track record shows us that we can. And so there's a lot of reasons, the ones that I just mentioned, and I believe that that'll happen. I believe that we'll see, over time, we'll see it turn around and it can be viable.
Are you aware that most of the area adjacent to Kentucky Power's service territory is served by electric co-ops?
I am.
You don't believe a co-op model would better serve the ratepayers in Kentucky's power service territory given these challenges we just discussed?
Do I believe that? No.
Can Liberty guarantee that Kentucky Power's rates will be the same or lower than the average co-op rate in 5 years?
I don't know the answer to that. I've looked at all of those co-op rates. There are some that are already higher, so there must be some reason for that. Over 5 years, we'll be able to evaluate how we can best control those costs, which is what I intend to do. That's what I intend to do, not just what our company does, but looking for ways to control those customers' costs while we modernize the system and give them the good reliability that they deserve. I believe you can do all of those things.
Let's go back to that customer you meet on the street in Ashland. What do you tell them when they ask you what will be the immediate benefit to Kentucky Power customers once Liberty takes over?
16% rate reduction. And that we're going to be focused on the customer. We had conversations earlier about what this VP of customer advocacy would do. That's my idea. After being over here a few weeks and seeing what, some of those same challenges that you just talked about, customers need an advocate. They need somebody that really understands what those issues are. I'm going to be living in Ashland, but I need somebody that's going to be focused on those customers in this whole operating area that understand what those needs are, how we can help them, not only from an economic development standpoint, but what are the things that they're facing. One of the things that I keep hearing people talk about are these $900 bills. Well, there's a lot of things that are misunderstood about those $900 bills, and one of the first things that we can do when I talk to that person on the street is to say, let's understand what's really going on with those customers' bills. Not only are we going to give you a 14 to 16% reduction, but we're going to look into those stories about $900 bills, and we're going to find out what the real facts are. And it's tied often to rates. One of the things I would tell those customers is the rate isn't nearly as important to get into a $900 bill is how much gas flows through that, how much electricity flows through that meter. So why is that much electricity flowing through a meter? I would tell them that if you live in a mobile home and you've got a $900 bill, you're probably heating with strip heat. You probably don't have any insulation, and what can we do to help you with that? That customer advocacy is a person is going to be working with the commission to have plans in place that can help those folks, working with the help agencies that help to distribute those funds. We're going to be involved in DC to see what we can do to increase those funds that are available for those customers, not just to help them to pay a bill, but to help them to fix those problems that cause them to have a $900 bill. And if you can hear it in my voice, I've got some passion around that. That's what I would say to that customer. What can we do to help you? Because I think that's part of being a good operator. We need to make sure that we're doing those kind of things. We're not going to be successful here if we don't help those customers that you're talking about. And I fully intend that that's what we're going to do. We're going to engage every employee, not just the VP of customer advocacy, but we're going to engage every employee in that process, led by that individual, led by myself, to look at those issues that are out there that are talked about and understand them and understand what we can do to fix them.
Mr. Chairman, we've been going about an hour and 45 minutes. Would now be an acceptable time
I
to take a
have
break?
3 questions left, Mr. Chairman.
Are they short questions or are they John Horn today?
They're short questions, but I'm not going to tell Mr. Swain how short he has to answer.
Go ahead. We'll take a break before Mr. Kurtz.
Thank you.
Mr. Swain, if the commission agreed with the OAG and KIU's position to put some of the $585 million sales premium aside for the benefit of the ratepayers, wouldn't that be beneficial to Liberty?
I'm sorry, you'll have to ask me again.
If the commission agreed to put aside some of the $585 million sales premium for the benefit of the ratepayers, wouldn't that be beneficial for Liberty and Kentucky Power when they take over?
I can't answer that without knowing more about it. I don't know.
Wouldn't it be beneficial to Kentucky Power's customers?
If somebody gave them $585 million, would it be beneficial to them? I'm sure it would.
Okay. So then, Mr. Swain, what do you tell that same customer you meet on the street when they ask you, why did Liberty oppose returning $578 million to Kentucky Power's customers?
What would I tell them? I would tell them that we need to get somebody to sit down and explain to them what that is and why that wouldn't happen. I mean, we'd have to sit down with them and explain the facts.
Mr. Swain, it's happening in this case. You have witnesses that are opposing that very idea. So what are you going to explain to the customers to ask you, why did you all oppose that idea?
Yeah, there may be reasons. There are reasons, I'm sure, and certainly I would tell the customer there may be reasons why they can't do that or why they shouldn't do that.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
340. Okay. So here's an idea.
Uh-oh.
It is 3:40, so what I'd propose is for us to take a break until 4, come back, go until about 5:45, take 1 hour for an evening break, and come back at 6:45 and see where we go from there. Is that okay with you?
Fine with me. If it works for the parties, it works for me. I got a hotel room. I'm good.
Just have to zombie drive back home, so. All right, so we'll take a recess until 4. Just to remind everybody, we'll take a recess until 4. We'll shoot to go until about 5:45. Take a dinner break at 5:45 in case somebody orders food here. Take a break until 6:45, the dinner break, and then we'll figure out where we are after we come back at 6:45 and begin again. Like I said, my understanding of these hearings, I've been through 1 or 2, is that the first 2 or 3 and the last 2 or 3 witnesses from the applicant's perspectives tend to be the ones that take the longest. I'm sure somebody this hearing will prove me wrong, but my hope is that we can get through at least another half dozen witnesses before we adjourn for the evening. So we'll take a recess until 4 o'clock, unless anybody has anything else. Just ask if Jim or Anthony can move the mouse so we know for a fact it's unmuted. There we go, perfect.
Okay, Chairman, you're on.
Thank you. Mr. Kurtz, do you have any questions for Mr. Swain?
Yes, sir. Very
Please proceed.
briefly. Mr. Swain, you talked about, with Mr. Horn, one of the benefits of the transaction was 14 to 16% rate reduction for residential customers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have, and I meant to ask Mr. Eichler this, do you have, or can you be shown page 15 from Mr. Eichler's rebuttal testimony, or if you have it, it's the quantification of that.
Is the rebuttal testimony? Yeah, I think that's it right there.
You said 16?
15.
15. Yes.
Okay, do you see the bottom set of numbers, where the summary? Summary based on 12-month average?
Yes.
Okay. So for a residential heat customer, they are projected to save $21 a month for a 12-month period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the residential heat share of the $20 million contribution from Liberty and the $20 million contribution from AEP for the $40 million fuel fund, correct?
I understand, yes.
Okay, and that's a one-time, one-year deal. After 12 months, it'll expire, correct?
I don't know the facts about that.
Okay. So this exhibit shows a $21 a month benefit for fuel and a $9 a month benefit for the decommissioning rider holiday. Do you see that?
I see those numbers. I don't want to speak to how they add up because I'm not familiar with them, but.
Okay, well, you testified to this, only reason I'm asking. So my point is that of this $30 a month savings, the fuel is 70%, and that's a one-time, one-year amount, and the decommissioning rider is $9 a month, and that's a 3-year holiday, correct?
Mr. Chairman, the witness already indicated that he didn't prepare this and is not familiar with it, so I would object.
The math is pretty, I mean, he's going to be president of the company, is the only reason I asked, and he testified to the benefit of 14 to 16% rate reduction.
To what end are you asking the question?
Very briefly, that the fuel fund is a one-time, that's the majority of the savings of the 16%, and that's a one-time issue. And the remaining, the decommissioning rider holiday, is essentially pay me now, pay me later, unless there's securitization legislation.
Then I would ask with those questions maybe than walking through the other testimony.
Okay. The fuel fund, the $20 million AEP contribution, the $20 million Liberty contribution, is a one-time rebate or refund to consumers, correct?
My understanding is.
Okay. And the 3-year holiday on the decommissioning rider is essentially pay me now, pay me later. It's just a timing issue unless there was securitization legislation.
Yeah, my understanding will be, no, it's not pay me now or pay me later, but I don't know enough about either one of these to get into the details of it. I know enough to tell what a customer that this is what we project with the 14 to 16% savings, the breakdown of those. Haven't been informed about what those are yet.
And the 14%, well, Chairman, I think that's enough.
Is that all your
Thank you, Mr. Swain.
Mr. Grunman, any questions for this witness?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Swain. My name is Carrie Grunman. I represent Walmart Inc. in these proceedings.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to go back to address a couple of issues that you discussed with Mr. Horn through the Attorney General's office. And I just want to confirm first, Kentucky Power as it sits today, are you aware that it is owned by a parent company, American Electric Power?
Yes,
And are you aware that American Electric Power has also set a net zero carbon goal for 2050?
I am.
And that's the same as the net zero carbon goal that your parent company has set?
I assume similarly, yes, the state the same.
And I think that Mr. Horn asked you about an ESG report that was filed by Algonquin. Are you aware that other companies have ESG goals?
I am.
And so are you aware that there are customers out there and companies out there who are interested in renewable energy in support of their ESG or other corporate goals?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you in fact, are you at all familiar with the fact that Nucor Steel agreed to build a $2.7 billion sheeting steel mill in Appalachian Power Company's West Virginia territory, in part because APCO agreed to pursue renewable energy for them in their West Virginia service territory?
I didn't know that, but I know of the company, yes.
So would it be beneficial to ratepayers in eastern Kentucky if an economic development opportunity of the like of a $2.7 billion industrial facility were to be interested in locating in eastern Kentucky?
Absolutely.
And do you think that having renewable energy is one such way that you can incentivize economic development in eastern Kentucky?
Yes, I know it is.
Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr. Swain.
Mr. Goss?
Good afternoon, Mr. Swain. Mark David Goss for LS Power. I don't have any substantive questions, but I do want to ask you, in reviewing your testimony, I do not see, unless I'm missing it, that your educational qualifications are included anywhere, either in the body of the testimony or in an exhibit, a CV or curriculum vitae as an attachment. Would you mind sharing your educational qualifications with the commission, sir?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. I finished high school and went to work for the gas company in Vandalia, Illinois, and started reading meters, and have done a little bit of everything since then over the last 42 years.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Miller, any questions for Mr. Swain?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions from Sierra Club.
Vincent?
Yes, it's me. And I do have questions, and good afternoon, Mr. Swain.
Good afternoon.
In your direct testimony, you discussed Liberty's experience with transition services agreements, specifically at Granite State Electric and Energy North in New Hampshire. Did that transition process happen while you were president? Or are you familiar with that process?
I am familiar with the process, yes.
And did it occur while you were in some sort of a leadership role with that utility?
Yeah, not with those particular ones. I was president, but wasn't president at those locations.
Can you give I'm just looking for generalized information about, with those kinds of transition services, in that particular circumstances in New Hampshire, what was the time frame that the services were transition services were offered?
Yeah, I can't remember specifically what they were. I just can't. I mean, I know that they were in a matter of months, or yeah.
So it wasn't an ongoing, permanent type of relationship?
No.
It was truly a transition?
That's correct.
I have a couple of questions about the board, and I want to make sure I don't duplicate what I believe the vice chair may be asking you. You had testified that Kentucky Power would be within its own region. It would not just be Kentucky Power, but that over time, other utilities would be acquired. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Taking a step back, within the Liberty subsidiary structures, for each region, there's a board of directors, correct?
That's correct.
And for the utilities within each region, is the the regional board of directors, do they also serve as board of directors for each utility in the region?
For each of the other regions?
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke there. The regional board of directors, do they serve as board of directors for each utility within that specific region?
For each company within that region?
Yes.
Yes.
So in this case, we talked about that there would be a independent director who is a resident or a customer within Kentucky Power Service territory. Is that particular model, do you use that in other Liberty subsidiaries? Let me state it more clearly. Are there independent directors from each company's service territory that serves on a board of directors?
In each of their board of directors, there are independents, yes.
Okay. Another issue that's emerged is a question of economies of scale. And I'm thinking about, based on your position right now with, well, your former position in the central region. Given that other companies will be acquired within the Kentucky Power region over time, could those types of acquisitions present opportunities from some sort of shared services or economies of scale in addition to the shared services that are provided by Liberty?
Let me ask a question, make sure I understood what you're asking. If we added other companies within this fourth region, would that create economies of scale?
Yes. Are there some sort of shared services within a region?
Within the region, yes, there are.
And can you say what kinds of opportunities there are?
Sure. Within each of the region, we typically have one finance team, one regulatory team, a compliance team, so they will oversee all of the activities within the region.
And are those positions separate from the centralized services that Liberty provides?
Some are and some are not, yeah.
Staff has nothing further.
Vice Chair, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a few. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just getting quickly back to the question you were asked about who you answer to, and you mentioned a superior at Algonquin. You also answer to the board, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry?
You would also answer to your board of directors, isn't that right?
That's correct, well, the board, yeah. Thank you for that. I did need to make a correction there. I said Algonquin. Gerald Tremblay is actually Liberty Utilities.
Okay, thank you. You probably heard my question earlier regarding the discussions with local officials and some of the public comments we got about Liberty's commitments for economic development and their commitment to the region. Are there any specific tangible commitments that have been made, or is this more of a discussion of the broad commitment that Liberty expects to make to the region?
No, we've made a commitment to continue, because I've been asked a lot as I go to these communities, and they're already made budgets and they've made commitments based on commitments that Kentucky Power or AEP, so they're wanting to know, are those going to be honored? And the fact is, we told them that we'll honor those for 2 years.
Okay. So those would be specific tangible commitments that have been made that may not be in our record, that any like local commitments, like pledges of support for local organizations will be honored for 2 years.
I've made that commitment at a very high level because I haven't seen those lists, but generally we said we will honor those up to 2 years.
Okay. Are any other commitments that you can recall making?
No, not yet.
Okay. Then I think my questions about the board and the independent director spot for a Kentucky resident have been answered. So with that, I think I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Mr. Rain, following up on the Vice Chair's question, when you made those commitments, one of the gentlemen earlier today was from the Ashland Alliance, I think. One of the callers was from One East, another from the Hazard Perry County Economic Development Alliance. Are you aware of the grant programs that customers fund that Kentucky Power provides or matches for economic development purposes?
I am aware of it.
And in your response to Vice Chair Covich, were those specifically discussed with these individuals that have, these economic development folks of the community, these grants and things that come from not just the company but also from customers? Are those part of the, considerations that have been discussed?
I know of it. I don't recall discussing it with them, but it would be the same commitment that we would continue to do that.
Mr. Osterloh?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Swain, you were asked some questions earlier from Mr. Horn related to whether or not Liberty would look at various generation sources. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe on a couple of occasions you may have said something along the lines of, well, if and when it makes sense that you would consider that type of generation. Do you recall that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And part of looking at that would also involve the IRP process, correct?
It does include that, correct.
And who, if the acquisition goes through and Liberty owns Kentucky Power, who ultimately has the responsibility for Kentucky Power's IRP?
The region will.
So Kentucky Power?
Yes, that's right.
And in addition to evaluating new generation and IRP, if there's a determination or a recommendation made by Kentucky Power to pursue a certain direction, you would also go through the CPCN, or Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity process here at the Commission, correct?
Every word's necessary, right.
And you were also asked some questions about, I think it was maybe Liberty's net carbon's currently at 63%, and there's an interim goal of 75%. Do you recall that? And you mentioned something about an offset.
I just want to make sure. You have to get an audible response whenever, it can't be enough to nod your head.
All right.
Thank
Yes.
You mentioned something about an offset. I want to make sure I understand that. Does that mean that it depends on what other Liberty subsidiaries were to do with their generation?
It can, yes.
Is it your understanding, or I guess with respect to that, Liberty has certain ESG goals, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that those goals are reset on acquisition?
My understanding is yes.
Are you, maybe following up on that, are you responsible for ESG goals?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and who would be?
That would be done at our corporate office.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
That would be done at our corporate office.
Corporate meaning Liberty?
That's correct.
And does Liberty have just one individual that's in charge of that?
Pardon?
Does Liberty have only one individual that's responsible for looking at ESG goals?
No, there would be a team that would do that.
Would that team determine how a new acquisition is factored into existing ESG goals?
Yes, I would.
You were also asked questions about whether or not customers would receive a benefit if AEP paid $578 million. Do you recall that?
I did.
Do you believe that there would be a deal in this case if there was a requirement by AEP to pay $578 million?
If that's referring to the 500-some million that we've been talking about, no, there would not be a deal.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mr. Swain? Mr. Osterloh, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you. Next witness is Drew Landell.
Mr. Landell. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Drew Landell, 602 South Joplin Avenue, Joplin, Missouri.
Mr. Ocelot.
Thank you. Mr. Landell, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Utility Service Corp.
And what is your position there?
Director of Strategic Projects.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed in this matter direct written testimony?
I did.
Have you also sponsored responses to data requests in this case?
I did.
Do you adopt that testimony and those responses here today as your testimony?
I do.
Thank you, sir. This witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook.
Chairman, the AG has no questions.
Mr. Kurtz.
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Landell, you turn to page 8 of your direct testimony. Oh, by the way, you did not file rebuttal, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, page 8 of your direct. Line 3, where you're discussing the Cal Peco Electric. Did I pronounce that right?
Excuse me, Mr. Kurtz, they're trying to dig.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. Well, would you mind stating the page again?
Page 8, line 3.
All right, I am there.
Okay. I don't like the burden, but will you please read your first paragraph discussion about Cal Peco Electric? It goes on for just a few lines.
Sure. Finally, Calpico Electric service territory presents several other dimensions of utility operating challenges. Located within the Sierra Nevada mountain range, Calpico Electric's power system planners and operators must contend with uneven mountainous terrain that features rapid changes in elevation, high incidence of exposed bedrock, and various access challenges for construction and maintenance equipment. Perhaps most critically, 94% of Calpico Electric's lines are located within 2 of the highest wildfire risk zones for California. This requires both planners and operating crews to exercise extreme prudence when planning and executing system renewal, expansion, or maintenance work.
So this service territory is challenging for reliability purposes?
Correct.
Okay. Page 11 of your testimony. You have the SAIDI and SAFE reliability numbers for each of the Liberty utilities, and Calpeco is at the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you have 8 years of data here?
2013 through 2020.
So for Calpeco Electric, for SAIDI, that's the duration of interruptions?
Correct.
Okay. So the average, would you agree, subject to check, of the 8 years is 250.17 minutes?
Subject to check, yes. The average is not listed on the table.
And then the SAFE is the frequency, in the same math, over the 8 years, it's averaged 2.08 occurrences?
Yes.
Okay.
Subject to check.
Will you read the first 2 sentences following your table that begins as the above table indicates?
As the above table indicates, Calpico Electric's reliability performance remains an ongoing challenge. Aside from the climatic, terrain, and wildfire-related characteristics, Liberty attributes Calpico Electric's reliability performance with the lagging effects of significant underinvestment in system upkeep on the part of the utility's previous owner.
Did you quantify the significant underinvestment in system upkeep by the previous owner that led to the challenging reliability performance?
I did not quantify that.
Your Honor, I'd like to have marked as KIUC Cross Exhibit 6. These are documents that are in the record. It's included in Mr. Collins' testimony.
Mr. Kurtz, did you say it's in Mr. Collins' testimony?
Yes. Yes. KIUC 6.
Mark it as KIUC Cross 6. and it has a 13 on it.
Oh, yes, it has a 13 on the bottom for people on the
Where in his
on the
testimony
computer.
this is?
Yes, towards the back.
Do you know do you have a page number?
I'll get it for you.
Did you leave one thing for me? Yes. There we go. I got it.
Were you able to find it?
I'm sorry,
I think you're going to let us know where it is in Mr. Collins' testimony first.
Somebody have a copy of it.
We have an extra copy. Yeah.
page 49.
Thank you. No, we're good. We're just trying to figure out where they go.
That's it, page 49 and page 50. These are SAIDI and SAFI numbers for Kentucky Power. Have you, and the other utilities in Kentucky. Have you reviewed the SAIDI and SAFI information?
I have read this testimony, yes.
Okay. So this is information that's reported to the commission on an annual basis. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware that it's an annual requirement. I understood that this has been submitted.
EEI requires all the utilities in the country to report this information annually, isn't that correct?
Yes.
As well as CAIDI, C-A-I-D-I?
Yes.
Okay. So, page 1 of KIUC 6 has Kentucky Power at the top for SAIDI, including MED, which is major event. Major event, what's the D stand for? Major event days. Okay. Do you see Kentucky Power SAIDI, the duration of 856 minutes and
Yes.
3.39? So if CalPeco is challenging reliability at 250 minutes, wouldn't you say that Kentucky Power is even more challenging at triple that at 856 minutes?
I believe you are comparing the 856, including MED, when our table did not include the MED days.
Okay. Then excluding the MED is to the left, and Kentucky Power is at 443 compared to CalPeco at 250, correct?
Correct.
It's still almost double. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And the SAFI, excluding MED, is higher than the challenging CalPeco also, correct?
I don't remember what you claimed the average was.
2.08.
Yes.
If we turn, and that first page is for 2016 to 2020. If we turn the page to page 2 of KIUC Cross, the Kentucky Power is listed second in this list of Kentucky utilities, with a SAIDI excluding MED at 473 minutes for the 2011-2015 time period.
I see that, yes.
And that's just about double the challenging CalPeco.
Yes.
Okay. And the SAFI is 2.5 versus the 2.08.
Yes.
Okay. If Liberty acquires Kentucky Power, then Liberty will take on the obligations that Kentucky Power has previously agreed to in terms of regulatory commitments. Is that your understanding?
I believe witness Eichler committed to that, yes.
One last exhibit for this witness. This is number 9 at the bottom for our internal numbering, but KIUC dash 7 for the record. This is a prior commitment that Kentucky Power made when the CSW Kentucky Power merger was consummated back in 1999. So let me so when Kentucky Power and CSW merged in '99, Kentucky Power gave customers a merger cert credit. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
Okay. And Kentucky Power also made certain reliability commitments. And I want to ask you about those because I think you would inherit these. And the reliability commitments are attachment C to the settlement agreement. And I don't have these pages individually.
It's the last page in the packet.
Will you flip through until you get to appendix C? Excuse me, attachment C?
Very last page.
Yes. I have the last page of the attachment, page 6 of 6.
Yeah, go to page 1 of 6 of attachment C.
Okay. Okay, I am there.
Okay. Will you read the first paragraph of this commitment?
AEP Kentucky Power has one of the highest priorities, a desire to maintain and improve the quality and reliability of service to its customers. The company commits that current levels of customer service and service reliability shall not degrade as a result of the merger, and that it shall undertake all reasonable efforts to improve the quality and reliability of its service. In order to assure the Commission and Kentucky customers of continued excellent service quality in the post-merger environment, the company commits to and agrees for the following.
Okay. Will you read the fourth commitment, please?
The fourth commitment? AEP Kentucky Power Management will compile outage data detailing each circuit's reliability performance. In addition, by monitoring repeated outages on a regular basis, the company will identify and resolve reliability problems which may go unnoticed by using CADI and SAFE results. This data will be coupled with feedback from district field personnel and supervision and management concerning other locations and situations where the impact of outages are quantified. This process will be used to develop a comprehensive work plan each year which focuses efforts to improve service reliability. The company will undertake all reasonable expenditures to achieve the goal of limiting customer outages.
So the company will undertake all reasonable expenditures to achieve the goal of limiting customer outages. And this is a commitment by AEP and Kentucky Power, correct?
I'll take your word on it. I have not read the order.
Well, it says, it's what you just read, AEP/Kentucky Power, AEP/Kentucky Power made this commitment.
Agreed.
Okay. Do you understand that it's one of the recommendations of the AG and KIUC that AEP compensate ratepayers for its failure to live up to these reliability commitments by underinvesting in the distribution system?
I have read the testimony, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. No more questions.
Ms. Grundman?
No cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
Yes, sir, just a couple of questions. Hi, Mr. Lindahl. My name is Mark David Goss. I represent LS Power Development, and I have just a couple of questions. You have your testimony in front of you there.
I do.
If you please refer to page 9, sir. Page 9, line 9. Tell me when you're there.
Yes.
Beginning on line 9, continuing to the middle of line 12, would you please read that long sentence of your testimony?
By virtue of its Empire Electric operations, Liberty also possesses extensive experience in being an energy market participant as a generation supplier, transmission owner, and a load-serving entity that interfaces with regional power system administrators on a constant basis.
And that, of course, is within the Southwest Power Pool, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, if you would, sir, please turn to page 13 of your testimony, line 4, and read that long sentence that ends in the middle of line 7.
A dedicated team of transmission system operator manages day-to-day operations of the system in accordance with the operating conditions on the SPP-controlled grid, while a separate team of energy marketers is in charge of demand forecasting and commodity procurements across SPP's energy and capacity markets.
Now, I understood, unless I heard it wrong, I understood from Mr. Eichler's testimony on the stand today that this dedicated team of transmission system operators that manage day-to-day operations of the system and the team of energy marketers in charge of demand forecasting and commodity procurements are, in fact, Empire employees. Is that correct?
The transmission control room is Empire employees. I believe the marketing has moved to a centralized service.
When you say a centralized service, do you mean a contracted service or a third party?
No, a Liberty Utilities centralized service where they are able to market and perform market operations for Liberty Utilities entities.
Okay, so on the marketing side, they may not technically be Empire employees, but they're Liberty employees.
Yes.
And the transmission operators in the control room are Empire employees, correct?
We are all technically Liberty Utilities Service Corp employees,
Okay.
but they are serving Empire District Electric
Okay,
Company.
yes, thank you for that clarification. Do you know of any reason, Mr. Landau, why Kentucky Power, assuming Liberty is permitted to consummate this transaction, could not replicate this model that you describe in your testimony within the PJM control grid, just like that you're doing in the SPP control grid?
For the transmission operation control, that our desk operating in SPP wouldn't be able to take over and absorb the PJM market due to multitude of things, including system connectivity, system control to the SCADA devices, and some of those other much more detailed items that I'm not fully aware of.
Yeah, let me interrupt you. I'm not suggesting that the folks that work in the control room at Empire that are within SPP could also handle PJM. Is that what you understood my question to be?
Yes.
Okay.
Or-
That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is if Liberty can initiate this kind of model with respect to the Empire property in the SPP control grid, could it not pretty easily replicate the same kind of model within the PJM system?
Okay, I understand. Yes, we currently have the training and operations to run a NERC-certified facility, same as we have with our 161 kV systems that we're monitoring out of Empire District. The issue there is going to be a little bit of a timing, getting it into and incorporated into our governance. That takes a little bit of time. And that's why, as Eichler had stated previously, we have a service agreement with that transmission operation facility with AEP.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Landau. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Miller, do you have any particular questions for this witness?
No questions from Sierra Club. Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we move along, before we move on to Ms. Vinsel, is it Ms. Vinsel?
Yes.
Okay. Before we move on to Ms. Vinsel, I just wanted, I don't believe you moved to introduce these. Mr. Kurtz, would you like to at this time before we move along and forget?
Yes, I would, Chairman. Thank you. Move the admission of KDC 6 and 7.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Just a similar comment that only to be used for the purposes that was testified to the extent that it's not otherwise something that can be taken judicial notice of because it's no.
I'm going to object to that, Chairman. Since these are of record exhibits, they should be relevant to what they speak to. And I think that's an unfair limitation. that council seeks to impose.
This is just a reproduction of Mr. Collins' testimony, correct?
Correct. And the testimony is of record.
So that, and this is something that is easily citable and open for anybody to reference. I just want to make sure that I understand the objection. There was no objection to the foundation, there was no objection to the questions that was asked. I'm wanting to understand what the request of limiting this order really is.
It was just similar to my request earlier, to where certain information was only discussed in certain documents, just consistent with that. But if the document's taken in totality as an order of the commission, it's something the commission can certainly take judicial notice of and admit it into evidence.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going to overrule the objection, only because, to do otherwise, to continue to do that would be to say, if you don't ask the person to read every word in the order, then it's not, not usable to reference, and the entire order is available to you, of course, as a document to then redirect the witness if there's another portion of the order that's
Understood.
available
Thank
to
you.
you. So we'll enter these as KUC cross 6 and KUC cross 7. Ms. Vincent?
Staff has no questions for Mr. Landau.
Vice Chair?
I just have one small area of questioning, and it's tagging off of Mr. Kurtz and his exhibit number 6. You're welcome to put it in front of you. I'm not going to ask you any specific numbers off of it, but also your testimony at page 11 about CalPeco, where he had you read the line, Liberty attributes CalPeco Electric's reliability performance with the lagging effects of significant underinvestment in system upkeep. I believe Mr. Kurtz then compared CalPeco's reliability numbers to Kentucky Power's, and with the implication Kentucky Power's were worse. Do you believe that also shows significant underinvestment in upkeep by AEP and Kentucky Power?
I'd say no. There's multiple things that go into that ratio that is being looked at here. I believe witness Balashov goes into that in much more detail in his testimony. He's probably the better person to ask at that, but I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Well, so are you aware of the due diligence language that was referred to today about the opportunity due to underinvestment in the Kentucky Power system?
I am aware of the due diligence report, yes.
Okay, so is it incorrect or inaccurate?
At the time, the metrics that were looked at, the report was correct in their findings that we found internally, yes.
Okay, so has since proved incorrect?
I believe more study has been done to further expound upon some areas that need investment, to take it a little out of context to say that there is a penalty to be issued to AEP due to a metric that was done during a due diligence finding, I think is a little bit outside of what we found in the early parts of the due diligence.
Okay, well, so I'm not asking about any penalties. I'm
Okay.
asking, is it incorrect that is Liberty's finding in the due diligence that they believe that the distribution system in particular was underinvested? Has that now been proven to be incorrect by Liberty's own findings?
Again, I'll probably refer back to witness Balashov on that one, but the numbers I do not believe have changed. The analysis compared to the local community and local Kentucky utilities, the metrics, the analysis done is still the same.
Okay, so I guess where does that leave us? Because it sounds like we're saying two different things. You're saying two different things here.
I'm saying the number that was found of depreciation versus capital investment over the previous, that number hasn't changed.
The number hasn't changed. So let me ask this question. Do you believe that Kentucky Power's distribution system for the last 10 years was adequately capitalized?
I personally think that there are some improvements that could be made. There are some areas that you could start getting away from your 34.5 system that was originally designed and built around the coal mining. Start to do some underbuilds with some 12 kV to do some sectionalizing of the distribution system. So when you do have a large tree fall from out of right-of-way into your line, you lose less houses. You're still going to have your outages, but instead of a feeder that feeds 1,000 homes, you may lose 40. That's what we're. Was there an underinvestment, or is there an opportunity for additional? I believe there is, but that comes from my technical background of what I like to build. So.
Well, I would hope you think there's an opportunity for additional investment, because the testimony and the evidence that's provided is because Liberty indicates that Liberty intends to increase the distribution investment, correct?
That is correct.
And is that making up for investments that you think otherwise should have been made previously?
Again, personally, I think there's some improvements that could be done. I won't speak to previous management.
Well, we're talking about how the utility got to where it is today, the one you're proposing to purchase. So I think this is a relevant conversation. You're aware of the February, or let's just say the 2021 ice storm regulatory asset that sits on the books of Kentucky Power.
Right.
The reg asset kind of sits on the books, but you know what I'm talking about.
I'm aware of it.
Regulatory asset I'm referring to?
I'm aware of it, not the in-depth details of the numbers, but I'm aware of the storm that caused significant damage that was a state of emergency, yes.
And do you think there's any correlation between the impact of major storms have on distribution system relative to the investment, the hardening of those systems?
I believe so, yes. There are many things you can help. I mentioned one, under building some additional 12 kV. Undergrounding, it is expensive, but it is really hard for an ice storm or snowstorm to knock that out. In critical areas, we found that in our other utilities, that's a great investment. It keeps our very important hospitals and industrial customers online in times of need. Could it have reduced some of the large burden that was hit at one time through that storm, and it spread it over the last 10 years or the next 10 years? That absolutely is a possibility. Increasing into more sturdy, hardened poles, moving towards some more steel. All of those things could also have prevented those outages and potentially reduced your O&M going forward.
Are those all things that Liberty has in mind when it's looking out at this distribution spending, distribution capital investment, if the transaction's approved?
I'll say it is something that is on our mind across all of our systems.
Let me ask this question. Is it something, are those the type of investments that would have been available to AEP or to AEP and Kentucky Power to have made previously?
Yes, what we are talking about is not something that is simply a Liberty idea.
Yeah, and it's not advanced nuclear reactors, right? It's something that exists today. It's not a technology we're hoping comes about, right?
Correct. And I believe that they had some of this 12 kV build out spoken about in their previous capital plans as well.
Would you agree that for distribution spending, that there's, as a general matter, an inverse correlation between capital investments and operation and maintenance expenses?
Is it a perfect math number? No. But there are definitely new equipment requires less O&M.
Directionally, there's an inverse correlation. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And that's part of your all's proposal in this, right? Is that if you can increase distribution the investment in the distribution system, you can reduce the O&M expense associated with the distribution system.
That's the hope.
Yeah. And would you say, as a general matter, the distribution system investment on whatever per customer, per line mile, whatever it is, and the operation expense of that same distribution system today for Kentucky Power's numbers is in line with the industry averages?
Are you asking, is the O&M number currently in their budgets that they've been performing to, is that in line with the industry average?
That and the investment expectations.
It's an interesting number to compare across industry. We've talked about it in a couple of our witnesses, their testimonies and data responses. It gets down to customers per line mile, and that's not always an easy number to compare straight across with everybody because the terrain is different. Your trees are taller here than I have in Missouri. So our right-of-ways are different, and the trees falling in on our right-of-ways, and we have less of that, you have a lot more of that. So that takes an O&M dollar to fix those. So I'm going to say that they're probably close. I think Liberty, we will aspire to reduce the O&M from where it currently is.
When you say close, does that mean?
Close to
by
industry
definition, They're
average.
already outside of the norm?
Yes.
And would you, just as a high level, running a utility, I don't know much about running the day-to-day utility, but it's my understanding that a big part of the business model, especially over the last 30 or 40 years with technology, is to reduce O&M expenses by making capital investments that replace whatever you were spending expenses on. Perfect example is meters, right? Metering is something that, although you had the metering that might last 40 years as a capital expense, the recording usage was an O&M expense because you were actually sending out meter readers, right?
Correct.
And now with smart metering, there's no meter readers, there's very little recurring O&M expense, it's all up for capital, right?
I wouldn't say that there is zero O&M, but it is a much more reduced.
Much lower than hiring meter readers, correct?
There are still meter readers, meter techs, but less of them.
Right, and that's what makes the business plan and a lot of smart meter proposals work out, right? Because you're replacing ongoing O&M, and it's cheaper to just invest the capital up front and hope that it lasts as long as it should, right?
And that goes both ways. It goes for the customers as well. That's the business case that we put forth is if it's $10 million in capital, but it's got a $2 million annual O&M reduction, that's usually going to win. I don't know the exact dollar per O&M
Yeah, and to be
reduction.
clear, I was actually asking about customers, but the next question was, for the utility, that's where you make a return, right? On capital investments, not on recurring O&M.
That is the rate structure, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Mr. Osterloh, any questions?
Maybe just a few. Mr. Landell, you had discussion earlier on the due diligence report, if you recall that? And is that preliminary in nature?
Yes.
So as the acquisition progresses, are these issues that you or Liberty would look into further?
Absolutely.
And is that in someone's specific role?
Ask that again.
Sure. Is it, we'll have a witness later on, Dmitry Balashov. Will he be involved in that role?
Yes, absolutely.
And are you able to explain why CalPeco was underinvested? Or is that something that Mr. Balashov would better address?
That was before my time. Hopefully he can answer it.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Is there any reason this witness can't be excused?
He may be.
Thank you for being aware of this.
Thank you.
Mr. Osterloh?
Mr. Chairman.
All kinds of time. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. Michael McEwen is our next witness, and I'm going to transition over and let Mr. Tillotson have some fun.
Okay. Mr. Tillotson, just let me know when you're prepared. Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Chairman.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Michael D. McEwen, 602 South Joplin Avenue, Joplin, Missouri.
I want to make sure I get it right. Tillotson?
That's correct.
Tillotson, please ask.
Thank you. Mr. McEwen, can you please state for the commission by whom you were employed?
Liberty Utility Service Corp.
And what is your title?
Director of Tax Planning and Strategy.
Did you cause to be filed rebuttal testimony in this matter on March 18, 2022?
I did.
Did you also sponsor certain data request responses in this matter?
I did.
Do you have any corrections that need to be made to either today?
I do. On rebuttal page, I do believe it's page 5, I referenced witness Allison Keaton, and I think it was changed to Mr. Lendy.
Okay. Is that the only correction that you need to be?
That is the only correction.
Mr. McEwen, do you adopt your data request responses and your written rebuttal testimony as amended, as if you provided those here today?
I do.
Thank you. Chairman will tender Mr. McEwen for cross-examination.
Make sure you haven't changed on me. Mr. Cook, question?
Chairman, the AG has no questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
Very briefly, good evening, Mr. McEwen. On page 6 and page 7 of your rebuttal, you discuss accumulated deferred income taxes, ADIT.
One second, I actually don't have a copy of my rebuttal.
Okay.
It's actually in, should be up there. Is there one that says rebuttal?
Can I ask Mr., while he's searching for that, Mr. Osceola, what is up there? Just a copy of the rebuttal testimony?
And also, I think we had an early discussion on KIUC, the higher numbers, 58 through 75, that's a set there.
Oh, for the response 1-61, attachment 3. that we
Correct,
discussed.
but what was given to the witness then is actually a larger volume of those.
Which one?
Sorry. Sorry, here it is.
Sorry. Mix it up. No, thank you. All right. Sorry, what page number again?
Just generally pages 6 and 7 where you discuss accumulated deferred income taxes.
Okay.
ADIT is essentially, it's a reduction in the rate base, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it represents the prepayment of income taxes by consumers that the utility is not yet required to remit to the federal or state government. Correct?
It's an interest-free loan provided by the IRS to the utility.
It's pre-funded, but consumers are charged that amount, and that's why it's a reduction to rate base.
Correct.
Okay. So, just, I don't expect you to have this memorized, but in the last Kentucky Power rate case, 2020-00174, the application Exhibit 1, page 11 of 87, column 4, the ADIT, which was a reduction of rate base, was proposed for the Kentucky jurisdiction, $532 million. Does that sound about, I can show you the document.
It sounds about right, that's correct.
Okay. So my question is this. The day, assuming Liberty acquires Kentucky Power, the day before the acquisition is effective and the day after, will the ADIT amounts on Kentucky Power's books be the same?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Those are all my questions.
Got me excited for the ADIT.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I got excited we were going to go to the ADIT.
He was ready to discuss normalization rules.
I was. Mr. Groneman, do you have any questions?
No cross for this witness.
No question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Miller, any questions?
None, thank you, Your Honor.
No question.
Counsel?
No question.
I do, I guess my question is to Mr. Kurtz's question. There was rebuttal testimony about soon Kentucky Power will be in a taxable position. Does that affect that ADIT?
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, so there was rebuttal testimony about the use of the NOL.
Right.
Yeah. Does that change? Does when is?
Let me say it this way, I think I understand what you're asking. So, I do believe AEP has already reimbursed for that NOL, so it's no longer sitting on their books and records as of today.
Can you clarify there? Who
Sorry?
that's a pronoun for there? Whose books?
So, AEP corporate reimbursed Kentucky Power for their NOL. So that method was used prior to 2020, that's the last numbers I've seen. If they have a loss in 2020 or 2021 and they record an NOL on the books then, a carry forward, then that would be offsetting that ADIT liability. You would treat it as a net ADIT number, adding both the deferred tax asset for NOL and all the deferred tax liabilities to get to the right number.
Okay, and I guess my question is, does that only affect PPE balances, or does that affect the ADIT balance that's separate that's reflected in the Big Sandy decommissioning rider that's related exclusively to that regulatory asset?
I would have to look at the mechanism to see what it calls for, if they allocate a piece of it to those assets or not. I don't know.
And I guess my question is, this new taxable position I'm told about that's gonna come up in a couple of years, I don't know how that interacts with this decommissioning rider that's effectively permitted to, has its own separate, effectively, ADIT balance that is offsetting the regulatory asset and is reducing the levelized. Have you looked at that at all?
I'll say this, if it's due to securitization and you pull it out, the deferred taxes with that securitization, that regulatory asset, they depending on how your statute is written for securitization, sometimes it gets pulled out with it and sometimes it stays back in your general rate case. It's totally dependent on statute.
Okay. Does it depend on whether the state or the utility is the issuer of the bonds for securitized bonds? What happens to that ADIT?
Whether it's, no, it
Okay,
follows
just how
the
the
bond.
statute's
It's
written.
not, it's just based on the legislation that's issued on it and how they treat, how they want that mechanism to work. And so I've seen it both ways. Some with storm costs typically leave the ADIT in your general rate case, and sometimes with a plant shut down, because the plant is so integral to the deferred, as you mentioned, the accelerated depreciation, they take that deferred with any abandoned plant, and they securitize that net amount, or they do a net present value on the ADIT to calculate the benefit to customers for that piece of it.
Okay. I think I'm going to ask just for clarification, as a post-hearing data request, confirmation that assuming the transaction goes forward as proposed, if the change in the taxable position of Kentucky Power is expected to change the status quo of the levelized recovery in the Big Sandy decommissioning rider. All right, thank you, Mr. McKeon. Mr. R, I'm going to get it right. Mr. Tillotson.
Thank you, Chairman. We have no questions.
All right, thank you for being here, Mr. McKeon.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, Mr. Osterloh, Mr. Tillotson, I think we'd like Mr. Eichler to continue to stick around, but Mr. McCune, Swain, and Landell can be excused.
Thank you.
Leave it there.
Thank you.
Their own request. Is this time for the Mr. Mosindi?
Yes,
Call your
Your
next
Honor.
witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call Michael Mosindi.
Mr. Mosindi, since you're remote, there you are. Turn on your video and your microphone, please, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Mosindi. My business address is 354 Davis Road, Oakville, Ontario, Canada.
I didn't ask this for Mr. Burnett, but Mr. Tillotson, I would just ask as you introduce your witness that you also ask, since he is remote, what information is in front of him or that he has in front of them that's available for him.
Okay, I will. Mr. Mosindi, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Could you please state for the commission by whom you're employed?
I'm employed by Liberty Utilities Canada Corp.,
What is your title?
Director of Treasury.
And as the chairman stated, could you please identify what you have available in front of you there that's available to you as you sit there today?
I have responses to data requests that I have sponsored, as well I have on my screen to my right, I have my rebuttal testimony.
Okay. And as you just stated, you caused to be filed rebuttal testimony in this matter on March 18th, 2022?
Correct.
Did you also sponsor certain data request responses in this matter?
That's correct.
Do you have any corrections that need to be made to either today?
I do not.
Do you adopt your data request responses and your written rebuttal testimony as if you've provided both today?
I do.
Thank you. Chairman will tender this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Mosby.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cook.
In Kentucky Power's most recent rate case, the Commission found that rate base provides a more precise and accurate method to calculate the company's revenue requirement. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
Okay.
I'm not involved in rate making in my capacity.
Since the Commission does require rate base, it also had to determine the appropriate level of cash working capital. Would that not be correct also?
That would be correct.
Okay. Were you aware that in the last rate case, since the company was unwilling to conduct a lead lag study, the Commission found it appropriate to set cash working capital to 0, even though there was record evidence that it could be set at a negative number?
I'm not aware of those specifics.
Okay. Were you aware that the Commission cited the fact that the company sold its receivables, which significantly reduced its cash working capital requirement?
I am aware of that. That's correct.
Okay. So the correct comparison here is whether it's financing if cash working capital is included in rate base, or any avoided financing if cash working capital is not included in rate base, is that it be reflected in the revenue requirement at Kentucky Power's grossed up cost of capital. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that going forward, the Commission is requiring Kentucky Power to calculate cash working capital using a lead lag study?
Only by passing, I understand that. Again, that isn't in my capacity.
Okay. If the company no longer sells its receivables, then the revenue lag days in the cash working capital calculation will reflect the number of days that the company has to wait to get paid after it provides service. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that may be 40 days or more, correct?
Correct. I don't know what the typical collection timing is, but that's an assumption.
Okay. And that will result in a positive addition to rate base, correct?
That's correct.
Kentucky Power sells its receivables every day, isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
That means that it gets its cash as soon as it records the receivables, isn't that correct?
That's correct. But it incurs a cost.
Okay. And the company doesn't have to wait to get cash until the customer pays and the payment is deposited in the bank and available, correct?
That is the logistics of factoring, correct?
Chairman, that's all questions I have.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Mr. Crummon?
No questions.
Mr. Goss?
No questions.
Mr. Miller, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Venzel?
No questions.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, just a couple. Good afternoon, Mr. Masindi.
Good afternoon.
My first question is tagging on to the AG's questions regarding the receivables issue. Just generically, if we're talking about changes to cash working capital, would Liberty have any issues in doing a lead lag study to quantify this issue in its next rate case, should it acquire?
That's definitely something we can take back.
Okay. The other question I have, I don't know if you heard all of Mr. Eichler's testimony. I had asked him whether or not any financing for this transaction is contingent on on the outcome of any particular decisions from this commission. Do you know the answer to that one?
I do. All financing that's necessary to close the purchase of this company has no contingencies.
Okay, thank you. That's my last question.
Good afternoon, or I guess,
Still
I don't,
afternoon.
actually, I don't know when evening starts, is it what time does it start?
6.
It starts at suppers when I was at the, and depends on where you are in Kentucky when supper starts.
Well, that's right.
Mr. Macindy, I have a question about financing. So Liberty is the holding company that would be the direct parent of Kentucky Power, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and is Liberty the holding company for other, what are effectively operating, or other utilities?
That's correct.
Okay. And Liberty is held either directly or indirectly by Algonquin, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Algonquin have any parent companies that you're aware of? Are they a subsidiary of any additional holding companies?
Does Algonquin?
Yeah. Is there like a Algonquin and there's like an Algonquin holding or an Algonquin shares that is actually the company that owns all the shares in Algonquin's the publicly traded one?
No, Algonquin is the direct owner.
Okay. Does Algonquin as a holding company issue debt?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And by issuing debt and having subsidiaries that are both regulated and unregulated, would you agree that the earnings and the cash flow from the regulated operations under Liberty as a subsidiary would reduce the risk of Algonquin when it goes out and markets debt?
Liberty obviously has is a stable company, given it owns utilities. So it does afford Algonquin to obtain financing at favorable rates. That's correct.
So, well, what is Liberty is not a utility, right?
Liberty is a holding company.
Right. So it's the Pecco Utility and Empire and proposed to be Kentucky Power. It's their regulated operations that reduce the debt for Algonquin, correct?
I mean, there's many factors that affect the cost of debt.
Well, I appreciate there are many factors, but is what I asked incorrect?
No, I would say that Liberty, being a utility, affords Algonquin favorable pricing when it's issuing debt, given it is a stable utility, has stable utilities.
Right, but Liberty's not a utility, right? Liberty owns utilities. Is that correct?
Liberty owns, that's correct.
Right. So it's the regulated operations, it's the monopolies, the retail monopolies that provide Liberty that stable position, which in turn provides Algonquin a stable position. Is that right?
That's correct.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm wanting to make sure I understand that Algonquin's able to finance its competitive operations to a certain degree at a lower cost of debt because a significant portion of its business are regulated utilities owned by Liberty. Is that inaccurate?
That is not inaccurate.
Okay.
That's
Is Liberty
factual.
on the hook in any way, either directly or indirectly, for the debt of Algonquin?
No, Liberty does not guarantee any of the debt of Algonquin. Liberty, however, does guarantee the debt of its dedicated financing entity, Liberty Utilities GP1, which is used as a financing entity to finance all of Liberty's operations.
Okay. Is Algonquin or Liberty able to receive debt financing at a lower rate? As a general matter.
I think that depends on the type of debt that's being raised.
Yeah, so do Algonquin and Liberty both participate in the 144A markets?
No, just Liberty. Liberty's financing entity participates.
Okay. Do the two entities participate in any of the same markets? Or use any of the same instruments?
They do not. They both have credit facilities, but they are not participating in the same markets of raising debt.
Okay, and I just want to make sure those credit facilities are in no way cross-collateralized between Algonquin and Liberty. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, Liberty is not able to, it does not, I don't, not able, but Liberty does not guarantee any of Algonquin's debt, but Algonquin is able to get lower rates because it owns Liberty and Liberty owns regulated utilities. Is that an accurate, synopsis of the questions I've asked to this point?
That's accurate.
Okay. Does Algonquin loan money to Liberty?
Does Algonquin loan money to Liberty? No, it does not.
Okay, does Algonquin loan money to any Liberty subsidiary?
It does not have any borrowings with issuances with any of its subsidiaries, correct?
Okay, and does Liberty or any Liberty affiliates, no, scratch that. Does Liberty or any Liberty subsidiaries borrow from any affiliates of Algonquin? And I define affiliates as either directly or indirectly controlled by Algonquin or any entity that Algonquin also owns.
So Liberty would have financing arrangements with its financing entity, Liberty Utilities GP1, and there would be intercompany debt passed down.
Okay. GP1 is a wholly owned subsidiary of Liberty Utilities?
No, it's not owned by Liberty. It's owned by Algonquin.
It's owned by Algonquin. Okay.
Correct.
How's GP1, does GP1 get market rates for debt?
Yes, given its debt is all fully guaranteed by Liberty Utilities Co., it's able to obtain favorable financing.
Okay, so a subsidiary of Algonquin, does GP1 have any assets of its own? Or is it?
No, it does not. It's a dedicated financing entity.
A dedicated financing entity. So it has a tax basis but no assets?
It has no assets, correct.
Does it have a tax basis?
I am not in the best position to comment on that.
Okay, can we ask that as a posting data request? So GP1 has no assets, goes out, dedicated entity, gets financing, and then passes that through to Liberty. It's an affiliate of Liberty, but not a subsidiary or parent company of Liberty. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a corporation or is it, what kind of legal entity is GP1?
It's a partnership.
It's a partnership. Oh, I see. The
Yeah,
P.
GP,
Yeah.
general partnership, and
General
that was gonna be
partnership
my
one.
question.
All right.
Who are the partners?
So is Algonquin the only partner of GP1?
I believe so. I don't have an org chart right in front of me, though.
All right, so Wes has a post-hearing data request if Algonquin is the only partner of GP1, or if there are other, we'll just ask, who are the partners of GP1? That'd be a lot easier. All right, so what I want to make sure of is Liberty's not a partner of GP1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do all the financing instruments that take the debt from GP1 and pass it to Liberty, who I guess passes it through subsidiaries, who are those debt instruments approved by?
Liberty's board would approve any issuance of debt.
And are you aware, or you participate in any retail proceedings in the other jurisdictions that Liberty's utilities that they own, and where they go out and get financing, whether those approve the agreements between GP1 and Liberty, or do they just approve the agreements between Liberty and the subsidiary utility?
I think, and if any debt is issued to any utility, the board of that utility would need to approve any financing.
Yeah, so let me ask about like the public utilities commissions or public service commissions. Do you ever participate in those retail transactions for financing in those other states?
Any debt that would be passed down would be approved by the regulator, correct?
Right, but I would assume there's agreements between GP1 and Liberty, and then there are subsequent agreements between GP1 and the debt holders, but there would also be agreements between Liberty and the utility. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. There would be an agreement between Liberty Utilities Co. and the utilities. that it's passing the debt down to.
And have you participated in cases in front of public utilities commissions or public service commissions where they seek approval of that agreement between Liberty Co. and the utility for financing?
Not in my position so far.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to ask, as a post-hearing data request, a representative group of financing documents that indicate the relationship, a past financing, probably Mr. Osterloh, for another utility, which all the information is public, maybe it's expired or it's been made public, that show the financing documents between the debt holders and GP1, the agreement between for all the same debt, by the way, between the debt holders and GP1 and Liberty and the utility in which is ultimately responsible for the debt. Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Indy, Mr. and Ms. Indy.
Thank you,
Appreciate you
Chairman.
being here today. Was it Mr. Osterloh who called this witness?
Mr. Tillotson.
Mr. Tillotson, do you have any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Mr. Mozandy, are you familiar with the regulatory requirements in all of the states in which Liberty Utilities do business with regard to approval of the agreements between Liberty Utilities and the subsidiaries?
I am not familiar with that.
Would you agree that it's, that not all states, or let me ask it this way, do you know whether all states require approval of those agreements with regard to debt?
I do not know if all states require approval, no.
And do you know whether we seek approval for those agreements in all states?
Again, I don't know the answer to that question.
Would you agree with me that if a state requires approval of that, a state regulator requires approval of those agreements, that we would seek approval?
I agree.
No more questions.
All right, thank you. You may be excused. So we have about 15 minutes before our planned supper break. I have changed my mind. I do think we're going to try to take 45 minutes instead of an hour, just because we all have to go home at some point. The next witness I have up, Mr. Osterloh, is Jill Schwartz. And I would just like to ask quickly, how much cross-examination do the individual parties think they have? Mr. Kurtz, do you have
One line of questioning.
Mr. Cook?
And I'm sorry, this was this?
How much questioning do you expect to have from Ms. Schwartz?
Schwartz, I believe I have
Schwartz.
none.
Okay. Vice Chair?
It just depends on what comes up, but right now, none.
Okay.
We don't have any plan.
Okay. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll call Jill Schwartz.
Ms. Schwartz, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Jill Schwartz, and my business address is 602 South Joplin Avenue, Joplin, Missouri.
Mr. Tillotson.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Schwartz, could you please state for the commission by whom you're employed?
I am employed by Liberty Utilities Service Corp.
And what is your title?
I am the Senior Director of Rates and Regulatory Strategy.
Did you cause to be filed in this matter rebuttal testimony on March 18th, 2022?
I did.
Did you also sponsor certain data request responses in this matter?
I did.
Do you have any corrections that need to be made to either today?
No, I do not.
And would you adopt both of those responses, both your responses and your written rebuttal testimony as it's provided here today?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman will tender Ms. Schwartz for a cross-examination.
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz?
Yes, sir. This is a data response that Ms. Schwartz sponsored. It's response to staff 1-17. But I guess we can have it marked as KUC cross number 8.
Cross number 8, marked as 20, okay?
Schwartz, do you recognize this data response?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And this is the response to staff where you've calculated, based upon preliminary analysis and calculations, that in the first full year of operations under Liberty's ownership, there would be $8.9 million in reduced expenses for generation, transmission, and corporate services. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Page 2 of this exhibit, essentially, it was not marked in the data response. So this is Project Nichols Summer. That's what it said. This is under AEP ownership. The cost would be $75.8 million. Under Liberty, $67 million, and therefore estimated savings of $8.9 million.
Yes, that's what this shows.
Okay. Will you turn to the last page of this exhibit, sort of the detailed analysis that you provided? Let me know when you're there.
I'm looking at the last page.
Okay. And this is, well, it's marked at the top. It's your document.
Can I just clarify, Mr. Kurtz, before you keep going, is the yellow just to bring attention to it, or is it confidential?
No, it's to bring attention to it. That is a calculation that we've done. It's simply the difference between the 2020 total and then the direct cost incurred allocated to the OPCO. You see that on the top, fossil and hydro generation, $4.495 million, $4.495 million in the next column. So there's projected to be no savings. In other words, Liberty would do it for the same price that AEP did it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Sorry to interrupt.
Just so this column, you have added to the exhibit that's in the record?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All it is the ratio of AEP costs versus Liberty projected costs. And for that first item, Liberty's projecting no savings. They would do it at 100% of the cost.
Got it.
Okay. So, and that is what I want to ask about. To summarize, for generation total, in the column marked displaced corporate costs of seller, for generation total that Liberty projects, it could do these functions $1.519 million cheaper than AEP, correct?
Your Honor, I just want to interject very briefly that this document is part of a much larger Excel file, and that if Ms. Schwartz may need that she be provided an opportunity to have the entire Excel spreadsheet if she needs that in order to be able to respond to the questions.
If she needs it, she can say she needs it.
Understood.
And certainly you have it available to you for the purposes of redirect.
So
We'd be happy to bring it up on the TV or put it on a computer in front of her if she needs it.
So Ms. Schwartz, for generation total, under the column displaced corporate costs of seller, Liberty estimates that it would save $1.519 million versus AEP, correct?
Right, that is the total of the three numbers above it. And so what we did in our estimations of these services, some of these functions, we have individuals in our shared services organization that provide similar functions. So while much of the cost we assumed, if it was incurred today under AEP ownership, it would also have to be incurred under Liberty ownership. But there are certain individuals and some of our corporate shared services departments that will be able to likely replace some of the services that they're receiving today as a 100% allocation from AEP. So, for example, we have an environmental compliance department that will likely be able to provide and displace about 25% of some of those those functions. And so that's why you get the ratio of 75% instead of 100%.
Right. And so for transmission total, in the same column, displaced corporate cost of seller, you're projecting $6.132 million annual savings versus AEP ownership, correct?
Right, yes.
Okay. So the generation total of 1.519 and the transmission total 6.132 adds up to 7.6 million, or about 85% of the $8.9 million total savings that you're estimating?
No, well, no, not exactly. That's a portion of the cost that we're suggesting is displaced, but again, it all goes into, this spreadsheet, this page that we're looking at is just one of the multiple tabs in a spreadsheet that then gets summarized and compared to the total, to the other costs.
Well, what part of my math is wrong? 1.519 million generation projected savings plus 6.132 total transmission savings equals 7.6 million. That's correct, isn't it?
Subject to check. I don't have a calculator up here.
Well, 1.5 plus 6.1 is 7.6, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And that's 85% of the $8.9 million total savings that you projected, correct?
Subject to check that math.
Let's go to you have the first column is function, generation, the next column is itemized name, and so for fossil and hydro generation, you're projecting no savings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. For environmental services, AEP was doing it for 1.514 million, and you're projecting that you can do it for 25% cheaper, or 1.135 million, correct?
Yes, that's what that shows.
Okay. What is environmental services for generation?
I can't speak specifically to what all that entails, but when we looked at these services, these itemized names, there are certain functions that we have that we provide through our corporate shared services organization. For example, our environmental compliance group, who provide similar services. So it was reasonable to assume that those individuals would be able to oversee these functions and provide some of them through our corporate shared services group that already exists and would not need to be 100% replaced by Liberty.
Well, if you don't know what environmental services are, how do you know that you can do it for 25% cheaper?
Well, we worked with the various departments in the due diligence to come up with these assumptions. I didn't just make these up on my own.
Okay, for generation projects and construction, you think you can do it for 25% cheaper, or $783,000. What is generation projects and construction?
I believe that it would be a lot of the sort of planning and just the overall project modeling and oversight of the construction projects.
The next two columns, you show no savings or project no savings, but then we get to other generation, where Liberty thinks it can do it for half the cost of what AEP was doing it. What is other generation? What is that? What's in there? And why do you think you can do it for 50% cheaper?
Again, we worked with a team of individuals within the organization who participated at all levels of the due diligence, and I don't know specifically what all of the other generation services are in there.
Is there a reason why you just use round numbers? Well, we'll do it for the same cost as AEP, or we'll do it for 25% cheaper, or we'll do it for 50% cheaper. Is there a reason why these round numbers were just round? I mean, is it any more scientific than that?
No, it was, we attempted to be conservative in our estimates, but also, knowing that we do offer some of these same services through our shared services model, and that they wouldn't need to be 100% brought over from what Kentucky Power incurs today. We do believe there are some reasonable savings that can be achieved.
Okay, let's move down to transmission energy delivery administration, where you think you can do it for 25% cheaper or $500,000 a year. What is energy delivery administration for transmission?
Again, I'm not an expert in energy delivery administration or operations. We worked with the energy procurement and transmission teams to determine what reasonable estimates were and what functions we provide versus what they may provide, and if there's any opportunity to achieve savings.
Then the next projected savings of grid development, a 25% savings or 1.298 million savings versus AEP. What is grid development with respect to transmission?
Again, I'm not an expert in grid development. We worked with the transmission folks who were involved in the due diligence of this project to determine if we have any individuals in our shared services organization that are involved in grid development and oversee those functions for our other utilities that would also then oversee and manage those functions for Kentucky Power upon acquisition.
Okay, I don't want to beat this too much, but last, other transmission, do you know what functions are done with other transmission?
My response is the same as previously.
So let me interject here, Mr. Kurtz, and ask Mr. Ostrello. Do you know of a witness? I know Ms. Schwartz, this is obviously an attachment that probably had input from 10 departments. Do you have a witness that can specifically speak to the amounts on this page?
Yeah, I think, Your Honor, we'd have to get back with you on that. I'm not sure that we have a witness that's in the room today that could speak to what goes into all of those itemizations.
Go ahead, Mr. Kurtz. Very quickly, thank you, Chairman. So for that other transmission, where you estimate you can do it for 50% cheaper than AEP, that's a $4.3 million a year annual savings. That's just about half of your projected total savings. So that's a big number, right?
It is.
Okay. And maybe we'll get somebody else who'll shine light on it, but right now we don't know what other transmission is or why you think you can do it for half the cost of AEP. Correct.
I cannot explain the differences between AEP's other transmission services with any specificity and what specifically we will do.
Okay. Chairman, no further questions.
Ms. Grumman?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions. Mr. Miller, any questions for this witness?
No questions, thank you.
Staff?
No questions.
Vice Chair?
No question.
So my question is this, and I guess I'm really asking, if you can't answer this, tell me you can. But you are gonna have to stand up a transmission group, either within Kentucky Power, or you're gonna have to add to the transmission group if it's a shared services, right? If this goes through, is that correct?
Yes.
And a lot of that's gonna be dealing with PJM issues, whether it's the supplemental planning process or FERC issues, but you're gonna need planning engineers at a minimum, right?
Yes.
So can you speak to the process there, or what that's gonna take? Because I'll just tell you, my experience is that there aren't enough of them. There aren't enough planning engineers. PJM can't find them, the utilities are they're poaching them from each other. I don't think that AEP is gonna be laying a lot of people off out of their transmission planning groups. They're still gonna have plenty to do. This is not a big part of their business. So do you all have, in your calculations of any of this, have you all planned for that specific expense, knowing that there are going to be a lot of these jobs you're going to have to fill that are going to come at a premium?
So I believe that Mr. Eichler spoke a lot about the plan to, or, you know, the fact that we would have to stand up those organizations or replace those functions. I'm not sure if Mr. Eichler can speak more to that, or Mr. Dole, who's here as well.
Let me ask from your perspective, the shared services perspective, have you taken into account that expected premium of having to fill these tough to fill positions when you stand it up on your own in terms of any of these economics?
No, we didn't add a premium or any added cost into those functions in this analysis. Not for those services. My focus was more on the corporate services specifically, and then with input from others on the transmission and generation. And we didn't like add any additional premium into the costs that were incurred, that have already been incurred historically by AEP.
And Mr. Hurling's a witness. I'll get to ask him later how hard it is to hire people who can do these types of things. But do you have any initial indication that that's going to be easy to do, to be able to stand up and fill these positions?
I don't know that.
Thank you. Do you have any redirect?
No questions, Your Honor, but I will add that on the break, we will confer and see if we have a witness that's available that might be able to address these specific questions with regard to generation and transmission, advise the parties and the commissioners when we return.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, Chairman, I move the admission of KIUC Cross 8.
And this is just a hearing exhibit because this is already a document, right? Okay.
Correct.
KIUC.
Except for the change on.
Yeah, it's amended. That's right. That's a good point. So, all right, any objections, Mr. Osler?
No
Sorry.
objection.
All right, we'll put this in as KIUC Cross 8. All right, Ms. Schwartz, thank you very much. You can be excused. All right, it is 5:50. We will come back at, let's just call it 6:35. So we'll take a recess until 6:35.
Chairman, you're on, sir.
We're back on the record in case number 2021-00481. Mr. Osterloh, I just want to make sure for my own understanding, Mr. Gardner won't be calling any witnesses. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure before we get started. So we've do a little housekeeping here. We've excused witnesses Swain, Landau, McCune, Mozende, Schwartz, and Burnett. We've gone through Mr. Eichler, but we've asked him to stay. Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding.
So that would put you all at having, and by you all, I mean, I always get, no, you all is not a pronoun, but I always get everybody else in trouble for using pronoun. That would leave the joint applicants with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 individuals. Is that
That's my
correct?
understanding. Liberty has 6, and I believe AEP has 6.
Since y'all are splitting everything, $40 million in witnesses. The AG, I saw Mr. Barron come in earlier, Mr. Collins here. Okay, you see the same. I know jointly sponsoring those witnesses. Ms. Perry for Walmart, is that correct? And then Mr. Hotzen on behalf of LS Power, but we've approved him to participate remotely, right, Mr.
Yes,
Johnson?
sir.
Okay. All right. So I don't think anybody will be surprised that Mr. Colin Barron, Ms. Perry, Mr. Hotzen will be going tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, I have 13 witnesses for the, by my count, for the,
Did you get Burnett when he took, when he was taking out the order?
I did not. That's no problem. Thank you.
Burnett went
Appreciate it.
out of turn.
Yeah,
All right, let's see if,
I was just checking.
Just checking my math,
Yeah.
don't worry. This is the highest numbers I got, fingers and toes.
let's see if we can get through another half dozen, Mr. Osterloh. You can call your next witness.
The company calls Jeff Lewis.
Ms. Knowlton, you'll be presenting this witness.
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pluis,
Yes,
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeff Lewis. My business address is 1201 F Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C.
Ms. Knowlton, you may ask.
Mr. Lewis, by whom are you employed?
I am employed by Charles River Associates.
What is your position there?
I am a principal in the energy practice.
Did you sponsor rebuttal testimony filed on March 18th, 2022 in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you adopt that testimony today as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Chairman.
Ms. Grunman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
Yes, I have a few. Good evening, Mr. Lewis. My name is Mark David Goss. I represent LS Power Development. I have a few questions for you. Mr. Lewis, are you generally aware that Kentucky Power has participated in PJM for the past 18 years, ever since AEP obtained this commission's approval to do so in case number 2002-475?
I'm not aware of the case or the specific duration, but I am aware of Kentucky Power being a part of that for a while, yes.
And tell the commission generally what advantages there are to utility such as Kentucky Power to participate in an RTO such as PJM.
Sure. There can be advantages, there can be disadvantages. These things are required for study. Many studies of different situations across the country have come to different answers. But generally, participation in a broader RTO can have some benefits in terms of greater competition and pricing. That can actually come from that, but it's situation based, I would say.
Well, give me some specifics about advantages. You talked at a high level, but I'd like to drill down just a little bit and tell me what you think the principal advantages are to a utility such as Kentucky Power being part of an RTO.
Well, again, I haven't studied it specifically for Kentucky Power, right? But a broader RTO can, when it's a broader market, there's some potential benefits in terms of diversity of resources that are brought from a broader RTO, and other things that an RTO can actually manage
well as an entity with control of a broader system. But again, I have not looked at it for Kentucky Power specifically, and I believe that's actually something that's going to be studied at some point.
In your opinion, Mr. Pluis, is it reasonable to assume that since Kentucky Power has remained in PJM for the past 18 years, AEP at least believes that the benefits of continued PJM membership outweigh the costs of that membership?
I believe for the last 18 years, they've found that, yes.
Does that surprise you?
I mean,
Anyway.
it doesn't surprise me. I think the AEP does study these things, and I believe that they probably did it well and came to that conclusion.
Considering the long duration that Kentucky Power has been in PJM and the advantages that you just described on a high level, do you believe Liberty should even consider pursuing an exit from PJM for Kentucky Power?
I believe that Liberty should consider any option available to it. I believe that there are potential benefits to remaining and there are potential benefits to not. Again, I have not studied it. I think it's very reasonable to consider studying anything, especially after a transaction like this.
Well, you are an associate or a principal. I'm not exactly sure what your status is at Charles River Associates, but would you tell me what your status is?
I'm a principal.
You're a principal?
Yes.
And so would you expect that when this study's done, you'll be part of that study?
I have no anticipation of that.
Well, I mean, you're testifying today. It's probably reasonable to assume that you will be.
Honestly, we have not had conversations about that, so I can't tell you. I mean, it's possible, and I'd be happy to be involved, of course.
And I think another gentleman has provided testimony in this case, Mr. Hurling.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes.
rebuttal testimony. Is he also with Charles River Associates?
He's a senior consultant with us, yes.
All right. If you would, sir, please, do you have your testimony transcript in front of you?
I will in a minute.
If you would, please get it. If you don't, please get it.
I have it.
If you would, sir, please turn to page 8 of your testimony. And there is a question starting on line 6 that starts the Hotzen testimony. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
If you would, sir, please read your question, or the question that was hypothetically posed to you, beginning on line 6, and read all the way down to line 14, and then I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony.
Sure. So the question that was posed is, the Hotzen testimony states that, quote, continued participation in the PJM capacity market as an FRR entity exposes Kentucky Power's customers to similar costs and risks as fully exiting the PJM market. End quote. Do you agree? My answer is no. Kentucky Power fully, I said KPCO, but Kentucky Power fully departing from PJM membership is very different from Kentucky Power remaining in PJM while electing the FRR alternative for meeting its capacity obligations. To be clear, electing the FRR alternative can only be done while Kentucky Power maintains full membership in PJM. It would only mean that Kentucky Power would not participate in the PJM capacity market. The FRR alternative is confined to capacity procurement, while a full PJM departure touches many other ratepayer costs and risk categories.
It's that last sentence that I want to ask you about, beginning on line 13.
Sure.
The FRR alternative is confined to capacity procurement, while a full PJM departure touches many other ratepayer costs and risk categories. What ratepayer cost and risk categories would you be talking about there in your testimony, sir?
The FRR alternative, like the sentence says, is just about capacity obligation, how it's met by the FRR entity. A full departure from PJM is not just capacity, but it's in transmission, it's in energy. There's just so many other aspects of RTO membership and PJM membership that can carry both costs and benefits and risks. And so just decision on whether to be an FRR entity is much more confined to one specific area, and the full PJM departure has many, many more facets to it.
Well, when I first read this sentence, and I've read it several times, I interpret it to say that you had significant concerns, or at least that you felt that there were significant risks attendant to a full-on Kentucky Power exit from PJM. Did I read that wrong?
My intention here was to note that there are other cost and risk categories, not necessarily costs and risks. So these are things that should be studied, both the costs and the risks that could potentially come with a PJM departure. But I'm not identifying any specific ones at this point.
Then, sir, if you would, please turn over to page 10 of your testimony, and let's look at line 14. That's one sentence. Would you please read line 14 to line 16 into the record?
I do not believe that any parties currently know the optimal approach for Kentucky Power at this time, and therefore it should be studied well before the first PJM capacity market base residual auction, or BRA, that will be held after the bridge PCA period.
Why do you feel in your testimony that it's important that the study be concluded before the first PJM capacity market-based residual auction that will be held after the bridge PCA period?
It's a good question. So the bridge PCA, in my understanding as to where it stands at this point, will cover the 2023 to 2024 delivery period. And then there's another one that comes after that later this year. And at that point, there will be a decision to be made about continuing as an FRR entity or not. I would say that the default would likely be to remain that way. I can go through details of why that might be, but there is a decision to be made. And so therefore, it should be analyzed before then. I say the word studied here. I don't want to conflate this with the study that's being talked about PJM market participation in general. This is just an analysis of how to approach the delivery year 24-25 auction, which is later this year. As of this point, who knows if they push that back again.
Okay. So if the bridge PCA is to be maxed out in 24 months following the closing, when, in your opinion, should this study be initiated and concluded in order to be completed before the first BRA?
Sorry, can you restate that or ask again? I missed the first part.
The bridge PCA, as I understand it, has a maximum duration of 24 months.
I am not familiar with that term in the bridge PCA. I'm familiar with some of the discussions around the timing of the AEP FRR participation.
Just if you would assume for a second, and if I state this wrong, council will, I'm sure, correct me, but assume for just a second that the bridge PCA's duration is in fact 24 months. You with me?
Okay. I don't know what that means by bridge PCA duration. So does that mean that the arrangement ends in 24 months, or does that mean
Yes, sir. That means the arrangement between AEP, as I understand it, between AEP and Liberty for the transition, if you will, after the closing has a maximum duration of 24 months.
Your Honor, I think there's some confusion here between the transition services agreement, 24-month duration, and the bridge PCA period. They're two totally separate periods. But I just, before we proceed any further with any questioning, I think it would be important to clarify that.
Give me just a second if I may have it, Mr. Chairman. All right, I'm looking, and you don't have it. Well, let me ask you this question. You may not know. If you don't, I'll move on. Do you know anything about the TSA?
I don't.
Okay, you don't know anything about the TSA or the PC, the bridge PCA. All right.
But the bridge PCI, as I said, I know just generally that it's going to keep Kentucky Power likely part of the AEP FRR for one more auction. That's all I know.
Now, have you read Mr. Thomas Hoatson's testimony in this
I have.
case? And in fact, the purpose of your rebuttal testimony, at least part of the purpose of your rebuttal testimony, is to address what Mr. Hoatson said in his direct testimony.
Yes.
As an intervener, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Hoatson's testimony recommends that the type of study that you're talking about should be undertaken by an independent third party as opposed to a consultant hired by Liberty for purposes of objectivity and transparency, I suppose. Do you agree with Mr. Hoatson that that's a good idea, and if not, why not?
I actually don't remember him saying that it shouldn't be a consultant. I remember him mentioning that a independent party should be involved, and I think that he mentioned the IMM, which is the Independent Market Monitor of PJM. So if you could just ask the question again, but I'm not sure he said it shouldn't be a consultant.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Hoatson's testimony recommends that such a study should be undertaken by an independent third party. Do you agree with that statement? And if not, why not?
I don't agree with that statement. First of all, I don't know what an independent third party would be in this case. The one that he mentioned.
I think I don't mean to interrupt you, but he's going to testify, so he can clarify that. But
Sure.
My assumption is that he means someone other than a consultant retained and paid by Kentucky Power.
I would just ask who is retaining this independent, so-called independent third party, first of all. Second of all, if insinuating that consultants hired by a company would be, biased in any way going into it, that's not what we do, at least for my consulting experience. You go in with the facts as they are and analyze them and come up with a result. So, again, I'm not defending any decisions they're making as to who's going to be doing this study. Like I said, this has not been discussed, but I would think that you would want to work with an expert party and potentially take some kind of input from others, but I don't, again. I also want to separate analysis before the next BRA from a broader study on PJM participation, right? Because those are two different levels of study.
Clarify that for me, if you would.
Like I mentioned before, there's a decision to be made before later this fall about FR entity participation for Kentucky Power as whether it's going to be an FR entity going forward. And so because this is a decision to be made, there should be some analysis, right?
So that's, if I can interrupt you, just so we're on the same page,
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with necessarily with Kentucky Power's continued membership in PJM. That's just whether they're going to continue to operate in PJM, FRR, or in the capacity market. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that study, that analysis, I think is less detailed than full participation in PJM. And I would also say that since my testimony was filed, I have learned that PJM is going to consider Kentucky Power an FR entity, an existing FR entity after the transaction. And what this means is that going into this delivery year auction, which happens later this year, if Kentucky Power does nothing, it remains an FR entity and can make that choice again next year, the year going forward. If it chooses to join RPM before this delivery year coming up, or the auctions coming up at the end of the year, there's a 5-year commitment to not being an FR entity anymore. And so therefore, I think that the analysis will have to take that into consideration, is that one has a much longer commitment period. If it's decided to join RPM, that's 5 years of not being able to be an FR entity. So I wanted to share that information because it's new information to me as well.
And so as I recollect Mr. Eichler's testimony and others, I call it the full out study about Kentucky Power's future with PJM globally is going to be undertaken within 2 years, approximately 2 years of the closing. Is that your understanding, or do you know?
I think I've seen that, yes.
But what you're talking about is, I guess, a subset, or really a different analysis that has to do with continued FRR participation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I guess I'm still a little unclear about how soon you think that needs to occur.
Like I said, there's a decision.
That analysis and decision.
There's a decision point that's before, I suppose, October, depending on the decision. And Kentucky Power will have to, as a standalone FR entity, will have to submit a capacity plan by November. So something before then. But again, like I said, this is a much smaller analysis than the broader one.
I'm not really up to speed at all on what, the sort of logistics that might apply to that plan you just described. Tell the commission a little bit about what you know about the length of time it would take to get all that together, and how long you think it would take for the utility to make that decision with respect to FRR or versus RPM.
Sure. So the analysis that I'm speaking of can absolutely be done in the time before that decision point, which I said is in late fall, because it's not as detailed of analysis as the PJM capacity or overall market study, which would not, I don't think, could be done in that time period. The type of study this would be is looking at a variety of things. First of all, developing the capacity plan for the FR entity, which would be Kentucky Power. And so there would be analysis related to, what are the owned resources, what are the other options that are out there to be part of the capacity plan to serve load, right? The FR entity has to meet its load and its reserve requirement. And so there would be analysis related to making sure that they have the right resources in that plan. And there would also be considerations around things like capacity performance and insurance potentially in those things.
Any idea how long all that would take? Let's
out.
say Charles River was hired tomorrow to do that. How long would it take?
Before we were hired, we provide a scope which requires some research into what we're going to be studying and deciding how long things are going to take. But I can tell you right now that it could be done before October.
Before October,
yeah.
Okay. All right. Then the final question I have is, what is your estimate of how long it would take to complete the broader study with respect to continued membership in PJM, or what any of that looks like?
That would take even more scoping, I believe, to figure out how long it would take. But I can tell you it's definitely a lot longer than what I just said for the
Be done within
analysis.
2 years?
If that's their commitment, then it will be done in that time. So.
Thank you, Mr. Clues. I believe that's all I have for you.
Mr. Childers, Sierra Club have any questions for this witness?
Sierra Club has no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Staff counsel, any questions?
Yes, we have just a few questions. Good evening, Mr. Clues. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Lewis, if that's what you said, yes.
Okay, like Lewis, but with a P.
That's exactly how I say it to people, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to reference your testimony, so you might want to look at it. My first question is from your rebuttal testimony, page 10, lines 10 through 11. And just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
And here, the question is about actually the second sentence here where you referenced that there are many factors that will determine whether the FRR alternative is optimal for the Kentucky Power, from the Kentucky Power ratepayer perspective. Yes. And just for the record, the FRR is the fixed resource requirement.
Yes.
In PJM. So can you explain what kind of factors might be included in a study to determine an alternative from a ratepayer's perspective?
Well, from the ratepayer's perspective, it's about having resource adequacy, right? Which is a reliability thing, having enough capacity, and doing so in the most cost-effective way, subject to other constraints that may exist. So that is kind of the goal of such a study. The factors there are quite a few factors that would go into it in terms of the inputs, I guess, to the study.
And I appreciate, I'm really looking for more generalized now. I appreciate that you gave me that overview. Would those factors change if you were looking at it from a utilities perspective?
I believe that utilities are subject to doing things in the ratepayer's benefit and keeping that perspective in mind with all their analyses. And we do that often with our utility clients, so that's, I believe, what they would be doing. And so it would be the same.
Would there be a difference in the study if you were evaluating, say, a utility using a power purchase agreement as opposed to owned generation?
You're saying for those that would use those to meet their FR capacity plan?
Yes.
Would the factors, both can be used.
So,
right?
so really no real difference between the energy source, whether it's a PPA or owned generation?
Both are allowed within an FR capacity plan. So that is correct. It's basically you can submit, you have to submit certain resources that are under the capacity plan. A lot of leeway into actually what kind of deals are done or transactions made or whether it's using owned resources. PJM doesn't have a lot of say in that. It's basically whatever you can come up with, and that can be done in the best interest of the ratepayers. It may involve bilateral contracts, it may be owned resources, or a mix of them.
Thank you. If I can have you turn to page 14, lines 10 through 14.
Yes.
And here you're talking about that if Kentucky Power opts for the FRR alternative, that it will have significant flexibility in its approach to forming a capacity portfolio. So when you're speaking of flexibility, are you speaking about options once the Rockport UPA and likely Mitchell are no longer available to Kentucky Power?
I am not familiar with either of those,
Okay.
so I can't speak to those specifically. I'm speaking about flexibility in general with the different approaches and different types of resources that could be available.
Okay, well, thank you, that was helpful. Staff has no more questions.
Thank you.
Sure.
No questions?
I want to ask about that line, or the line after the one that Ms. Vinsel just asked you about. It goes on to say it, and I assume you mean Kentucky Power using the FR alternative. Or it may develop a portfolio that has a high likelihood of overperformance, which can bring bonus payments and could benefit ratepayers and mitigate capacity performance risk. To be a bit direct, what does that even mean?
Sure. So we're talking about the capacity performance construct in PJM, which essentially, just the briefest, is a system by which there are performance events.
Oh, I got performance assessment intervals. I'm asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What do you mean by overperformance of a particular portfolio?
So first of all, there's overperformance of a resource, which is during a performance event, it's performing more than it's expected to, right? And so when you do that, when a resource performs more than its expected performance during an event, it's either eligible for bonus payments if it's standalone or depending on how the FR entity has filed it, or it can be used to offset underperformance elsewhere. And so both of those can provide benefits to the ratepayers if it actually occurs, if it occurs.
But that would assume that the UCAP is less than what the facility is expected to be able to produce during a performance assessment, right?
There's one nuance to that is that expected performance during a performance assessment event, or interval they call it now, is actually based on the overall performance of the entire in the zone of all the capacity resources. So, for example, during an event, it may be that the whole portfolio, and when I say portfolio, the whole zone, performed at 80% of their UCAP. That then becomes the expected or the required performance for each individual unit, and you're measured against that. So there's a multiplier in there for, in this case, of 0.8 times your committed capacity. And that's oftentimes where you would see the expected bonus, is that additional amount over your expected performance because you're expected to perform below your UCAP. I know it's kind of...
Well, so, yeah, and Mr. Vaughn, I think, spoke to this, let's say the other day, but I think it was 3-4 weeks ago, as it relates to the current FRR plan. But when you have a utility that's the size of Kentucky Power, and you start talking about having a portfolio, there's not going to be very many units to choose from, where you start talking about having a wide array of, as opposed to the current FRR plan is, I'll say, a good number of assets of EGUs, whereas a Kentucky Power standalone FRR plant would just have less than a handful of facilities, correct?
So I would say to that is that in portfolio theory generally, it's not only the number of resources that are included, but it's also the correlation between their expected performance can matter a bit. And so it's not just, you can't just have, say, that 20 resources in one portfolio will have a better expected performance than 3 in another. It depends on what's the expected performance of the 20 and what's the expected performance of the 3 and how diverse they are and those kinds of things. So I can't go into a priori saying that it's definitely riskier one way or the other until you know exactly which units they are, what their expected performance is, how correlated their performance is with events and whatnot.
Yeah, I was going to say the correlation to the actual PAI, whether it's in the middle of the day in the summer or whether it's 6 a.m. in the middle of winter.
That's exactly right. When we conduct these studies, they're quite complex, and it's a quite big model we developed to do this for some other clients, and it's, expected performance, when are the events likely to happen, all those things historically and going forward.
I read your testimony as my characterization. You, Mr. Hurling, certainly, throw a good bit of cold water on some of the other testimony on being its own LDA, or whether it should go to a BRA instead of an RPM member, RPM member instead of an FRR member. But on this performance assessment intervals, I mean, how many PJM-wide performance assessment intervals have ever been called?
I don't know the exact number, but it's quite small, and the expected number is less than 2 a year, according to IMM.
Yeah. So, are you aware of? Let me ask you this way: are you aware of a single PJM-wide performance assessment interval ever being called?
Wide? PJM-wide? No.
PJM-wide.
No.
Not just like an AEP. There was one about 2.5 years ago that was a very small part of AEP, but PJM-wide, are you aware of any performance assessment intervals called?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that had any kind of payments
and capacity payments over the years were premised on an expectation of 30 performance assessment, 120 performance assessment intervals a year, correct?
Intervals, yeah, right.
Intervals.
Right, it was hours when it was created.
30 hours.
You're saying that's the penalty structure is based on that.
It used to be PAHs at 30, and then it moved to PAIs at 120, correct?
Okay.
That a performance assessment interval is a 15-minute.
No, I'm sorry, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So it's not 30, it's not 120, not 30 PAHs in the past, it's not 120 PAIs. You said a second ago, the IMM expects it to be about an expectation of 30 minutes a year. Is that right?
I believe that the latest what I saw was given the current reserve margin in PJM broadly, that it was 2 hours a year.
2 hours. Okay.
But again, this is just based on, the IMM's view on it. Every participant has their own view on it, potentially. But yeah, it's, I would say that historically, for sure, like you just observed very well, is that historically it's not nowhere near 30 hours or 120 PAIs. And this is kind of going into what I said here about why I think the risk is not as great as it's been mentioned by some of the interveners.
Okay. But you said the performance risk is highly dependent on the expected performance of individual resources in a capacity portfolio, as well as resource diversification. you were saying earlier, maybe diversification doesn't matter as much depending on what the resources are. But would you agree that performance risk is let me ask you this way. In your rebuttal testimony, do you believe you overstate what the risk of a performance assessment interval is relative to the other cost and reliability risks of other decisions regarding PJM membership?
I don't believe I overstated them. I'm sorry. If reading my testimony implies that there's a lot of risk associated with this, then I overstated it, I guess, for the reader. Because it is a small portion, like you said. I mean, like I mentioned here, and it's an estimate from AEP of their insurance costs that take away a lot of the risk are very, very low compared to the overall capacity costs. So it's a very small portion, the risk.
Okay. And if you're not an FRR, participate as a RPM member, you don't get that portfolio benefit you were talking about earlier in terms of performance assessment intervals. You're getting rated, your ability to bid in is based on a UCAP as determined by PJM, is that correct?
Each unit would be exposed to penalties and potential bonus payments, but yes.
Based on its own
performance
calculation of what it can provide by PJM?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Based off of PJM's projection of what it can supply, or based off the unit owner's projection of what it can supply?
The UCAP is the former, but the risk is just associated by how it performs under any event in the future. Yeah.
And then just finally on the bottom of 16, you say a smaller portfolio can be better positioned to benefit from strong performance of individual resources. Would you agree that regardless of the size of a portfolio, that the portfolio could be better positioned to benefit from strong performance of individual resources? That if the performance of the portfolio is based on the performance of the resources, does it matter whether it's a small or large portfolio if the resources perform better relative to what was expected?
If all the resources do, then no. But if individual resources do, then obviously if you had 3 resources and one did really, really well and the others just did what was expected, you'd have greater overperformance than you would if you had a large portfolio and one did really well and the rest did what they were expected to, right? On average. It just increases the overperformance, on average, for when you're in a smaller portfolio.
Okay. And are you aware of any LDAs that have FRR utilities that have ever separated in a capacity auction? Let me ask it differently.
I'm not aware offhand of that.
Well, let me ask it differently, just because trying to move things along. Were you aware that the DEOK zone separated in the 21-22 auction that would have been held in 2017? Or that would have been the 2021, the 2017 auction. Are you aware of the DEOK zone ever having separated?
It sounds familiar, but I don't remember all the different pricing in all different zones. I'm sorry.
Ms. Knowlton, do you have any redirect?
I have one question, Your Honor. Mr. Pluis, with regard to the analysis that is necessary for Kentucky Power to decide how to procure capacity for the 24-25 planning year, would you want to factor in the results from the latest BRA auction this June?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you for being here with us, Mr. Pluis.
Thank you.
You may be excused. Ms. Knowlton, Mr. Osceola, you may call your next witness.
The company calls Brad Parker.
Mr. Parker?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate, is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Brad Parker, 602 South Joplin Avenue, Joplin, Missouri.
Ms. Knowlton, you may ask.
Good evening, Mr. Parker. By whom are you employed?
Liberty Utility Service Co.
What is your position with the company?
I'm the Senior Manager of Energy Support and Integration Services.
You might need to speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry, I can't tell.
Did you file data responses in this docket?
I did, yes.
Do you adopt those as your responses today?
I do, yes.
Witnesses available for cross-examination?
Mr. Cook?
No questions,
Mr.
Chairman.
Kurtz?
No questions.
Ms. Groman?
No questions.
Mr. Goss?
No questions.
Mr. Childers, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff counsel?
No questions.
Vice Chair?
Nope.
Have a nice evening. You can be excused, Mr. Parker. Ms. Knowlton, Mr. Osterloh, would you call your next witness?
Sure. The company calls Aaron Dole.
Nice job.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Aaron Dole, 602 South Joplin Avenue, Joplin, Missouri 64801. My title is Senior Director of Energy Strategy for Liberty Utility Service Corp.
Mr. Dole, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Utility Service Corp.
Did you provide answers to data responses in this docket?
I did.
Do you adopt those responses today?
I do.
Mr. Dole is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Ms. Groman?
No questions.
Mr. Goss?
No, sir.
Mr. Childers?
No questions.
Staff?
I'm sorry, I'm debating. I think the question I would have asked about IRP was answered by Mr. Eichler. No question.
Question.
No question.
Any of the other states that, you're aware of the IRPs that Liberty affiliates or Liberty subsidiaries provide in other states?
I am aware of the IRPs that are filed in other jurisdictions. Primarily, I'm aware of the IRPs in the central region, so in Missouri, that's also distributed in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas.
Are those IRPs, let me ask this, if you don't like the characterization, that's fine, I'm happy to ask a different way. Did any of them have any teeth? Or any of the teeth? Or, I mean, are you, I mean, you know, here, IRP is a staff process, it's not an official order, you're not ordered to do necessarily what you file, although I'd like to think that it's looked upon, frowned upon when you show up for a CPC and it didn't show up in the IRP. But are any of them, do any of the jurisdictions require do any of them require that a resource or a calculation be reflected in the IRP as a condition precedent to providing a CPCN for that path?
I don't think it requires a calculation. In the Missouri IRP rule, we do have to file a preferred plan, and any deviation from the preferred plan does have to be refiled with the commission, but it does not automatically mean a CCN. You still have to procure a CCN.
Okay. Are any of the IRPs in other jurisdictions explicitly approved or have to be explicitly approved?
Speaking primarily from the central region, I don't believe that there's any actual approval there in the Missouri IRP, which is the one that we file in the other states just because it's the most thorough. There's, I believe, 4 different options that the commission has. They do have an option to approve, although generally it's not approved. But they do have options to just say that you met the requirements of the rule.
Do they have an option to disapprove of what you filed?
I don't believe they can disapprove. They can file that you did not follow the rule requirements.
Has that happened to the Liberty subsidiaries in any recent years you're aware of?
It has not.
Ms. Knowlton, do you have any redirect to the witness?
I do. I have a few questions, Mr. Dole. Approximately how many pages of regulations in Missouri govern the Missouri IRP process?
Gosh. It's quite a few. I would say probably on the order of 10 to 15.
And approximately how many pages long is the last filed IRP by the Empire District Electric Company?
The 2019 IRP, so the last full triennial would have been 2019. Our 2022 gets filed in 4 days. They're going to be approximately 2,000 pages.
And Are you able to provide any rough estimate of the number of scenario analyses that are run as part of an Empire IRP?
It depends on the process that we follow, but the scenario analysis runs either stochastically or deterministically, and it could be 50 to multiple hundred scenarios.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you for being here today. You may be excused. Ms. Knowlton, Mr. Osterloh, would you like to call another witness?
Company calls Steve Hurling.
Okay, Mr. Hurling, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Stephen Hurling. My work address is 200 Clarendon Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay. Ms. Knowlton, you may ask.
Mr. Hurling, by whom are you employed?
Charles River Associates,
What is your position there?
senior consultant.
Did you provide rebuttal testimony on March 18th in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you adopt that testimony as your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Hurling is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chairman.
I do, Chairman, excuse me. Good evening.
Would you like some
Mr.
water
Hurling.
first?
What's that?
Would you like some water first?
I can drink a lot of it. No,
Okay.
So, based on your testimony, whether Kentucky Power is owned by AEP or Liberty, Kentucky Power cannot unilaterally set up its own transmission zone because of the provisions of the Consolidated Transmission Owners Agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to change the CTOA, the applicant, Kentucky Power, would either have to file a Section 206 application with FERC or Section 205. Is that correct?
The CTOA members can file a 205 at FERC if they vote to make such a change. If they do not vote to make such a change, any party, including Kentucky Power, could make a 206 filing.
So the 206 would be a go-it-alone filing by Kentucky Power, and you described that as having a much higher burden of proof than the 2/3 of the CTOA Section 205 process.
Yeah, basically a 205 filing, you simply have to demonstrate to FERC that you're making an improvement that is just and reasonable and that they should approve. A 206 filing, you have to start by demonstrating that the existing provisions are unjust and unreasonable and that your change is just and reasonable and should be approved.
Okay. Under the Section 205 2/3 process, it's 2/3 of the transmission owners would have to agree, and then 2/3 of the transmission owners on a weighted investment basis.
That's correct.
Okay, so under that second prong, if you own a lot of transmission, you have more votes more weighting than somebody who owns a little.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me just hand you a document very quickly. This will be, I think, should be marked as KIUC number 9, and the labeling that we have internally is number 11.
Thank you. I have two.
Oh, gosh, me too.
Should I give you two also?
Yeah.
This is 9, Candace.
Are you familiar with these annual PJM filings?
Yeah, I'm aware that they are made, but I am not familiar with them.
Okay. Now, when you talk about 2/3 of the transmission owners, would Kentucky Power, Kentucky Transco, I&M, Indiana Transco, or would they each be individual transmission owners?
No, today AEP votes as a single transmission owner, so their net value would count as one vote made by AEP.
Okay. And then, so would that be true to all the transmission zones here listed on this PJM report? ATSI, for example, well, Duke Energy Ohio, Duke Energy Kentucky, they vote as one owner?
I believe that's correct, and ATSI and its various partner companies would vote through First Energy.
Okay. Now, in terms of the weighting, the two-thirds weighting, AEP has an annual transmission revenue requirement in 2021 had of $2,066 million. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. That is the largest transmission revenue requirement of any of the transmission companies. So it may not be 100% one-to-one, but that would indicate that because it might be a function, the revenue requirement's a function of the ROE would be the same, 10.35%, which is what FERC gives, but the equity capitalization might be different with the owners, so it's not a perfect correlation, but it's a fair representation of the net book cost.
It's probably a good representation.
Okay. And in terms of the cost per megawatt year, AEP at $95,597 a megawatt year is the second highest, only behind PSE&G, which is in New Jersey, correct?
Yes, both things that you said are correct.
Okay. And AEP's transmission revenue requirement is growing rapidly, which makes it, on this two-thirds weighting, a bigger piece of the overall PJM system. If its revenue requirement is growing faster than its peers, mathematically that would be correct?
That would be correct, but I have no basis for, saying that that's in fact true.
The third page of this document shows that in 2019, AEP's cost was $65,923 a megawatt year. Today it's $95,000. Would you agree that, subject to check, that's a 45% increase in the transmission cost of AEP?
I'm sorry, what was the first, you went to the third page?
Third page of
third page.
2019. And that in that 3-year period, the AEP transmission cost has gone up by 45%.
It looks close to that. I'll accept that.
Given the fact that AEP, even though it only has one vote, on a weighted average basis, controls a lot of votes, I guess to say, it would be a good idea for AEP to be on your side if you wanted to make a two-thirds sort of agreed upon Section 205 filing at FERC to change the CTOA.
Well, in order to change the CTOA, you need some group of transmission owners that have a lot of transmission net value. So it could be AEP or some other combination of big utilities.
And by the same token, if AEP, I don't mean this pejorative, wanted to veto the application, because they're so big, they'd have pretty strong ability to not allow the agreed upon Section 205 case to go forward, and then the Kentucky Power would be forced to go with a much higher burden of proof, Section 206.
And I have no basis to judge whether AEP is in favor of this or opposed. So other than their size, I really have no basis to answer your question.
One last question. Are you aware of Mr. Barron's position to give AEP an incentive to support Kentucky Power's request to have a standalone transmission zone by having a $15 million a year cost, which would end if Kentucky Power got its own zone?
I read his testimony and, you know, I understand that he's suggesting that AEP would be better positioned than Kentucky Power. My recollection is that he was saying they'd be better positioned to make such a filing at FERC. In fact, AEP would not make a 205 filing at FERC. The transmission owners collectively would make a 205 filing. Whether or not AEP would be better prepared or better able to drive a change to the CTOA through the transmission owners administrative committee, I couldn't begin to guess. I understand what he's suggesting. I'm not sure it's correct, but I do understand what he's suggesting.
One last question. If Liberty acquires Kentucky Power and Liberty Kentucky Power go to FERC in the Section 206 case to create a standalone transmission zone, any of the other transmission owners in PJM could contest that, could they not, including AEP?
Any of the other PJM members and a long list of other people could intervene, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hurling. No further questions.
Mr. Herman?
No questions.
Mr. Goss?
Just a couple. Good evening, Mr. Hurling. I'm trying to understand, so if Kentucky Power can't create a Kentucky Power specific transmission zone within PJM, and that's what you, Mr. Kurtz, have been talking about the last 10 minutes, and it can't participate in the AEP zone at some point following the consummation of this transaction, it seems to me the only other option available to Kentucky Power is to exit PJM completely.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with the first half of your question. They can't create a zone just by their own
I understand.
without going to FERC. But I don't see any reason why they cannot remain part of the AEP zone essentially forever. We have a number of zones in PJM where there are transmission owning entities who have been part of that zone since PJM's current existence in the 1997 timeframe.
Okay, so if they remained in the AEP zone, what would that entail logistically?
Well, basically, it would look very much like it does today, except that the allocation of costs would change slightly. And there's been testimony to the 1 CP versus 12 CP allocations. But as far as how the grid would be planned, nothing would change. Their ability to remain an FRR entity or to become a participant in the base residual auctions would be available to them. Operationally, nothing would change. So other than that one cost allocation issue, I'd have to think, but I'm not aware that anything else would change from a PJM perspective.
Would AEP have to give its consent?
No.
May I finish my question?
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
Would AEP have to consent to Kentucky Power, post AEP Kentucky Power remaining in the AEP zone?
I don't believe so. Obviously, we would need to check that, but I don't believe so.
Would there be any sort of costs that Kentucky Power would have to pay AEP to stay in the AEP zone?
No.
Now, I think you have been here through today's hearing, and you heard Mr. Eichler and others say that Kentucky Power is going to make the decision within at least 2 years with respect to whether to remain in PJM or not. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I think there were actually a number of issues that are on the table. One being whether they would remain in PJM. Obviously, if they leave, they would have to consider forming their own control area, their own balancing authority. They could conceivably join another RTO. Obviously, the issues of long-term participation in the FRR versus the RPM auction process. Mr. Pluis was describing the immediacy of needing to address the next auction, but you then have a longer-term issue of continued, if they were to remain in FRR in the next auction, they would have to continue to make that decision on an ongoing basis. So there's a lot of analysis that should and will be done if the transaction moves forward, so that Liberty is best positioned to make decisions in the interest of the ratepayers of Kentucky.
Now, you're a former high-ranking executive at PJM. In your opinion, do you think it'd be a good idea for Kentucky Power's ratepayers, for Kentucky Power, not to ultimately remain in PJM?
I was at PJM for over 30 years, so I am somewhat biased.
Hence the question.
There are tremendous benefits to being in an RTO and then being in PJM, but every situation is unique and requires careful consideration. I would not knee-jerk this thing and say absolutely they should be in or they should be out. I think it requires careful consideration, but there are significant benefits to being in an RTO like PJM.
Would you assume, since you're here on the stand today and you provided testimony in this case, that you'll be getting a phone call from Liberty asking you to author this study, this analysis?
I have no idea. I get phone calls from a lot of people.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Turley.
Mr. Childers, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
No questions.
Question?
No questions.
So, Mr. Hurling, I got a lot of questions. So you can rest assured that at least I'll commit to everybody that you'll be the last witness of the evening. But that's to say that my hope is that we get out of here about 8 o'clock. So so the CTOA can be amended, right?
I'm sorry, the CTOA?
The CTOA can be amended, correct?
I'm not hearing, I'm in
Yeah,
this glass
sorry,
wall here.
The CTOA,
Yes.
the Consolidated Transmission Owners Agreement, can be amended, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And it can be amended by the TOAC, but it'll have to run through the TOAC AC, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the difference between the TOAC and the TOAC AC, I was once described as, the TOAC is the transmission planning people, and the TOAC AC are the lawyers that work for the transmission planning people. Is that a fair characterization, that the sort of lawyerly and drafting stuff happens at that AC?
Actually, I think they are one and the same. I think people use TOAC as shorthand for, TOAC as shorthand for TOA-AC.
Okay, that's fair enough. So AEP is the biggest transmission owner in PJM, correct?
Based on revenue requirement.
Okay, and I think I've seen them even say, at least in the last couple of years, that AEP, not just the AEP East in PJM, but that AEP may be the largest transmission owner in the United States. Have you heard that before?
From the AEP guys all the time.
It's in that 9-sentence description of the company, right? So, looking at, and we'll get to Mr. Kurtz in a second if he wants to introduce this as an exhibit, but it would seem that AEP has a pretty strong position in PJM as a transmission owner. Would you agree?
Sure.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, PJM's a transmission, or at least started off as a transmission organization, a membership of transmission owners, right? It doesn't exist if there aren't transmission owners as members. Would you agree?
Sure.
Okay. So, did you hear my questions of Mr. Eichler today about the the retail rate impact of the interaction between the AEP transcos and the AEP operating companies and how there's a difference to the revenue requirement where the dollar is invested?
I did. I'm not intimately familiar with the relationship between the Transco and Kentucky Power. I do have a general sense of the kinds of assets that are held by the Transco, and I understand that they have different approved rates, but I am not a rates person, so I'm not sure. You can ask some questions. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to help you.
Well, but I guess what between my questions to Mr. Eichler and Mr. Barron's testimony, for instance, I think you're aware of both, that there's at least an argument, and I think this commission effectively made a finding on it in the 2020 rate case, but that there seems to be a cost shift as a result of AEP's participation in the Kentucky Power's participation in the AEP East Zone, where relative to investment, Kentucky Power is being allocated transmission expense in excess of the cost of transmission if they were on a standalone revenue.
Sure, yes, yes, I've seen the testimony. And you know, let's face it, the different utilities within AEP have different investment cycles based on the needs within each of those companies. Aging infrastructure, for example, you may find a series of assets in one company needing to be replaced, and a couple of years later, the pendulum will swing back and forth. Kentucky Power may face a significant investment requirement in the coming years, just based on the evolution of their assets and the aging of their assets. So it's very difficult to look at even a few years of those numbers and make any kind of projection about what the next few years or the next 10 years or whatever time frame might result in. So it's very challenging, and this is why in my testimony and in others, we're suggesting a very significant need to do some detailed analysis of the risks and the impacts that may face the ratepayers in the Kentucky Power Zone, depending upon which of the many options that Liberty might have if the transaction moves forward.
Well, and that's fair, but, would you be surprised that the commission has been expressing its concern on this issue for almost a year and a half now?
I've heard that.
Okay. So if there is a cost shift where Kentucky Power is just assuming there is a cost shift where Kentucky Power is paying an inordinate amount of transmission in order to, reduce the transmission expenses of other operating companies in the AEP East Zone or the AEP Zone, and carving out Kentucky Power to be its own zone would, let's just assuming it rectifies that cost shift, but that would then increase the rates to those other operating companies, all else equal, correct?
Right, but if in my example, if the pendulum is swinging back and in the next 5 years there was going to be significant investment in Kentucky Power, you'd be separating at exactly the wrong time. Right when the dollars would start flowing back, you'd be going your own way.
Yeah, but you say the wrong time, but what you're saying is effectively Kentucky Power would be pushing their cost off of the other operating companies.
Well, but it flows back and forth over time, and that's really the challenge with this kind of analysis, is anticipating what the long-term benefits versus risks might be of either staying or separating.
And that's fine. What I want to ask about, though, is if there is a cost shift to Kentucky Power and making it its own zone fixes that cost shift, but would result in higher rates with the other operating companies. Would you agree that the support of those other operating companies in a 206 filing would support its reasonableness of a filing at FERC to amend the CTOA? The fact that the people who the costs are shifting back to support the filing?
It certainly could be a factor. The change to the CTOA, realistically, though, would not be to create a Kentucky Power Zone, but to allow for zones to be created from their parent zones. And, then you would have the process of determining if such a change were approved by FERC, PJM would be directed to implement that change. And in my testimony, I point out that there would be some level of analysis required to kind of draw the line in the sand is what constitutes something that should be allowed to be created as a zone and what is perhaps too small and would be disruptive to the planning process or other processes and should not be. So a change to the CTOA, while it's being considered either at the Transmission Owners Admin Committee or at FERC, could certainly be impacted by the perceptions of other utilities about this one case. More than likely, it will be viewed by the transmission owners in the broader context of where could it go after Kentucky Power. So you do have a certain amount of inertia in the PJM stakeholder process that would need to be overcome.
Well, let me ask this, what role would the stakeholder process play, given the fact that the CTOA still has filing rights over all those documents related to this issue?
I'm talking about in the stakeholder process, in this instance, it would be amongst the transmission owners, with respect to a change to the CTOA.
Okay. And just to be fair, the only people that are part of the CTOA, signatories to the CTOA, are transmission owning entities, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Including.
Well, actually, PJM may be a signatory, but the only people who get to vote are the transmission owners.
Yeah. They kick the PJM people out of some of the meetings sometimes, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Second they start talking about the good stuff. So, so if they went with the 206, we know that we talked about there may be benefit there to the people if the people who are getting the cost shifted back to them are there in support, that could be, I think your term was a factor in considering the reasonableness. Is that right?
Yeah, I certainly can't speak for how the FERC commissioners would view the issue, but the support of the other transmission owners, it would seem, would certainly help.
Okay. So, do you have a copy of your testimony in this case?
I don't, but I will shortly.
Is it? Yep.
I have it.
Okay. On page 7, the attorney asked the question, if Kentucky Power Company were allowed to form a new zone within PJM, what uncertainties would that zone face?
Yes.
Okay, so just tell me if I'm wrong with what I say here. The response you provide is significant uncertainties would exist based on the evaluation of such a new zone within the PJM planning process. Kentucky Power Zone. Kentucky Power Company zone would be the smallest of the utility load serving zones in PJM. So previously in your testimony, you were just talking about zones. And in this response, it shifted to utility load serving zones. Was the different phrase on purpose, or was it just trying to be very specific?
Both.
Okay, and that's why I wanted to ask, because I think I'm aware of a zone that's significantly smaller, especially geographically, than Kentucky Power would be on a standalone basis.
That would be OVEC.
But is not a load serving zone.
That's correct.
Right? Let me ask it this way, how did OVEC get its own zone?
Well, if you look at the history of OVEC and the current situation is you have a group of generating assets and a lot of transmission serving, I believe, now only 30 megawatts of load, which will go away at some point. So the kinds of risks that Kentucky Power might face, for example, in the planning process with respect to the deliverability construct, OVEC will not face because they have so little load and they have this overabundance of generation compared to that load. So there really were no concerns about how that zone might fare in the planning process, for example, or in the capacity elections for that matter. obviously, you have a future issue that will eventually need to be dealt with when that load finally goes away, and those generating units presumably at some point in the future will retire. But that's a discussion for another day. The reason I believe that creation of a zone was considered was because of the ownership structure of OVEC, OVEC being owned by a number of different transmission-owning companies, including companies outside of PJM. It didn't make sense at that time to simply subsume them inside of another zone like AEP. So since there was no risk of performance in the planning process, it made sense that they be allowed to. On the flip side, you have Kentucky Power, which is small, not as small nearly from a load serving perspective as OVEC, but small and has a significant load generation imbalance. Not much geographically internal generation. So if they were to create a separate zone, it's entirely possible they would then be evaluated. Let me back up a second. They would then be evaluated based on their load and their generation, not the aggregate of the AEP load and AEP generation, okay, but literally only the Kentucky Power load and the Kentucky Power generation and the ability of the transmission assets to bring power into that zone to serve the load. So you have the possibility of reliability criteria violations being identified, which would require transmission assets that would not have been required, if they were still part of the AEP zone. You have the very real risk that they would not, as a standalone zone, be eligible to participate in the FRR construct because they just don't have enough internal generation. And if they move to the RPM construct, that because of the lack of internal generation, that they could be at risk for price separation. You mentioned the example of Duke, but there have been any number of zones elsewhere in PJM where prices have separated over time. So they could face the possibility of higher RPM prices as compared to the Western price, which is typically the lowest price in PJM. So, there's just, I'm not saying that this shouldn't be done, but I'm saying that because these risks exist, Liberty, if the transaction moves forward, would need to take a really careful look at all of these factors, because staying in the AEP zone, removing from the AEP zone, staying in PJM, removing from PJM, all have very, very different economic consequences to the ratepayers of Kentucky, and should not be done, and in my opinion, should not be established today as a requirement, because the amount of analysis could take a year or 2 years easily to come to a full view of what is in fact in the best interest of the ratepayers of Kentucky.
So a couple of questions. First, you said the deliverability analysis construct. You're referring to both load and generation deliverability, or one in particular?
Realistically, the load deliverability construct. The generation deliverability construct would, in all likelihood, not be an issue, especially in a zone where you have more load than generation, because the generator deliverability construct is to ensure that generation can just be dispersed out into the system. In a heavy load zone, light generation, heavy load, that's unlikely to be an issue.
And those would be opposite considerations, effectively the difference between OVEC or Kentucky Power standalone zone, correct?
Well, in OVEC's case, load deliverability was a non-issue because they had so much generation. The transmission system, the 345 kV transmission system that's the backbone of the OVEC system, was very strong because years ago, decades ago, that load was much more substantial. So a fairly robust transmission system was built to deliver those resources and is still there. So OVEC was a non-issue from a load deliverability perspective and from a generation deliverability perspective. So I think Kentucky Power would primarily face risk in the load deliverability construct, which carries over from the development of the RTEP, the evaluation of reliability criteria violations, NERC reliability criteria violations, and flows right into the capacity construct, especially if they were not eligible to participate in the FRR and had to go into the base residual auctions.
And that would be thermal and voltage violations flowing into CTO and CTO.
Exactly.
Correct. So did the CTOA have to be amended for OVEC to join and be its own zone?
No, because they were not part of PJM, even though they were embedded in PJM. Technically, they were outside of PJM, so they were added as a new zone. The CTOA allows new zones to be added from the outside, but not to be carved out from the inside.
And were there any limitations on the size of zones that should have been adhered to for OVEC that were or were not?
There were no procedures about the size of zones. As zones have been added, we have had some smaller zones. East Kentucky, EKPC, is the smallest load-serving zone right now. There have been a few others like Dayton that have been relatively small, but there have been no specific rules about the size of a zone that could be added, and it's never come up.
So going back to your comment on page 7, the KIPCO zone might be if it was on a standalone basis, might be the smallest of the utility load serving zones, but it would not be the smallest zone in PJM. Is that correct?
Today, while OVEC remains a zone, and for the future, yes, that would be correct.
You talk about the risk of separation following a base residual auction, but there's a risk of it separating, but then there's not necessarily follow-on risks. There's not necessarily downsides to just merely separating, right? I mean, there was no downside risk to DEOK for having separated in one BRA. It's been rest of RTO the rest of the time.
Oh, that can change from year to year. That's correct.
And you can have some zones that separate every year, whether it's, alleged economic withholding or actual transmission constraints. You can have some that never separate and always separate, but that may be reflective of lots of different issues, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so separation in and of itself is not necessarily, doesn't have a follow-on. It doesn't always follow that that's a bad thing in that year that will cost money to the customers of that zone. Is that correct?
It's not a guarantee that it's a long-term cost, but it is certainly something to be considered. Especially, if you have older coal units and they should retire, that load generation imbalance will grow unless they are replaced by other resources over time to refresh that load generation balance.
So the only, Kentucky Power-owned generation is not the only generation in the Kentucky Power service territory of the AEP zone. Is that correct?
I looked at a list of the resources, but many of them were outside of the Kentucky Power service territory, so I really couldn't figure out exactly which were in and which were out.
Well, so did you read Mr. Hotson's testimony? I mean, Riverside has 2 CTs, I believe, or at least 2 CTs.
Yeah, no, I'm aware that there are other units, yes.
Okay. And then have you looked at the queue by any chance to see how many megawatts of solar and other resources are proposed to be in the AEP zone sitting in the Kentucky Power territory?
I have not lately, no.
Okay, but that would impact this analysis that you looked at, whether or not there's enough generation proposed to be in the zone in the delivery years that we're talking about separating?
It would, absolutely. Obviously, solar and wind are discounted because of their intermittency, but they do count to a limited degree.
Right. If they come on in the next few years, they'll get some sort of capacity D-rate based on ELCC, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the additional generation in the zone or the Kentucky Power territory would reduce that risk of separation. I just want to be clear that you were discussing.
Any additional generation, right, would help to reset the load generation balance, and depending upon the prices at which they offer into the BRA, should help to reduce the risk of price separation.
Right. And just final question on this issue. The separation is supposed to be a market signal for generation or transmission to come to the area, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so in the event there is 1 or 2 years of separation where they're higher than rest of RTO capacity clearing prices, what that's really doing is trying to incent either a reduction of constraints or an increase in generation within the load area to serve those customers. Is that
That's
accurate?
correct, right.
I want to ask about supplemental projects. You were at PJM when the whole M3 overhaul occurred, right? You were leaving
Correct.
right about the time that it was coming into effect after the FERC complaints and the change to the tariffs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So M3 is M3 is short for attachment M3 to the open access transmission tariff at PJM. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And M3 is the local planning process at PJM, the transmission owner's local planning process. Is that
It
fair?
is the process by which the supplemental projects are run through the PJM planning process.
Yeah. So supplemental projects as opposed to baseline projects are local, and baseline projects are more region-wide projects. Is that a fair characterization?
Not necessarily. The best way to describe it is the RTEP, the Regional Transmission Expansion Plan, has defined drivers, reliability criteria violations being the most obvious one. Supplemental projects are transmission upgrades that are required for drivers other than the drivers specified in the RTEP. Now, that could be, for example, you have a new data center being built in Northern Virginia, and Dominion has to build a substation and cut them in. That would be a supplemental project. The assets would then be integrated into future RTEP analyses. It could be aging infrastructure. You have a 138 kV line that's 90 years old on wood poles somewhere, and there's no violation of reliability criteria, but the asset is at its end of life and needs to be replaced. That's a supplemental project. It's not a driver that PJM evaluates through the RTEP and requires to be resolved.
Okay, so just to be clear, baselines are prescriptive in the sense that they're the ones that come out based on applicable RTO rules.
Correct.
And supplementals everything else,
Correct.
except for network upgrades.
Network upgrades are related to the generation interconnection process, which are also defined in the PJM tariff.
Okay. So, supplemental projects are planned, they're exclusively under the purview of the incumbent transmission owner, is that correct?
The decision-making is entirely up to the transmission owners.
Okay. You were at PJM right when AEP made a conscious decision to move to this additional Transco business model, where they created, 4 or 5 of these transmission companies located in a number of the states partnered with the operating companies. Are you generally aware of that coming out in 2010, 2011 timeframe?
I'm aware of it. I was not involved in any of the discussions of the creation of those. A number of our transmission owners have created Transco-like companies, especially for the competitive transmission environment.
Yeah, and I know well, we'll get into, one of these days I'm gonna call you and ask you about TransSource, because that's just a whole nother thing, but forget the competitive stuff. Just the Transcos in terms of supplemental projects. Are you aware of generally how these Transcos have gotten their rate base? That, to my question of Mr. Eichler earlier, that the operating companies have gone through supplemental projects and allocated a portion of those projects to be financed and owned by the Transco?
And I am not intimately aware. I am simply aware that the separation, that certain assets are transferred to them, but I am not familiar with the decision-making as to how it's done.
I don't want to ask you about the decision-making, but, you're in a unique position to provide, I guess, color or responses to this, but, the transmission owners generally have their transmission system because they were provided, initially at least, the monopoly, the opportunity to serve retail customers with a state-approved monopoly, right? That's going back 100 years ago, that's how they got their systems, right?
Sure.
Okay, so other than participating and receiving the bids, the projects for competitive solicitations, that are available for some of the baseline projects, how else would these affiliated transmission companies ever get rate base if it wasn't in partnership with the incumbent transmission owners?
And it seems like that's the obvious path, but again, I am just not familiar enough with the structure of these transcos to add the color that you're looking for.
Well, and I think I'm maybe making it more complicated than I should. So you got network upgrades, you got baseline projects, you got supplemental projects. That's the big three in terms of transmission and PJM, right?
Yes.
So for baseline projects, if it's open to competitive solicitation, then that's fine. It's open for competitive solicitation. But if it's not available for competition, then the designated entity, the local incumbent utility, is the one that gets to do the project, correct?
That is correct.
And then for supplemental projects, those are exclusively at the behest of the ownership and planning of the incumbent transmission owner, correct?
That is also
So let me ask it this way. Are you aware of another path in which they would have accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars of rate base if it wasn't just the incumbent transmission owner providing them these projects, or an opportunity to own a portion?
No, I'm not aware of any other path.
Okay. So one of the rebuttal testimony talk about, I forget which one now, but how Kentucky Power uses the transmission system to receive its power, even specifically because so much of its generation that it owns or contracts with is outside of the Kentucky Power territory. Is that a fair characterization, that it's using the bulk electric transmission system in order to receive its power?
Absolutely.
Okay, but that's pretty applicable to any utility, correct?
Well, especially in an RTO like PJM, you have generation that's been built distances away to serve combinations of utilities. So yes, they all rely on the grid to bring generation to their customer load.
Yeah. And that doesn't matter if it's a local transmission system or the VES, that's applicable across the board for the most part.
Exactly.
Okay. So is the fact that Kentucky Power's generation may sit outside of its territory a specific, in your opinion, a specific reasonable, for lack of a better term, reason for it to continue to be part of the AEP system merely because they use the bulk electric transmission system to receive its power?
Again, from my perspective, having been intimately involved in planning at PJM, if I were evaluating the potential outcomes of staying in the AEP zone versus separating, with the limited amount of internal generation, it would seem that is a factor, that the advantage of being part of that zone and, having the planning done considering their load and the aggregate of generation in the AEP zone and the aggregate of the transmission grid capability, that would be a consideration that would need to be weighed seriously in making that decision. If they had, if you take the extreme example of OVEC, where they had so much extra generation, they didn't need anybody else's transmission system to, make themselves deliverable. But for a zone that has a heavy load generation imbalance, meaning much more load than generation, the reliance on the transmission system will be significant.
Okay, but just to be clear, we don't know what that generation and load imbalance will be in the delivery planning year that's not yet correct?
Well, we know what it's going to be next year and the year after and the year after that. We just don't know what it's going to be 20 years from now.
Well, we don't know what it's going to be in the delivery years that haven't occurred yet because nobody has a commitment to provide generation in that delivery year, correct?
I understand, but you also are not going to add 1,000 megawatts of generation in the next 2 years. It will take time to plan and construct and integrate significant amounts of generation inside the Kentucky Power Zone. So it's some number of years away before you could strike that balance where you're not overly dependent on the transmission system. How many years, I don't know. That's something we would have to think about.
And the last question, and it's going to be an easy one. Is it a buyer or a seller's market for transmission planning engineers?
Right now, as I understand it, the people who are out getting those educations and looking for jobs, or people who are looking to change jobs, are somewhat in the catbird seat. PJ, I still have a lot of contact with my former managers and directors at PJM. They've lost any number of people to other companies, but they've also hired a lot of people. They're out there. You got to look for them. You got to find good people. Training them up has been more of a challenge under COVID. That hopefully will start to turn around now that people are going back to the office, where you get face-to-face time, the experienced people with the new people. PJM has been finding new engineers. It's been a lot of work, but honestly, that's always been the case. Finding good people is a lot of work.
Well, I think you're a good example of this. You spend a couple of years working at the utilities, and it's pretty easy for an RTO to poach you. Maybe after you've been trained up, it's a good time to be poached, right? Once you've gotten through that 5-10 years of experience, that's when you're really valuable. Would you agree?
Yeah, and when I was in charge of planning at PJM, we would grab people from the transmission owning companies anytime we could, because the experience is invaluable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hurley. Melvin, before we move to you, would you like to?
Move Exhibit 9, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? No? All right. So we'll introduce, or make as part of the record, KUC Cross 9, which is internally marked at 11. Do you have any redirect?
I have one question.
Okay.
Mr. Hurling, is it so that you can only count in the deliverability analysis a generation unit that's in service as opposed to what's in the queue at PJM?
Once a generator has executed an interconnection service agreement, it is included in all future planning analyses, but that is essentially when they're going into construction. Now, if they execute an interconnection service agreement and then go into suspension, which does happen, then they are not considered. But once a generating unit is through their interconnection service agreement and into construction, PJM will include them and their associated transmission in any future studies.
Thank you. No further questions for the witness.
Okay. Ms. Knowlton, I just want to make sure I go back over this one more time. Thank you for being here with us, Mr. Hurley. Mr. Eichler has been able to step down, but is being requested to stick around in case he needs to be recalled. But Mr. Swain, or witnesses Swain, Landau, McCune, Mozende, Schwartz, Lewis, Parker, Dole, Hurling, and Burnett have all been excused for the remainder of the hearing.
That's correct.
Okay. So tomorrow you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In addition to the 2, 3, 4 interveners. Okay. All right. Is there anything that we need to take up before we adjourn for the evening?
We're starting at 9 in the morning.
We are starting at 9 in the morning. Hopefully promptly, but I can't make any promises. So we'll take a recess, adjourn, until tomorrow at 9 a.m. I have a goal to finish by 5:30, 6 o'clock tomorrow, so I just want to kind of put that on everybody's radar.
But is your goal to complete the hearing tomorrow? I've got a flight on Wednesday, so I'm just trying to make sure I know.
It's not a goal, we're gonna sit here.
Well, I'll be here. I just have to fly on Wednesday, so you can spend as much time.
All right, we're adjourned.
Do you have a meeting notebook here?